Hello, Internet. Welcome to Creative Live. We are so excited to start day 2 with Roberto Valenzuela. How are you doing this morning, Roberto?
Ready to go. I got good sleep,
Good,
so feeling perfect. I'm excited about today. It's going to be fun.
We're all excited.
It's going to be great.
So folks, this is our pre-show banter, and we are just checking our audio and our video. Please let us know if you're having any difficulties in the chat room. We are going to take about 7 minutes before we get started. My name is Susan Roderick, and this is my co-host, Miss Kenna Klosterman. How are you today, Kenna?
I'm doing great. Good morning, everyone. We're back here at this beautiful landmark event center location, so it's super fun.
It is fun. So we're going to go introduce our in-studio audience to you. So why don't we start over here with you, and we can just tell us your name and maybe your website, and why don't you tell us something, a highlight from yesterday, because Roberto pretty much put you all to work, something that you learned or something that you gained from yesterday.
Right. My name is David Apeji. Yesterday was excellent. My Twitter handle is Pixist, that's Pixyst, and website is pixist.com. Now, my main takeaway from yesterday was the fact that the things you need to do to get good images are not necessarily alchemy, but there's a method to it, and I'm really excited to find out, to go deeper down the rabbit hole.
My name is Mallory DeMott with Mallory Renee Photography. My Twitter handle is Mallory R Photo, and my website is malloryreneephotography.blogspot.com. And my highlight from yesterday was just kind of just seeing how much detail goes into everything, like the look in the eye, the expression, and how much Roberto poses those things and controls those things. I thought that was really cool to see. So.
Good morning. My name is Juliana Goldberg. My Twitter handle is Juliana Goldberg, and it's Juliana Goldberg. My highlight from yesterday, it's that up to this day, Roberto, you learn from your mistakes. And I think a lot of people just choose their best pictures and forget about the bad ones. So I think going back and studying our bad pictures and learning, practicing and learning from those mistakes is like an amazing thing. So looking forward to go back home and looking at my bad pictures.
I'm Nikki Klosser, and my website is nixiephotography.com, which is Nixy. Twitter handle is Nixie Photography. I learned yesterday that I can walk into a room and look at it in a completely different way. Instead of freaking out thinking, oh, this room is not going to work, it can always work. And you can look at a room and find lots of different things that will work for you. So to look for the positive things of the room.
Well, my name is Pepe Barca. I'm from California, and my website is www.pepesphotos.com, and Twitter handle is pepesphotos. And what I learned yesterday was that I have a lot to work on with the posing, but with the what you taught us yesterday, you know, I know I can do amazing things, and it's the little things that make the big difference. And I'm thrilled to start day 2 and learn more things.
My name is Fran Vega. My Twitter is @Aussie, so it's AUZZIE. In terms of yesterday, I think I learned overall, like everything to me was new and different. And but the biggest thing that stuck out was the whole difference between being inspired and encouraged. How there is such a difference between the two, and how often one of them can be like smoke and mirrors, and you can be so pumped up and then not really take anything away. So that was pretty awesome for me. And the other one is the common mistake that we all make, which is what? Kiss, hug, kiss, fountain. Like, that's so funny. I will never forget that. And I will always think of that as something not to do.
Kiss, hug, fountain. Classic.
It is.
It's great.
That's great. Well, I mean, you guys are just amazing students. You guys are just high energy, and it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have you guys here. You guys are just a really great team. What do you think?
I absolutely agree. And it's cool because you're representing everybody watching online can relate to one of you, which which is cool. So where are people joining us from online, Susan?
Well, I just asked, so why don't we give them a second and let those start coming through?
All right, well, we've got some from earlier. We have Sergio Ruiz, who's in Monterrey, Mexico. We have Montana, California. We have Axeman, who says, I need to take the 7s and just go through all of them systematically. Where else have we got?
I don't see anything yet.
Oh,
I just
okay.
have somebody from Houston.
Singapore, we have outside DC, Bothell, which is close by to us. We have Trini Latino, who is from Trinidad and Tobago.
Cool.
Very cool.
I've never been there.
Neither have I. Brussels, Belgium.
Never been there either. I have to travel more. No, I don't.
So what was, oh, go ahead.
No, after you.
What was your biggest learning from yesterday, Roberto?
I learned that no matter how much you teach, the creative life experience was the coolest, craziest, awesomest thing ever.
Nice.
I actually was very encouraged by you guys because you guys went out and you're put on the spot in front of not just us, but everyone watching. And if I was sitting there, which I have many times, by the way, I would, actually I did freak out a lot. And I think the reason why we do this for the people listening online is I want the process of having obstacles in your head, not noticing the little details that can make the difference between a great photo and a one that just fails. I want that process to go through your heads so we can coach you through it and you're aware of it and you can see it happening. And then everyone online watching is probably going through the same thing in their own head. And then when we coach you through it, if you need it, the solutions start to come and this pattern hopefully sticks to you. So when you do go back home, these challenges will continue to come. You will remember the solutions, how we created them, how we got to the solutions, and then hopefully you can create your own without anybody's help. You know what I mean? So it was really fun. Today we're going to do, it's a pretty heavy day. Today is really heavy content. Well, every day is pretty heavy content-wise, but today is very heavy because we're going to, yesterday, we put more emphasis on the locations and how to find these places and how to change the location using light sources and different types of things. Remember, we used in the best locations. People tell me that all over the world all the time. And I'm like, no. Like, I take good photos because I worked really hard to make and transform a room no matter where I'm at. And I think yesterday we went over how we didn't choose the obvious parts of the room. I think that was one of the main things we did. I'm trying to show you how the chair doesn't have to be sit on. The chair can just be something to pose with, like it could be something for your back. The bookshelves, we used them as a source of balance, and even though there was a horizontal line crossing the room, because there was multiple, it creates a pattern and it's okay. We talked about objects, you don't want them to compete. And we talked about spotchy lighting in the background. And this is actually one of the things that I saw the biggest challenge yesterday, spotchy backgrounds. And I think when you put your camera to your frame, to your eye, if you see any luminance differences, like the background has some areas of brightness and some areas of darkness and some areas of brightness, and you're not going for a contrast shot, you should probably go somewhere else. Or you have to neutralize it somehow. You either make it all bright, or you diffuse it and you soften the whole background. And you only show that part that's diffused. See what I mean? So that's what I learned. Yeah.
I just wanted to also point out to
Yeah.
all you students that when you guys are shooting and you're feeling nervous and you're feeling like you're maybe not doing it right, there are so many people watching at home that you are representing, and every mistake that you make and every lesson that you learn, so you're helping someone at home that has the same question and needs to learn the same lesson. So you're really putting yourself out there for everyone at home that really needs to learn the same thing that you do. So just remember that when you're feeling nervous. And okay?
That's awesome.
All right.
That's awesome. All right, well, it is 9 o'clock, and we are ready to get rolling.
Oh, man.
So before we do that, I want to invite everyone to post your Creative Live Classroom to our Facebook page. Make sure you give us a like there if you haven't already, but we want to see where you are joining us from and where you're watching from all over the world, literally all over the world. So post those to Facebook. So I'm going to give you a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions in chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There's one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. You can also take Roberto on the go today and tomorrow on your iPhone, iPad, Android-friendly device. Pretty cool. Just open up any browser and take us while you're shopping or picking your kids up from school or whatever the case may be. And you can control the resolution of your feed. For those of you who are in an area of the country or the world that may have a slower internet speed, all you need to do is go down to the bottom right-hand corner of the video, click on that best, and scroll on and choose the one that works best for you. Sorry, my clicker is a little sticky this morning. Moving right along. All right, the beauty of Creative Live is that we have a chat room for folks all around the world to ask questions to Roberto, and not only to do that, but to chat with each other, because there's so many of you and so much to learn from each other. So let's take a look at the chat room. The first tab is the Creative Live tab, and this is the chat room for your on-topic conversations. Ask questions to each other, answer each other's questions in here, and just share your knowledge. The second tab is where we ask you to write your questions for Roberto, and these are your on-topic questions. We just try to ask things that are what we are talking about in that moment, but we're saving all of your questions throughout the day to pass along. So let us know where you're joining us from as well when you ask your questions in the Q tab. And finally, we have the lounge, and you loungers know what to do in there. Have a lot of fun and talk about your off-topic conversations in the lounge. In addition to the chat room, we are also taking your questions on Facebook and Twitter. So we're using the Twitter handle Roberto Live. And speaking of Twitter, today is Follow Friday, and I highly encourage all of you to tell the world to follow Roberto Photo, at Roberto Photo, if you haven't already. Throw Creative Live in there too. Perhaps the students that are joining us, we would love for you to. Roberto, we should take a look at how many followers you have right now, but let's challenge our audience to triple that, whatever it is. All right, so that is where we're taking your questions as well. The way that Creative Live works is we broadcast our live events from here in Seattle to folks all around the world for free. We are here to bring the industry-leading educators like Roberto to people who might not have access to coming to see Roberto in person. Folks in Belarus and South America, and although you travel all over the world as well. However, we are so glad that we can reach as many of you as possible during our live events. And these events are not inexpensive to put on. As Roberto talked about earlier, there is a lot that goes on here behind the scenes. And the way that this works is those of you who choose to purchase the videos so that you can own them and watch them over and over, practice over and over, you are the reason that we're able to, next week, bring Joanna House and Matthew Jordan Smith, and later bring to you all the instructors that we have coming in the next 2 months. I think we have about 10 classes, which is truly incredible. Lara Jade, all these people, it's only possible for those of you who keep us going by today purchasing these classes. So for 3 days of content, it is only $149. However, when you purchase the videos today, it is only $99, and I think it's, sometimes I stop in the morning and like, wow, this is what we're doing here at Creative Live, educating people all over the world, and I just love it. So thank you to all of you who support what we do here so that we can keep going. Okay, let's take a look at the course page for this workshop. There is a free button for you to enroll for the course, and that gives you all of the updates for the rewatch times, etc. Encourage you to do that if you haven't already. And then next to that is where you can purchase this course. Again, it's $99 when you purchase the course. You receive all of the video downloads as well as a couple extra things, which we'll look at in a second. Again, our audience is growing by the workshop, and that has only happened because those of you who have spread the word via social media. So we ask you to invite all of your photographer friends, your social networks, to this workshop today. It doesn't cost you anything to spread the word and really help raise the bar of this industry. So scroll down the page, and as I mentioned, included in your purchase is not only all of the videos, but also Roberto is giving you the slides so that you can have another easy reference tool, and his location, posing, execution charts. And that we'll talk about a lot. It's kind of the fundamentals and basis of this workshop. But it's awesome that you are giving that to us so that people can have that in their camera bag, just as you saw the students do yesterday. Pull that out, get to a location. While you're learning how to methodically do all of this, you will have that chart with you. Scroll down the page and you will see all of the videos from yesterday. So we turn those around as quickly as possible, so those of you who have already purchased the course, you can start downloading those files to have on your computer or on your iPad. And here are all the videos that we are going to be recording today. All right, so Twitter giveaway. We have tons of prizes that we're giving away. Roberto and I were talking this morning about even more. We're adding more to the list of prizes, which is pretty great. So the way that you enter this Twitter giveaway is to tweet out your favorite Roberto quote or tip. Roberto was full of fun and really meaningful tips yesterday. You just need to include the course page website for this course page, and that is how we search for your tweets. So tweet away. Also really excited that Creative Live is hiring. We are growing our team here in Seattle, and we need your help to help fill these spots. If you know anyone in Seattle, or this is you, please head over to our creativelive.com/jobs page. The new listings we're hiring a social media assistant, looking for somebody to manage email marketing. We are also looking for a content designer, so there are more details as well as a number of more job opportunities on our jobs page. And finally, we want to give a huge shout out to the Landmark Event Center where we are broadcasting here today. And I just want to take a moment, and this is an incredible facility where people come here to put on just all kinds of events, ranging from weddings to filming to, there's I think 190 rooms in here, and gorgeous grounds. We're overlooking the Puget Sound. It is just south of Seattle, and the Landmark Event people have been so gracious to have us here for broadcasting our Creative Live workshops. So I want to ask you to just take a moment and head over to their Facebook page. We want to show them Creative Live love. We want to be able to come back here. And so the way that you can help us do that is right now, search for Landmark Event Center on Facebook and give them a like and thank them, give them some comments, let them know how much you appreciate that we can be here on location so that Roberto can truly show you what we're doing. So
Yeah, let's use the power of the Creative Live audience.
Seriously.
To do this. Go like their page.
Awesome. So let's just take a moment. Go like their page.
Go like their page now, please. Thank you.
Please and thank you. Cool. All right. Roberto.
Wait, I have one more thing to say.
Yes.
Roberto, before we get started. I have been hearing about this wedding video, a video that you have.
Oh, yeah, ma'am.
I would love to hear more about that. Can you talk a little bit about that, or?
Wedding evolution, right?
Wedding
Okay.
evolution.
I'm gonna actually describe it maybe throughout a little bit. What I do in Wedding Evolution is a video of it's a screen capture of my computer screen using screen capture software. And what it does is I shot a wedding and I purposely photographed the wedding with all the challenges and all the successes that came with that particular wedding. And I chose a wedding that a lot of people would be able to relate with. So it was just a good old-fashioned regular wedding. The wedding was in Hawaii, and what I did is I separated the wedding by folders: bride and groom photos, wedding party photos, family portraits, everything, bride alone, groom alone, all these things. And I open up the photos and I show you the location where I shot the bride. I show you where I did not shoot the bride, and then I show you where I did shoot the bride and why. So it really, and then I open the photos in Photoshop and I circle with a red brush where all the little elements of the location were. So if I walked into a living room, I said, here's some symmetry, here's some geometry, here's some balance, and then I draw the geometry. That way when people are looking at these videos, they can actually start to train their eyes to see it in this manner. And then I go through the whole wedding this way. It's over 4 hours of video content. And it's on sale right now for $99 from $149 as well. And it's a great complement to the Creative Life DVD, the Creative Life download. I think those two just make a real powerful combo. And it's over 4 hours of content, and it's like me having you sitting next to me while I'm going through one of my weddings and showing you what I saw and what I did not see and everything. So it's really quite great, and you can get that at pictureperfectpractice.com, which is the name of my book, so it's pretty easy to remember. And it's only going to be on sale for a little while. So enjoy that.
And I'm not sure if we, I think we pulled up your promo video that you have of that. If we want to play that before we get.
Yeah, you can see. You can kind of see what it looks like.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Oh, cool.
Am I on? All right. Woo! So as you can see, it really goes into the nitty-gritty of posing and all that stuff that went into it. People say, you make it look easy and stuff, but you can see how much work went into that. Like when people say this photo of the wedding party, and they're all kind of just having the greatest time ever, they were not. Some of them didn't even speak English. Culturally, it was a challenge too. And how do you get those expressions like that? That's what I was telling Mallory later in the morning, that I don't enjoy taking chances with people and just hoping something comes out, even though that's a perfectly good method. I enjoy knowing that it's just gonna come out. Like I know if I pose the eyes first and then I make them laugh or react, but their eyes are already locked in, I know their eyes are not gonna fly off the handle and go somewhere else. So it just gives you a higher yield of better photographs without you having to be like, well, this is not what I wanted, but I'll take it because that's what I got. You know what I mean? It's just better to control things. Now, you're gonna have to learn how to control the feet, like the body weight shifts, how the collarbones twist, the chin and the eyes, and where the eyes go, how much of an eyelid you want, all of these different things. But in this wedding evolution video, I go through all of that pretty clearly, so that was kind of fun. Okay, guys, first of all, thank you for everyone watching online again today. It's like day 2, posing. And this is like posing on steroids. This is definitely not just posing a few things. This is posing craziness, madness, whatever you want to call it. My goal is not necessarily to teach you how to pose a few poses. My goal is to teach you how to come up with your own poses that always look good, because that's going to give you a lot more options, okay? So the first thing I want to do is kind of go over a little bit about what we did yesterday. And can I see my computer screen in there? Or is it showing up? Oh, okay. First thing I want to do is ask you guys, each and every single one of you, do you remember that 777 chart? Don't even look at it. I want you guys to give me 1 or 2 of those 777 things that has to do that if you inject these 21 things to any pose, whether she's sitting, he's standing, or they're together, whatever, it's always going to look good, or most of the time, it's going to look really good. Can you think of one, Fran, or 2?
The cross between the eyes, or the
noses.
The noses, that's
Yeah,
right.
the
Instead
X
of
factor.
parallel, yeah, the X factor.
The X factor or the noses. Can you explain why? I'm sorry, Fran. Can you explain why that getting the noses not to be facing each other, why crossing the noses is a good idea? Can you explain why?
No.
You can try.
I can look at my notes.
Think about it.
Because I remember something about the parallel lines, and I remember that when they're looking straight at each other, it looks creepy. And
Looks what?
It looks creepy. It doesn't look right.
Correct.
I can't remember what else. So.
If you have a person and you tell them, hey, you guys go ahead and look at each other in the eyes, which happens all the time. I see it all the time. Or look at each other.
Yeah.
Well, look at each other is good in this distance.
Yeah.
But it's not good when you're right here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you don't look at each other this way. So you turn your face, and by the way, by turning the nose to one direction, one of the faces is going to show better on the camera. It's not just complete profile. I find that showing somebody's just profile, especially with if you're like using a 24-70 or any kind of lens like that, it's going to make their cheek look really big. It's just not an attractive way to put someone. Like if you have the cameras here and the person is here, if you have them turn their cheek just a little towards the camera, at least one of them, you're featuring that person. So it's a perfectly valid photo. One of the two is being featured, okay? If not both, but one of them is at least being featured. And when you turn their cheek, not only do you cross their nose and it makes the photo more believable, which is the goal at the end of the whole thing, but you also feature someone and it's more flattering on the face because you see part of this and you also see part of the other side of the face, right? Like if I'm looking at Mallory, just turn your cheek that way all the way through. Like if I just do that, it's just a lot of face. Now if I turn just a tad, now I can see most of this side and a little bit of the other side. It's so much more flattering, right? Okay, good. Pepe, can you think of one or two things that we talked about 777, lucky 7?
Yeah, one of the main things it caught my attention was avoiding the 90-degree angles.
Uh-huh.
And and also the having their spinal
Spinal
straight.
Now, the 90-degree angles, let me just review real quick. That's a challenging one for people. I don't say you never, ever have to have 90-degree angles. 90-degree angles in general are kind of for strong structure. But if you want strong structure, the 90-degree angles are going to work well for you. I say 95% of the time that I'm posing, I try to avoid them. But there are photos where I purposely do it. I purposely have the 90 degree. Like if I put the girl's arm on the guy, depending on the height of the girl to the guy, 90 degrees is your only option. See what I mean? Sometimes 90 degrees is the best option. But that being said, in general, those 90-degree angles on the legs and the wrist all like this is not going to be a successful move for you. So whether you have the person sitting down like we did yesterday, you can go ahead and have them sit. But what I noticed yesterday is when Keisha was sitting, she was sitting too far from him, so she had to actually slouch her spinal cord, started slouching. And all I saw was a slouched spinal cord. That's what I saw. When she was kind of like this, it was slouched. So that's why I told her to sit back up. Remember that? Yeah. Another thing we noticed is we introduced a weird background in the back. Remember that? And try not to introduce any elements in the background that are not part of what you saw. And you saw the patterns and the repetitions of the grass. Even though I don't like grass photos, it turned out really nice because we did it right. You see? And by the way, I may not like grass photos. I have to take grass photos all the time because people go to locations where there is grass. Grass is everywhere. When I photograph weddings in New England, it's like grass galore. You know what I mean? Yeah. So if you do have to photograph in grass, you have to know how to handle it. And don't introduce any distracting elements. Nikki, do you remember anything from
Posing
those
the
two?
hands
Posing the hands.
can change the photo completely.
Yeah. Good. And more specifically, don't
have all hands in one big mess of hands.
Yeah, and it was the mirroring effect. Remember that?
Oh,
don't
right.
mirror. So if the girl is holding the guy, don't have a mirror of her hands. Mm-hmm. Have one hand slightly higher than the other. Even if it's like 2 inches higher, it's good enough. If you apply these things to any pose, you're going to have a pretty good chance of a very good looking pose. Okay?
And even the position of the fingers can look more aggressive. It can change the feel of the photo if they're relaxed or.
Yeah, you always have to soften the fingers, right? Soften so that you don't go like this or any. And sometimes people like stick out their finger, like it's kind of weird, you know, when they go like that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So just soften the hand. When I say reach out to the back of the head, remember we talked about the armpit, right to the armpit pose. If you tell him to reach out, you tell him reach to his head or reach to his chin, but do it with your elbow needs to stay down so she reaches this way. Okay, you don't want to do that, right? Okay. Juliana, go ahead.
The focus, light, and size.
Okay, that's really good. That's subject emphasis, which was one of the biggest things we talked about yesterday. Why, Juliana, why was I so strict and so adamant to push subject emphasis?
Well, because that's a make it or break it on a picture.
It's exactly that.
You want to make sure that
Mm-hmm.
that the elements, your subject's really in focus. And
right. And what were the 3 again?
Light, focus, and I don't think a size. Is a size?
It is size. Can you explain, when you say light, what does that mean?
Light, you want to make sure that the face is the most lit thing on the picture.
Good job.
Focus, you want to make sure it's in the focus point.
Good job.
And size, it's like the brightest thing on the picture, will be the subject.
And they don't have to be the biggest, right? But
right.
It's one technique for subject emphasis. If you have, bless you, if you have a scene and your subjects are like this small, but the scene plays a role in the photograph, like it's like a landscapey wedding photo, that's okay. But when you have somebody small and they're not lit separately from the background, they're just there. It just becomes another element.
Get lost. Yeah.
It could just be another car. You know what I mean? If you were to go to Photoshop, open the photo in Photoshop, and then do a Gaussian blur, a really heavy Gaussian blur, to get rid of all the objects, right? It just leaves the blur and the colors. If you don't see your bride and groom, your model, your fashion shoot, your senior portrait, your baby, your child, whatever you're photographing, if you don't see that stick out when it's all blurry, you did not do subject emphasis through light. I'm going to show you the photos we took yesterday, and they look really fun because we had a lot of challenges and we solved them. You know what I mean? And it turns out really cool, and I'm going to explain some of that as soon as we finish this. Mallory, go ahead and give me 1 or 2 things you remember from 777.
I really like the invisible plane.
Oh,
That angle.
Yeah.
I love that.
Gold.
And then like the creepy hand
Yeah, creepy.
thing. That's always.
Creepy hand crawling.
Yeah.
Yes. Explain the invisible plane.
So if you have your camera here, and this is an invisible plane coming from the camera, you want this plane to hit their eyes first, then you'll always get the best angle.
What's an acceptable distance if it doesn't hit the eyes?
4 inches?
Yeah, like between 4 and 6 is about what you want to do. Now, that's like 90-degree angle. Sometimes you can't always achieve that, but you try for it. You try for it every time. If I'm photographing Nikki from here, I don't photograph her from here because I'm going to hit her knee. I won't even photograph her from here because it's still her face is still far back. I would definitely come this way and raise the angle, and then it will hit her face right away. And that's a better angle for her, for anybody. Okay? So, invisible, plain, gold.
Yeah,
Subject
love that.
emphasis today is going to be like the go-to thing. If you take a photo today and I don't see size, light, or something, I'm going to say do it again. Okay? Because it has to be clean background, and the bride and groom are going to be the brightest person in the photo. Okay? All right, David, my friend, go ahead.
I really
2
like
things.
the tip you gave us about shooting from the apex of the shadow when shooting outdoors in harsh light. And by shooting from the same direction as the apex of the shadow, you're going to get clean light on the faces of the subject.
Right.
There was that, and then I liked what you taught us about colors in the background, trying to make sure the colors that you have in the background are related. You don't have red, green, and blue, for instance.
So color families are the
Color
same.
families are the same in the background.
And what is the other one?
Shooting from the apex
Yeah,
of
that's
the
right.
shadow,
Right.
so that the light falls smoothly on
Right.
the faces of the subjects.
Many of us, and many of you watching online, have to shoot any kind of photo shoot in midday or at 2 in the afternoon, and that's the photo shoot. Most of us freak out and we look for the shady spot. Where is the shade? Right? Shade gives you a cold color temperature. It's not good lighting. Shade next to sun, like we talked about at the end yesterday, can bounce that light from the sun back into the shade, gives you the best light. Right? But if you're ever in a situation where you're in the open area and you need to take great photos, it's as simple as look at the shadow, stand in the direction of that shadow. You don't have to stand on the shadow. Sometimes people confuse that. If the shadow's 3 feet long, you don't stand 3 feet from your subjects. Okay? You can stand 100 feet, but you're in that direction. You're just using the shadow to guide you where the sun is. The sun is obviously casting that shadow, so the sun is now directly behind, and it cleans the whole face to the most beautiful light because that sun is also wrapping around them. Does that make sense? So especially if you use apertures that are pretty shallow, like 2.0 or something like that, it's just going to give you beautiful gold photos. But don't forget the background. Background is key, okay? Now, let me show you something a little crazy. I want to go over full screen. I want to go over the type of quality photos that we were able to get. Now, this is the photo that I did with you, David, right?
Yes.
And we were going for contrast, and you nailed it. I mean, contrast photo turned out really nice. As soon as I said contrast, David went straight to the window because the other side of the room was a little dark, and that window light was going to dominate. So, good job on that. Also, the angle you chose was good. One thing I wanted to go over, when you photographed the first one, there was a piece of sun hitting the chair behind the guy.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yes.
These are the kinds of things we need to look at. when you're shooting, these are the little details. Like you are under pressure right now, but you're always going to be under pressure when you're shooting. So if you have that little sun strip in the chair, you're going to have to move the diffuser, and you have to, and I call it again, neutralize the background, neutralize it. Right. Or if it's going to be brighter than your subjects, make it bright all the way. Like don't have one spot bright and then another spot that's kind of dark. It needs to be clean, even, so it's not distracting to your eye, okay? That looks like a pretty cool photo. Composition is quite good. Is he the biggest?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any doubt that he is the star of the photograph?
Nope.
No. Does it have an element of professional photographic techniques?
Yes.
Because they're like shaping with the jaw and you're shaping with light, aren't we?
Yes.
That's what you should be able to do all the time, okay? Look at this next one. This is the black and white version, and it's coming very soon. Almost there. Well, I'll skip that one because it doesn't matter. That's really black and white, mostly black. You know what I mean?
Roberto, I just want to give a shout out to let you know that Sue Bryce is
Sue
in the
Bryce.
lounge right now in the
Sue
chat
Bryce, I
room.
love you.
And I even have Sonia's Petzel who says, Sue Bryce, I'm watching Roberto's workshop because of your recommendation during your week. Thanks, he's so good.
Oh,
I
love Sue Bryce. Who loves Sue Bryce? Woo!
And Sue Bryce loves you, Roberto.
Oh, she's such a sweetheart. I met her, we had lunch. We've been like super good friends, and she is a true master of her deal, of her everything she does is so top notch. So yeah.
Oh, I wanted to let you know that Tiffany Angelis was also watching
Tiffany
yesterday.
and Mark, I love you guys. Tiffany and Mark are a good time. Whenever we go to dinner at their house, it's like Martha Stewart. It's like everything matches, everything's so perfect. There's like 8 plates, all like bigger than the other. It's like really intense.
And just in case anybody doesn't know who Tiffany is, she was assisting Sue in her last workshop.
Yeah, she's also a photographer in Los Angeles. Really cool.
So right now we're not getting the connection with your computer.
Okay.
So what we'd like to do is take your hard drive, plug it into our computer. We're going to give you a keyboard and mouse over here.
Okay.
So we're just going to take a quick little break. If you can take some Q&A and kind of stand right over
Okay.
here. While we work over here.
Do that.
We'll get this going for you.
The keynote is different too.
The keynote? Okay, so we'll
So
make sure
we-
we get
we
your
need
hard
to-
drive plugged into our computer.
Yeah, to put all this in the computer and the keynote on the desktop.
Okay.
Okay.
Save right on the drive.
Okay.
On the drive. Thanks.
Okay.
So Roberto, we can ask you a couple questions while
Okay.
we do that, if you like.
Let's do that.
All right. Let's start with KRP, who would like to know if you usually touch models when you pose them.
Oh, sure I do. Of course I do. All the time. Of course I ask them, but sometimes if you sit there and you try to explain, look, I don't know if this is common sense or not, but I wash my hands and I make sure they smell good before a photo shoot. You know, like I know that sounds ridiculous, but I have been like the male model, whatever, for other photographers when they ask me, sometimes for fun. And sometimes it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to have that common sense. Like, I have clean hands, they have cologne, and I ask permission heavily. You know, do you mind? I don't know if you noticed yesterday, I said, do you mind if I just move arms around and so forth? And she said, of course you can. So I move things around, no problem. But I don't eat like Indian curry and then pose people and touch them, you know what I mean?
Cool.
Yeah, plus not to mention, if you try to explain, no, your arm another 2 inches to the left, 2.5 more inches, yeah, no, your finger, your middle one is a little bit too to the right, it will take you an hour, all right? So.
All right, next question is from Daisy Photo in Reno. Roberto, can you talk a little bit about the background might be blown out when using the apex approach? How would you avoid this? By changing the angle to not include the sky?
Okay, that's a multiple level question, okay? And I'll go through every level of that question. First one is, I mentioned already that if the background is brighter than your subjects, at least it needs to be all the way evenly brighter. Remember we talked about that? So you don't put something dark and then bright and then dark and then bright, because it's like polka dots in your background, and your eye just goes right to it. So if you do have to have a brighter background, like in the example of the apex or the shadow, you're going to be going against the sun, you're going to blow it out. That's okay, it's even. Does that make sense? And the second level of that question, if you do show the backlight, if you do a backlit photograph, my suggestion is, this is what I do and what works for me, doesn't necessarily have to work for you or for you, I don't show the light source. Okay? So I crop tighter, so I don't show where the sun is, I don't show the flash, I don't show whatever tool I'm using to create a backlight situation, I don't show where the light is coming from. So you get the benefit of the light without the source of the light. Okay? Okay, good.
More questions?
Sure, I think we're still working on this, right? And you guys can ask if you want to while we're trying to... Do you have any questions, guys?
I have one. You taught us to look for the gifts in any location.
Yeah.
This is a big eye-opener for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd like to ask, is there the converse to that? When you go to a location, should you also look at things that might be traps?
Well, that's an interesting question. Traps, to me, that's an interesting word. To me, the fountain is a trap.
Okay.
Sometimes, like, it's too cliche.
Okay.
Like, when you look at a lot of photographs, you can see, I have spent literally probably years looking at photographers' websites and studying photography to no end. And what I got out of it was not going for the obvious shot, because I want to get hired. Like, I can't get hired with a kissing photo in front of the castle, or the kissing photo in front of the fountain. No matter how good that kiss may be, clients, I have seen that 100 times. I try to show them that I'm a photographer, not just, I don't let the scene do the talking for me. I do the talking for the scene. Does that make sense? Oh, that's a good quote. Yeah. There's another one right there. People, don't let the fountain say, come to me, photograph the fountain. No, forget that fountain. Unless the fountain is just incredible, then use it, you know? I look for the stuff that's not the obvious thing. And you can see yesterday from the photos I'm going to show you that the light is good. If you change the light in that location, you can make any room, whatever it may be. I mean, there's some exceptions to that and limits, but most rooms turn them into really cool photos. So there's a black and white version that you can try in an album if you wanted to. I can assure you, no bride is going to say, I hate this photo of my husband. People think that will look really neat. Now look at this one here. This is a different approach. Now, the reason why I cropped it this way when I took the photograph is because he's looking in the short side of the frame, and according to photography rules, you're supposed to look into the frame, not into the outside of the frame, right? And that's all cool and everything, but you don't have to follow all the rules. You don't even have to follow mine either, you know, these are just suggestions. By you putting the eyes in the short side, it creates visual tension. Like, you can look at this, and it has this tension to it. You don't know where he's looking at. Now, when I'm photographing men, I think it looks cooler to create that tension in the photograph. When I photograph women, I might do this, or I might equally say, I'll make it more harmonious, or whatever that word is pronounced, and I'll put her looking that way, and it looks more harmonious, you know what I mean? When I put two people together, I usually crop with them looking at the short side, which is kind of going against the old school of photography, okay? Here's the black and white version of that. Look at the lighting on this. I mean, her eyes are a little bit like almost in between the closed or whatever, but let's just pretend her eyes are open a little bit more. That photo is a winner. It's gonna get you noticed. I mean, that lighting between the ice light and that tungsten light, because that tungsten light was one of the gifts that we saw. Remember I said, there is a little tungsten light, we can use it, that's a little lamp, let's use it. And I didn't use it in an obvious way, like she wasn't holding it and going like this or something like that, right? I used it to illuminate her and create a duo white balance going on. You have that warmer tone, looks like a catalog magazine shot or something, you know, with a window light going here. Okay. This is the other photo I took there. You notice the background was very noisy. So I used the background gifts, which is the tungsten light, and then I used my own ice light, and I crop tight. This gets rid of the background. If the background is not going to help you, then why put it in the photo? Right? Just crop tight. But we did use the room to have her sit down on the floor. We did use the chair to have her lean against it. And then we brought our photography skills to get the lighting to look like this. You see what I mean? This is a cool photo with a dual ice lights going on. Now you can use whatever lights you want. You could have done this with 2 flashes pointing at him, okay? But here's the, well, it gets kind of crazy with the TV there, but you can see the pattern kind of goes continuously around. And also, this is not as bright as him, so he definitely sticks out. Is he the biggest?
Yes.
Is he the brightest?
Yes.
Is there selective focusing?
Yes.
That's why the photo is successful. This is subject emphasis at its best. And the lighting, it's not the lighting an average photographer would do. It's taken to the next level of artistry. It's like, yes, I can just deal with what I have, or I can bring in a little something something from me to give it a little bit of a crisp to it, okay? When you shoot today, ask yourself, can I enhance the light somehow? Can I just give it a little touch of what a professional photographer should bring to the table? You know? Yeah.
Would you do that with the female?
Not that, I wouldn't do that with that lighting.
Okay, because like it's completely straight. Would you shoot pictures like that? But
Maybe.
yeah.
Remember what I said, if you have the collarbone straight to you, kind of in a symmetrical pose, it's a strong image.
Okay.
Like if you say, I want to photograph Mallory in a strong pose, where she looks dominant and like a leader, I'll probably have her more straight on. It's more like in your face type of kind of thing. When you turn the collarbones, it's to finesse a photograph. It's to make it more natural and more fluid, okay? So you have to decide, do you want strength or do you want beautiful, okay?
Thank you.
Question.
Yeah?
What aperture was that shot at?
2.0. Remember I switched my lens to the 85? That's because he wasn't that far away from those books. I don't know if you remember that. The books were not that far from him. The 7200 2.8 wouldn't have done the job because I couldn't go far back enough. So what I did is, you have to kind of think ahead, and this is one thing I want to talk to you guys today and everyone watching, is to visualize the photo before you actually take the photo. I visualized the 2 ice lights going on, and I visualized the really cool blur in the background. And I thought, what would give me the cool blur? That 85 1.2. If there was 2 people in this picture, I would have never gone for that lens, because then one of them will be out of focus. Unless that's what I was going for, okay? You notice, when I was doing this yesterday, I don't know if you saw it on the video, how I had him lean forward a little bit and then bring his chin down, and then his eyes look more like, I am a leader, I am dominant, right? But he still looks friendly, and that's a crispy light. Take a look at this is when we used the door as a bit of a frame, and it looks a little bit, what's that word, voyeur? No. Where you're not supposed to be there, but you kind of like...
Oh, voyeur.
Yes.
Voyeur.
How do you say it?
Voyeur.
Voyeur?
Yeah, like voyeur. I don't
It's
know
very-
how you would say it. Voyeurism.
It's voyeuristic.
Yes, voyeur.
It's voyeuristic. Like, you were not supposed to capture this, but whenever you use windows, frames, doors closing halfway, or like the doors close just a tad, and you kind of sneak a photo in between and you see the girl there or the guy or whatever you're shooting, it gives it that voyeuristic feel to the photo. If this wasn't here, it's just, there's nothing drawing your eye to the middle. There's nothing, no framing, okay? Now remember, guys, this was not an obvious situation. We could have gone outside and photographed her outside, and that's it. But that's what normal people would do. We went outside, and then you went back inside to take the photo from the inside out. And that way you can include the frame. So these little gifts to you right now are kind of obscured. But the more you practice these things, like when you go back home, if you look at a door, you can be like, if I open this halfway, I can sneak a photo in between. This door has little windows frames. Those are little frames. I could put 2, 3 people. I could do whatever. If you start to do a 5-minute review every day, you say, I'm going to do 5 minutes of looking at locations gifts, not the obvious ones, like the weird ones, your photography will just surpass anybody else that doesn't do that. Every photographer out there will continue to do the kiss, hug, kiss in front of the fountain. And that's what they base their business out of. You see what I mean? Take a look at this. This is the black and white version of that. I don't even know what's coming up because I don't have my computer. So take a look at this craziness. You see it? Why is this background working, Fran?
Because it's all the same pattern, the same color family.
The same color family, same background. There's something else about this background that's working. Can you guess it?
It's out of focus.
That too, but look at the luminance level of the background.
It's a lot brighter.
The background is brighter than your subjects, but the whole thing is exactly lit the same way. See, this background is evenly bright. This is like that lady asked online on the chat room, what happens if you're backlighting, This is backlighting. I put the flash behind them, remember that?
Yeah.
To make that background light up so it would be evenly lit all the way across. Okay? That light was enough to wrap around them, and that's the spill of the light. Now take a look at the expressions. Is the pose believable?
Yes.
Look at hers. She just looks like she's totally in the moment, even though she was actually totally embarrassed. But like I said yesterday, it's okay to be silly for 2 seconds to create a picture that lasts a lifetime. Okay? I don't even remember what I said, but look at the body language here. Look at the noses. They're not facing each other. I think you guys and everybody watching online is going to start to pick up on those tiny little bitty little pieces that make a photo just shine.
And they have contact.
They have contact in multiple places. And remember, we talked about multiple contacts. Now, contact in multiple places is when they're together, obviously. Like if you have a pose where they're not together, you're not going to have contact in multiple places, right? Look at the way her finger is. She's caressing the face, but it's her armpit showing. I could have do this, and then her armpit would have gone up, or at least a little bit, and this would have been bad because the invisible plane would have hit that elbow first, and that would have been about 12 inches from the eyes. Does that make sense? When you shoot that invisible plane here, and you shoot this way, boom, 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 boom. What hits first? Right in their face, okay? So it draws you in. This place looks like you're in some jungle of trees, isn't it? It was a tiny little square with nothing. Remember? It was just a tiny little portion of patterns and repetitions. Yeah. Patterns and repetitions. So when we went outside, I said, there's a frame behind me, the door. That little bit of trees is patterns and repetitions. I can use it. I can backlight it because I'm going to add a little something of my lighting to the photo. You don't have to accept the light for what it is. You can always try to do something to enhance it. Okay? I put my flash here, and it gave me a really good look. Had I not done that, that photo wouldn't have looked nearly the same, even though you use patterns and repetitions. Okay?
Right.
Okay, this photo is pretty neat because it's a totally different feel, and we used a little bitty tiny spot of branches that was open in this tree to create. See, this tree and those trees look like they're at the same plane now. Yeah. Remember that? Although this tree was about 15 feet in front of the other trees. Yeah. And I posed the bride facing the sun, so she would have clean lit, she would be the brightest person in the photograph. So let me ask you again, are they the biggest?
Yeah.
No.
No. But are they what's in focus?
Yeah. Yes.
And are they the brightest?
Yes.
2 out of 3 is a winner. See what I mean? Because remember what I said, if you include a little subjects in a big scene, you're incorporating the scene into your subjects, right? So they don't have to be the biggest then, but you really should probably have the other two. Okay? You notice every photo I'm showing you, there is no doubt in your mind who's the star of the show. It's them. Okay? And it's them in different flavors. Like one is close-up, one is contrasted with a black and white, one is through the framing of the door, the other one is through the background that with the trees in the back, with the leaves in the back, with patterns and repetitions.
I have a quick question on that picture. I don't remember how close you are to the little tree. Were
Far.
you really far? Okay.
With a 7200, when you zoom in, you contract the scene, right? So it didn't matter where I was. All I wanted was to be at 200 millimeters. The reason why is because at 200, I would crop out any part of the building that may show up. And remember what I said. I liked the tree and the trees in the background, but there was a building in the back of the other trees.
Right.
You don't include it because that's not part of the gift. The gift was the trees and the color elements were all part of the same family, so stick to that in your background. Don't add any more. Okay? This is when I was telling him to look at the yellow car and she needs to, whatever, she starts to react to that. Remember that? Now, remember I said, don't make your joke with your camera on your hip. Make your joke ready to go. You put your camera here and then make the joke. Because when they react, you want to snap. Okay, so this is an example of foreground background, playing with foreground background. And it's a totally different feel. So not all your photos are people just cuddling together every single time. You don't want to show your bride and groom or show your whatever, 50 photos of them and they're all cuddling together in the same pose, right? Put that girl in front, put him in like this. The sun is right behind them because I used the apex of the shadow. That was when I was using the apex, remember that? And look, he looks clean because I had him turn this way, laughing hysterically because I told him he really likes that yellow car. It was just him and the yellow car. Ridiculous, you laugh. And she's responding to his laughter, which is like expected. Okay? Look how beautiful the sun hits her in the back and it just rim lights her. I can assure you, no one's going to get angry with you for giving this to your clients. No one is. No one's going to say, no, I'm not going to pay you for your photography. You know what I mean? If you show these photos to your clients, they'll be like, I need her. Because she can make it happen no matter where, no matter what. Okay? There's a crazy grass shot. Remember, Fran?
The reflector, right? It's the gold reflector on.
Look at the quality of the light in this picture. Look, an architect's job is to build a building that won't collapse on people and kill them all. Right? Yes. A photographer's job is to create the best quality of light on your subjects every single time. An architect's job is to be a master of structure. Your job is to be a master of quality of light. I don't know if you've noticed in almost every photo, I'm always adding a little something from me. It's always a reflector, a diffuser, an ice light, a flash. I'm always doing something to give it a little twist of light, okay? This photo had a lot to do, has a lot of good things going for it. So Nikki, according to the 777, what do you see here?
They're the brightest.
Good job, so subject emphasis, they're the brightest, okay?
And their noses are not, there's an X, creating an X.
X factor of the noses.
Their eyes are posed.
Actually, that's an important thing. Remember that I told her to look at a certain spot? I said to look at a certain bush, and then I said you need to look at the lower bush. The lower bush is funnier.
Right.
Why did I say the bottom of the bush was funnier than the top of the bush? I can't say that without sounding retarded. Why did I say that?
Because it changed how much lid you see, how much eyelid you see.
Okay, I'm going to spend a few minutes on this point because it's crucial for everyone watching online and it's crucial for you. This is one of those little details that makes a difference between great photos and just mediocre, okay? I'm going to just spend some time even though I shouldn't. She's sitting down, right? Okay. So she's sitting like this, right? She's in this moment with the groom. So obviously it's a moment of, what's the word?
Tenderness.
Tenderness. Yeah. Does tenderness look like this? No. Does it look like that? Like here's tenderness, ready?
No.
Right? But does tenderness mean you close your eyelid a little bit?
Yeah, just a wee bit.
Just like this, like you have this like, right?
That was very tender.
She's sitting on him, or in between his legs. She's nicely going to the side. Her spinal cord is now straight because we had her sit further back. At first, she was kind of like this, not comfortable. The spinal cord was bent, but then we had her move back. We straightened the spinal cord. We had her turn her chin towards the higher side of the shoulder to make her look more feminine. And then I closed her eyelids, David. I knew when I had the camera in my head that if I don't do that, she may go like, or she may go like. Especially when you work with models, they always look down. It's always chin down, eyes up because they have that look. And no way, I know this. So when I saw her, I was just like, look down at the lower bush. That's when I was talking about controlling the ratio of the eyelid, controlling the ratio of the eyeball and the iris. Okay? Sounds really silly. It creates gold photos. Okay? So my suggestion to you is watch a movie, a romantic movie like The Piano or something French or something, and when they have a moment of tenderness that hits your heart, pause and study the eyeballs. Okay. Study the eyelids, study the eyeballs, study the body movement, especially the eyes, and see what kind of eyes creates what. Make a little chart. Tender moment, eyes should be here. Sexy, eyes should be here, eyelids should be there. Memorize 5 or 6 of those, and you're going to start just making things happen. This is the difference between knowing you're going to get a photo and hoping you're going to get a photo. Yeah. Okay? Awesome. Here's the black and white version of that. I want you to also notice the catch lights in her eyes. That's what sells the photo, right? Usually the eyes. So I always have either the eyes light, a reflector, something is giving you that eyes light. I don't let the eyes go raccoon on me. No raccoon eyes in my work. I mean, it's just not gonna happen. This is the photo when that diffuser was going crazy, remember? And look, you can see the diffuser going crazy because there's a sunspot on the shoulder. And if the diffuser wouldn't have gone crazy, that sunspot would have been neutralized. Okay? Do you see how many different feels and sitting and standing and framing and grass shot and crazy library shot and sitting on the floor? I mean, we did that with very limited stuff. Yeah. Today, it's your turn to do very limited stuff. All right? David, could you please tell me on this photo what's working for it? If you were analyzing this photo at your house so you could improve your own work, what do you notice that's working here?
The hands are well posed, that's for sure.
Why?
They're soft.
Are they one higher than the other?
One's higher than the other.
Good. Are they mirroring each other?
They're not mirroring each other.
Good.
The eyes are looking down. They're not staring into each other's space.
Why not? Why is that a good thing?
Because it's unnatural for people at such close proximity to stare, invade each other's space. The background is the same family of colors and it's uniformly lit. So it doesn't distract from the image. The main subjects, there's no doubt about who the main subjects are.
Are they the biggest?
They're the biggest, they're the best.
They're also pretty much the brightest.
Yeah, the brightest and the best lit.
And are they the ones in focus?
And they're definitely in focus.
Juliana, talk to me about the angle of her face and why did I turn her face. Remember, I kept telling her to turn her face. I think Nikki was both. I think you were the one that was into it. Remember I said to keep turning her face slightly to the right. Remember I kept doing that? Why?
The cross factor, the nose.
Correct. And also because what I just said, it shows a lot of one side, but a little bit of the other side is more glamorous.
Right.
Okay, take a look at this. This shows all of this side, and it shows a piece of that side. That's all you need. It's okay for the guy to be this way, and if the guy has a double chin, you keep doing that. No, you do. You keep doing it. You just caress the double chin, and you block it all together, okay? But, or you tell him to look cool, and you raise his collar, and you get rid of it or something. But usually this works. But it's okay for the guy to be this way more than the girl. A girl completely on the side has to have the right bone structure. It doesn't work very well for most people, okay? Turning her chin this way adds, you can see both of her eyes. It looks a lot more glamorous. She looks more beautiful. I pose the eyes. Remember I said to look at his shoulder? So this is what I mean. Pose the eyes, lock them in. No matter what happens, the eyes stay connected in the shoulder. He's going to be looking at her lips. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And then you can make him laugh, cry, scream. You can do whatever you want. And the eyes are locked in. You don't have to worry about that variable. That variable is taken care of. Does that make sense? Nikki, could you come up here for a second? Julian, no, let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Mallory, no, Pepe, stand right over here. Pepe, I want you to lock her eyes and then make her react. Okay, just practice it.
Look at her eyes?
Lock her eyes.
Oh,
Tell him
lock
to
her
look
eyes.
somewhere.
Okay.
And then make her react. Okay, don't worry about it. Just anything would work.
Okay. So, can you go ahead and look at your phone?
Okay.
Okay. And I think you're getting a call from your kids. They're missing you.
I don't have any kids.
Good. That's good. No, that's fine. She's locked in. Did you make her smile?
Yeah.
You got the job done.
Oh, okay.
That's all you needed to do.
Good work, Pepe.
You have to get the job done. That's all you care. All I care is that you just made her react. Her eyes were locked in. One thing you should tell her is, can you look at your phone right there, please? That yellow phone? That's not your phone, right?
No, but it's pink.
Just pretend it's yours.
Okay.
No matter what I do, no matter what I say, no matter what happens, don't stop looking at that phone. And then you make her react. Because if she does laugh, she'll be locked in. And the fact that she cannot move her eyes from that phone makes it even funnier. Because she's like trying to react,
Right.
but she can't because she's looking at the phone.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand the difference between that? Lock the eyes, and tell them to keep them there. That's why I say lock them. Don't just guide their eyes, lock it. Look at that bush, stare at the bush. No matter what happens, you just keep looking at that bush. Okay? Don't you ever, not for a split second, get your eyes away from that bush. Okay? Oh, that was my high school teacher came out of me. Shake it off, shake it off. High school students were the worst. Oh, God. Nightmares. Do you guys remember the body ratios that I talked about in 777, Lucky 7?
Yeah.
The body ratios here are pretty complementary, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Have you noticed the body ratios worked in every single photo of the two together? Yeah. Okay? This is why what I'm teaching you today is not a set of poses, is ingredients to create unlimited poses. No matter where you're at, sitting, standing, single person, double people, doesn't matter who you're doing, what you're doing, you implement those 777 stuff into that pose, and you will come up with a really great pose. And don't forget, add your something of lighting into that pose. Add it. Clean the background. If it's brighter and it's equally bright, fine. If it's spotty, neutralize it. Okay? Any questions so far on those? Those are very important things. Because when you go home, I don't want to see photos. You guys don't want to keep taking photos with the bright blends in with the background, or the fashion model blends in. Mm-hmm. And there's like, she competes with cars and the stores, and I don't know who's who. Like, are you taking a picture of the building, or are you taking a picture of this person? I need to know as soon as I see the photo. Yeah. it leaves you no doubt here that they are the star of the show. Okay? So
we do have some questions if you want to.
yeah, please, let's take it.
Okay, awesome. So, a question from Fashion TV in Singapore, who says most of the images were compressed with minimal. Oh, thank you. A question from Fashion TV in Singapore. Most of the images were compressed with minimal distractions. In what situations would you encourage us to go wide without the risk of introducing too many elements into our images?
Okay, the reason why the photos were compressed, they were compressed because I was teaching them to, remember we were talking about just putting the patterns and repetitions, that's what we saw, so you keep it at that. There's a photo in, I don't know my computer. This is why I need a computer. There's a photo, let me see if I have it. Oh, I don't. There's a photo that I took of them sitting down. This pose right here. I took a photo with that zoomed out to show the whole thing, which is what a lot of people default to. They're just going to show the whole scene, head to toe. It's all, there's no removing of context, right? And the photo just looks terrible. It just doesn't show, it doesn't bring your heart into the photo. See what I mean? So the answer to that question is, you have to remove the context in order to keep the gifts of the location in the frame, and that's it. That's it. Does that help? Yeah.
Can we do a recap answer? This is from yesterday. This is from Carlo Ibarra, who said, if a subject is the biggest element in the picture, is it all right if it's not the brightest? Is there some sort of order of priority among the biggest, brightest, and sharpest quality?
Oh, that's a good question. I likey. Mm-hmm. We kind of discussed that a little bit, that they don't have to be the biggest, so I would say that's the third important in the order. I would say the most important is that they are, well, one, the brightest and the in focus are kind of like at the same level. Yeah, like if you have, your subjects are dark and that's your photo, you failed. And if your subjects are out of focus, you really failed. Like that's just not going to work. But more importantly, for everyone watching online, before they click that shutter button, they're going to ask themselves, are my subjects the biggest, the brightest, and are they the ones in focus? And if the answer is yes, they'll push the button all the way. Right? Mm-hmm. Yay, Singapore. Wait, that wasn't Singapore, that was the other one. Okay. Go ahead, is there another one?
Sure. Do you have any questions in here? Let's see.
Yes, I am married.
I have a question from Sharp Fluff, who says, when you first started out, did you always have assistants holding diffusers and stuff, or did you do all of this on your own? And if so, how do you do that if you're a one-person show?
Okay, I think if you're going to be, I don't know what kind of photographer this person is, but if you're going to be photographing a wedding, which is what I do mostly, I wouldn't dare come in by myself because it's not very cool. First of all, what happens if you sprain your ankle at the beginning of the wedding? Then you're done. Some of my assistants have actually tripped and hurt themselves and they can't go, you know. What happens if that happens to you? So no, I think you can pay someone a couple of $100, they can come to you. If you don't have the money, they can apprentice, they can learn, they can do whatever. And there's always going to be someone because you need help holding the diffuser. If I don't have someone because my second shooter went off to shoot something else, I use one of the bridesmaids or the groomsmen to help me with it. One thing I don't do though is I don't accept the light for what it is usually. I usually accept it, enjoy it, get the best out of it, and then I find a way to enhance it. That's it. So, yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
We have about 20 minutes left until break, so if you want to
Okay,
keep
but I don't
going.
have my computer, so
Oh, okay.
I need my computer.
Okay.
Let me, because I was going to go ahead and start with location stuff.
Okay.
But
So,
I need
Aaron.
it. Actually, can they put my RV portfolio on?
Okay.
RV portfolio. Scroll right here, RV portfolio samples.
You have a mouse, you can use your mouse.
Oh, I can. Oh, look at that. I can control. It's like Mystery computer.
Roberto, we can always do more Q&A if you'd like to do that.
No, I want to go over this
Okay,
before
cool.
we get into the charts because I want them to start. Do we have bridge? Okay, I don't know. Let me see this.
Yeah, we have bridge. It should be open down bottom.
Can I do it this way? That's full screen. That's as full screen as I can go.
Do you want to use bridge?
No, this is fine. I mean, let me see if I can use.
Yeah, if you can open up your bridge, that'd be ideal.
Anything for you, Erin. You know this. And how do you scroll?
Yeah, just give it a second. The drive part went to sleep, so it's taking a moment. So.
Oh, okay.
Hold please, folks. We are live. This is how we roll at Creative Live.
So we roll.
That's how we roll. Technical things happen all the time. Just be patient with us.
David, thank you so much. In this photo, what was the gift that I saw that I took advantage of?
Reflection.
The reflection?
Good. Mallory, what else?
The architecture.
Which is in geometric forms?
The framing, yeah.
Of rectangles.
Yep, geometry.
Is there, you see how that's the gifts are showing up like they're screaming at you? They're just right there. You see that?
Pattern.
Right? Okay, this is kind of thing, like you want those gifts to show and sing, and this is multiple location stuff. This is, you have the framing, you have the repetition of the squares, and you have reflection. Are his hands occupied doing something?
Yes.
Or are they just hanging like a monkey? Right? Not at all. Pepe, do you have the chart, location chart with you? Which is the gift that I took advantage of in this photograph?
The location is there's
The background.
the background is evenly lit.
No, it's paintings, right? You see, there's one of the elements, paintings and artwork.
Yeah.
You see, guys? Yeah. So when I walked into the hotel room, I saw this paintings and artwork, and that was what I used as the gift. Did I show the rest of the bed or the wall or the bathroom? No, just stick to the gift, okay? Do you see how I had her eyes locked in and then I made her react? Yeah. You can totally see this. First of all, I told her to look up into the corner of that window, and she was like, what? I was like, look at the corner of the window. She was just like, and then you embarrass her or do something, and then she's like, right? But her eyes are already locked in. What you don't want is to go back home and you do a job and you're like, she's not reacting the way I want. I wanted a lively, cool pose. How come I'm not getting it? You're not locking the eyes. Okay, let's see. Okay, what do you see here in terms of the location chart? Symmetry. So I saw the symmetry. Now, let me explain something. When you have something very symmetrical in a scene, don't put your subjects in the middle. It's like the cliche thing to do.
You're gonna break the symmetry.
You got to break the symmetry. So you include the symmetry perfectly on your frame, right? But then you put your subjects a little off center, so you're not doing the obvious, like, oh look, symmetry. Ooh, let's go to the middle. See what I mean? So you put her down. You notice her elbows bent?
Yes.
It's because I don't want her hanging like a monkey when she goes down the stairs, so I told her to please lift up her dress and look to the left. I also had a flash right there illuminating her. Even though there was a window, this goes to what I just said. That's fine, but you can always improve the light by putting a flash, video light, reflector, anything you want. Okay, let's take a look at, here's a, this is a little on the creepy side. This is a photo I took to show contrasts. Now, where are the contrasts, Fran?
Well, she's really bright. I mean, the colors, even just the colors.
The colors, the painting is black
Yeah.
and white.
Yeah.
And she's in
And
color.
she's colored,
I did
yeah, so that's
not,
what I meant.
by the way, hello online. I did not make him black and white, and she's not in color. That was a black and white photo of Picasso. This is
Yeah,
Picasso.
it is.
There's more contrast in that. He's sad, she's happy. He's on the top right, she's on the bottom left. She's small, he's big. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He's in black and white, she's in color, right? You have all of this, he's multiple contrasts going on. This is good for the people watching online as well to remember that contrast doesn't have to mean light and dark.
That's
It can
awesome.
mean smiley, not smiley. It can mean big and small. It can mean bottom left, top right. See what I mean? It's all of these different things.
Yeah, that's true.
This is kind of interesting. Okay, this is very important for me to discuss, especially from previous experiences that I've had when people say, by the time I do all the stuff, it's so complicated, I lose the moments. And it's true, if you don't practice, it will take you a lot longer to see these things. Here's an example of something that I truly believe. Do not let being a perfectionist take over.
Bless you.
Bless you. Take over a really great moment. If I see something that's very good photojournalistically speaking, I forget all my rules and I just take the picture. I don't care about the crazy overblown background. I don't care about any of that. Okay? When his daughter walked by and saw his dad getting ready and tried to see what he was doing because she couldn't really see, and then he was like, oh, there's my daughter. And, you know, that's a great moment. That picture will make them cry. So, yes, I would say a great photojournalistic photo trumps being a perfectionist and cleaning up the background. The stuff that I'm talking to you about today is about when you have control. Okay? Yay, control. Okay, let's talk about spinal cords in this photograph. Do you think that happened by accident? No. The mom is putting on the shoe. She was like, you know. And when the bride is getting her shoe put on, she's like, but mom. Okay, you need to be in control of your own domain. And I was like, oh, stop, cut. That's not working. That's just not working. So, mom, you do this. You keep your spine straight. You put the shoe without bending your spine. Daughter, you need to lift your elbow because you need to have that waist gap that I talked about in 777. And you keep your spinal cord straight. When you do dip your head down, you don't dip it by slouching your back. You dip it by tilting your head down. Okay? So that's what's going on here. Her spine is completely straight, even all the way up to here, and now this part is the only part that's going down. She's not slouching her upper back. Does that make sense? Yeah. This is moving, this looks beautiful. Then her mom is straight, and the photo just looks like, see, it's a blown out background. But why is that okay?
It's even.
Because it's even. Okay? This is a really interesting photo. The bride came up to me with pictures of where she was going to get ready, and she's like, Roberto, like, I'm so sorry, like, I want to get ready at my grandma's house. She doesn't live in the greatest place. She lives in the ghetto. I was like, okay. She's like, this is like the photos, and she showed me a photo of like that staircase, and I stopped during that photo, and I said, that is the most beautiful staircase I've ever seen. And then she's like, oh, you're just totally being polite because I'm your client, and you're a photographer, and you're trying to get paid. I'm just kidding. I said, you're just totally trying to. And when I saw that, I was just like, oh my gosh, that's like contrast birthday heaven. You know what I mean? So symmetry. You see the symmetry of the staircase? I also saw patterns and repetitions with the lines. I also saw balance. I mean, this little staircase had like 8 parts of my location chart. So when I saw that, I was just like, this is like happy birthday to me for a staircase, you know? And then I told her to walk down, and I zoomed out my lens as I was taking the photo with a long exposure. These are things you practice during the week. And it looks like it's blowing out because I took a picture with a slow shutter, and I zoomed out the lens as I was taking it. You know how that creates an explosive effect? The practice part was, you have to know that would work here, and second, you have to know how to hold the lens so when you spin it, you don't actually move the lens. It has to be like spun right on that axis, okay? All of these examples and the stuff we did photographed yesterday goes to show you I would say the power of this lucky seven stuff, the power of looking at the non-obvious location gifts, and the power of being confident, lock in the eyes, and most importantly, create good subject emphasis every time, okay? I really feel strongly with you and with everyone watching that if they start to narrow down their photography to not let the obvious locations guide them, like the pretty fountain or the pretty lake, your work will exponentially improve, really, really get better, to the point where you are considered a professional, an artist, not just a guy taking a picture of a pretty fountain with a person in front of it. See what I mean? So let's go on a break, and thank you for that first section. So.
Can we ask you a few questions before we take a break?
Please.
All right, let's do that. Let's see here. Well, people are asking for a recap on the 777 rules.
Oh.
Do you want to do that, or should we just make them rewatch it?
Kind of what we've been doing this morning.
The download.
There we go. That's a good answer. Okay, let's move on to the next question. There was a question from David Loha who said, can you do symmetrical pose with two different light sources, i.e. a light in the room on one side and an ice light on the other, like two different temperatures? And how often do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we did, right?
I think you had 2 ice lights, didn't you?
No? Oh, I did symmetrical pose. Yeah, of course. What I mean is that the picture of that girl, when she was sitting on the floor, that was tungsten combined with daylight balanced. So it creates a dual contrast, dual light balance. By the way, playing with dual white balances is another cool little thing you can practice at home. Like, put your sister, daughter, son, anyone, or a banana, like what I do, like fruits, if you don't have people, and try tungsten light with natural light, with daylight balance, take a photo, see what it looks like, try different things, and build it into your repertoire of tools. So if you do see an opportunity, you're like, that's an opportunity because I've done it before. See what I mean? So, yeah.
Cool. Okay, a question from Rocky Brook, which is just kind of a quick question. Did you say that the woman should have her chin above the shoulder at all times? This was when we were looking at photos earlier.
The chin.
Should a female subject have her chin above the shoulder at all times?
No. That was because I was trying to get that sunlight bath in her face, remember? So when she hugged, I said, go up so the sun, which is higher than her obviously, can hit her in the face and give her a clean light, because she needs to be the brightest subject, correct? Remember I said I was going to feature her and he was just an accessory? So that means I have to make the light on her the best. Here's an example of why that's not. Here's an example of the chin down. Same thing, chin down. Okay, so this time the light was in the sand because the sun is hitting the sand. The sand is a natural reflector. The natural reflector bounces the light right back up. So I don't want to lose that. So where's the reflector coming from? It's coming from the ground, from the sand up. So I told the bride to get hit by that reflecting light. One thing about the beach gifts is the gift of the most amazing bounced light from the sand. So every time I don't use the beach for the water per se, I use it for the quality of light that it can give you. See, that's another non-obvious thing of the beach, right? People say like, oh, there's the beach, water, which is fine. But if the sun is hitting the sand and you see that reflective light, take advantage of it. Pose in a way that features one. Right now I feature the bride again. So.
Question from Robert Lugtu from San Francisco. How much time do you take to scout locations prior to shooting? I know evaluating all of the elements has become more routine and you're always looking for these elements, but how much time is dedicated to the scout before a wedding?
That's a good question because a lot of people ask me that question, and I think that's a good one, so everyone can hear it. Rule of thumb is, who cares? You're supposed to look at the light at a particular time. But in my opinion, because we have tools to enhance the light, like video lights, like reflectors, and like flashes, I don't believe that that's the only way you should go. I believe that it's okay to see something that's not lit well because you know you can light it well. You can create the light. So I do walk around maybe for about 15 minutes before a job, maybe 30 minutes at the most. And I do walk around the rooms, I do walk around the lobby of the hotel, and I just say, that would be a cool photo because of this element, but I have to add light. See, kind of like that. This photo here, let's see if I have it. I don't have it in this one. That's too bad. That would have been a good example. But I have photos where, well, this one actually is a good one. The one that was in the cover of Rangefinder, remember that? This was not lit very well anymore. It was kind of like the sun started to fade away. So I said, instinctively you say, the light's no good, it's not gonna work. But I say, you can improve the light, you can make it happen, you can create it. So I did use a wireless flash to illuminate, and I used a high ISO, so that light would really influence that painting. See what I mean? So I had an off-camera flash here, and I shot it from a 45-degree angle. I locked her eyes, I locked his eyes before I made him react, and then the painting was the balance point of them. So this is an example of where the light wasn't great, but I made it work. Okay, so yeah.
Awesome. Well, it is 10:30, so it is time to take our 15-minute break.
Okay.
Roberto, what are we going to do when we get back from break?
Crazy awesomeness, yeah, posing stuff. We're gonna bring the models, and we're gonna go through the posing chart, and we're gonna explain. This is where it gets very content heavy because it's gonna be an overload of information, but that's why you can get the download and watch it over and over. The models will come, and we're really gonna go through how you can make every little pose into 50 or 100 different poses by using the 777 rules into each one of those. Okay, so that's coming up.
Awesome, awesome. So it's been another awesome morning. The 777s are really starting to sink in for people online, so they're enjoying that. Wanted to read out a couple things people are saying. First, Debbie Henry, who said, loving the class this week, and I was dreaming about posing people last night. So it's truly, Roberto is infusing into our brains. And TW Photos says, I love the way he refers to gifts given to us by a location instead of making do with what we find at a location. Just that little shift in attitude makes all the difference in being able to see more creatively.
I love that.
Words of wisdom from a very talented man.
Oh, I don't believe in talent, but thank you.
All right. From a very hardworking man.
That's very nice of that person. I think that person is really getting the gist of it, right? I mean, when you walk into a location, you say, where are the obvious stuff? And now, switch gears. I'm an artist. I can do better. I can harness the best parts of this location that normal people would not even dream of seeing. You know, that's what we do, right? So I like that.
I absolutely love that quote. I love that quote. That to me just kind of sums up you.
Sure.
Because I mean, just to have the cup is half full instead of half empty when you walk into a room, that kind of shift can change your whole photography completely.
Absolutely.
And that's what you're teaching us here, and I so appreciate that.
Thank you, Susan.
Folks, also, you heard it here first. He said you're going to have content overload coming up, so get ready. I think this course is has amazing content, amazing quality. It's only $99. If this is something that you guys are going to rewatch, I highly recommend that you scroll down the course page and purchase the course now while we're at break. And we will see you guys back here in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, from break. I hope you had a nice little rest. We're going to get started rolling back with Roberto here. You ready to go, Roberto? We're going to give away we're going to give away a couple prizes before we get started. First prize is a Triple Scoop Music Song gift certificate and a White House custom color set of boutique cards. I love both those companies. The value of that prize is $120. And the name of the winner is Jim Bob Pipes. Jim Bob's Twitter handle is @_why_not. It's a pretty cool Twitter handle. And the quote from Jim Bob was, "Look for the shots that are not the obvious ones. That's how you will get hired."
Good one.
So good quote. Thanks for playing, Jim. And thanks to Triple Scoop and to White House Custom Color.
Cool. The second prize this morning is the Gary Fong Light Sphere Basic Kit, as well as a Triple Scoop song. Triple Scoop is just blowing it up. Thank you, Triple Scoop. I think almost everybody is getting a prize there. Let's see. So this is a $175 prize, and the winner is Eric Estrada. We had a little bit of fun with that name. Awesome. For those of you Chips fans, the Twitter handle is EE2178, and I bet you, Eric Estrada, get that all the time. So the quote is, "Visualize the photo before you take the photo."
That's good.
Full of good quotes. Keep tweeting, people. We are giving away a ton more prizes today. All right, back over to you.
Visualize the photo before you take the photo. So we're going to do a lot right now. Because when you pose someone without visualizing, you're hoping and guessing. We're going to visualize. I don't even care if it takes you 5 seconds. I repeat, 5 seconds, not 20 minutes, to visualize the photo. Think of something fast in your brain, visualize the face expressions and where they're going to be, and execute that vision in your head. Then we're going to change the pose to a different type of pose, visualize, and especially visualize the crop. People forget the feet may be kind of random, the legs may be kind of random, the arms, but if you're cropping just on the head, visualize the crop as well. That's the more difficult part, I think. I think people can visualize the pose, but their brains don't let them visualize the crop because your brain cannot see through a 70 to 200 millimeter lens. So you have to kind of imagine it, okay? If you can do both, imagine the pose and imagine the crop, you're gonna have a lot easier time posing people from now on, okay? You had a question.
I did. So you know you keep talking about the 777.
Yes.
So I noticed that in the chart that you gave us, and I think that's available for everyone else. We were doing the math with a few of us here, and none of it adds up to like 777. So I'm wondering, obviously it's something else. So I was interested to know if you could explain that for us, please.
Okay. I had her ask that because she asked me that on break. And it was important to review. The 777 posing techniques are not part of the location posing execution chart. The posing chart is what you're going to implement the 777 on. Okay, so for example, if you have a photo like the couple is hugging, like this square here hugging, you're going to implement those 777 little rules. They're not rules, they're guidelines, they're suggestions, whatever you want to call them. And if you apply them to that hugging pose, it's probably going to be a really cool looking hug. Like you're not going to hug like this because that's mirroring your arms. You're going to hug like this. You're going to lift the chin to make them the breath. This is all parts of that 777. Those 3 little charts that I showed before are crucial for today's class. Okay? So you apply those 21 items into each of these poses. That's why the combinations are so large. That's why it's thousands of combinations and permutations. Okay? So I hope that's really clear for people. Okay. We're starting the segment on probably one of the things that most people struggle with, which is the posing segment. For some reason, posing is very difficult for people because it's so many variables you have to think about, and it is very difficult. It's kind of like when you play, well, this is an analogy for me because I'm a musician, right? But it's like when you play a guitar concerto. A concerto is when you, like the photo that I showed where I was playing in front of a whole orchestra. Not only do you have to remember your parts when your hands are sweating, but you have to think ahead because your fingers have to move so fast that you have to think ahead before you actually go to that location in the guitar, right? And on top of that, part of your brain has to be listening to the orchestra to see where they're at. And you have to kind of put them all together. When you're posing people, you have mechanics, you have lighting artistry, and then you have to inject emotion. 3 variables for every single pose. The mechanics of the pose is all the hands and mirroring and all these things. The artistry of the pose is how you light it and how you crop it. That's the artistry part of it. And the third is how you inject the emotion that you want. Whether you want a serious emotion, a passive emotion, romantic, angry, sexy, you choose. But you have to have an idea before you start passing out instructions to your couples. People do some things like this. They go, I'm thinking maybe try to give her a hug. Yeah, smile. Like it's just not specific. You're gonna have a very hard time getting people to be like, you are like on fire if you act like that, you know? But if you say, yeah, I'm totally, put your foot over here, put your elbow over there, put your waist over here, put your nose over here, I'm gonna light it up with a reflector, I'm gonna put a flash here, you're gonna lock your eyes here, you're gonna look, you're gonna laugh, boom, and you take the photo and your shoulder is like sick, you know what I mean? People will be like, Nikki, you are awesome, you know what I mean? And it creates really cool stuff. Let me see.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
So at the wedding after the ceremony at the party, do you ever pose people, or you just take candid shots?
When?
At the party? The reception, sorry.
No, I don't really post reception stuff. That's
Okay.
very photojournalistic for me.
Okay.
I'm going to show you some posing of bridal party stuff so you can see how you do multiple people, and not just couples at the same time. Before that, though, let me just show you one thing that we couldn't do yesterday because there wasn't anything to play a shadow on, do that shadow game. But take a look at, let's say, this is my wedding I shot 3 days ago. I flew here right after this wedding. This was a 3-day Indian wedding I shot for 32 hours straight. And this was one of the walls. The wall is clean, seamless wall. But there was a little wooden roof deck. We had some studs, and the light came through. And we put a little bit of a reflector on the left side to kind of enhance the light a little bit. And you create this, and nothing else shows except the shadow pattern that I saw on the wall. Does that make sense? Now, I had them sit down and all of that. It's part of my visualization. It wasn't guessing. I didn't tell him to stand. I took a picture. Then, sit down. Lay down. Like, he cannot even move in that outfit. He's like, choose and I'll do it. You know, and these guys are like super not patient people. They're not the type that are patient with you. You know, I mean, they pay me a lot and they expect a certain level. So trust me. I told them, sit down, open up your arms, lean forward, just look at this. You can see his eyes are locked in. I took the picture. It literally was like 1 or 2. Done. Move on. That's the power of visualization. Okay. Look at the light in all these photos. Doesn't matter what it is. Like, you see the elbows? You see? This is all 777 in action for a single person. Okay? Is she the biggest? Is she the brightest? Is she in focus? There's a lot of cool stuff. Like, take a look at like this one when I did the curtain over her head. You see what I mean? So you shoot it through the curtain and stuff like that. Or, I mean, look at the family photos. 777, baby. 777 in action. This is injecting emotion, right? So I did all 3. The mechanics were there. Their bodies were posed correctly. Then the artistry was how I was going to crop the photo. And then I injected the energy and everyone is in. Did this happen by accident? No. Each person was told where to look. That's the control freak part of me, because it yields results, okay? These guys were supposed to look at each other. He was supposed to look at her. She was supposed to look at him. It was that simple, okay? You look at her, you look at him, you look at your daughter. I placed the arm there, okay? That's it. 90-degree angle in her arm. Totally okay. Because there's so much going on, you don't even see the 90-degree angle in her arm. Okay? Or let's take a look at this one. You know, we were talking about contrasts, right? David? Look, that's what we did.
Yes.
Contrast. See how you can apply this really clean. This doesn't apply just to weddings, you know, you can apply this to any fashion shoot, anybody you're photographing. Okay, take a look at these photos, for example. It just has this, just jumps at you, doesn't it? And by the way, to make a quick story behind this, the coordinator told me no more photos because we're behind on the schedule or whatever. So she's like, you guys, you're done with photos. These kinds of wedding coordinators, they don't really mess around. Like when they say no more photos, like you just have to chill. But then I went to the groom and I went, bummer, because I saw a little patch of little grassy doodles right there, and that would have been killer. And he was like, let's run away from the coordinator. And we ran away from the coordinator for literally like 30 seconds. Like we literally walked. The coordinator was starting to walk around, and we walked faster, and the bride is like, where are we going? And even the groom is like, be quiet, just walk. And we walked. I saw the grass, I visualized it, I posted them, I took the picture, I had a reflector, and we walked back 30 seconds. Okay? Look, the laughter was because I was making them laugh about the whole running away from the coordinator. You know? But look, yesterday look at the yellow car, remember? And I told Kisia to look at the bush, and the bottom of the bush was the funniest part of the bush. Look at Kisia right now. See, that still works. It's still fresh material. That day, I used what I had available to me, which brings you to the next line. Oh my gosh, this is really important. Don't use cliches to get an injection of emotion. Don't say things that will make your clients think that you use that on everybody. It's kind of insulting. Especially at weddings, they want to feel like they're special. They don't want to hear what you say to the last 50 brides you photographed. It makes them look like an assembly line, okay? If you're listening online, please try to use the day around you to come up with new material to make them laugh. Use the stuff that's around you for the day to create comedic relief. Comedic relief? Is that how you say it? Okay? This is a good example of that. The coordinator was like, and we ran away from her. We took her pictures, we laughed. I was laughing when I was taking the photo, you know. I wrote that look, this is a vertical. This is a different type of photo altogether. This is an example of him behind her. This is him behind her. This is part of the location, part of the posing chart. Do you like it? Isn't that really, and it's just done so fast. That's the beauty of this. The beauty of this is like, when you get these pictures, you shouldn't even be surprised because you're supposed to be a master. It's like that football player that got in trouble when he scored a touchdown, and then he started like throwing the ball, and then he started like cheering and dancing for like 20 minutes. And the coach said, come over here for a second, and he kicked him out of the game. And then he's like, why did you kick me out? I just scored a touchdown. And he's like, because you're celebrating. Like, this is the first touchdown we've ever done. You don't do that. You take a picture, you're like, that's what I expect of myself. Move on. You know, it's what you should do. Anyway.
Roberto, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
You know how yesterday we were taking photos and we created a horizontal line, and then in those photos you created one. I was just interested to know what the difference is.
About what, I'm sorry?
The horizontal line. You know how yesterday when they were sitting on the grass and we created that line in the background and you said don't do that.
Yeah,
But
right.
then you have that in these photos. I was just interested to know why the rule would be different.
The line that was showing up on yours was breaking really strongly the pattern that we had going for ourselves.
Okay.
We had this clean grass going on, and then there was this like
Yeah.
going across.
Yeah, I saw it. That's when.
And that's the guy that was just like, whoa, it should be like a red flag.
It took
and then
away
all
from
you,
it?
yeah,
Okay.
he takes away from the. All you have to do is just tilt down and it gets rid of that line.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said don't practice on clients. You should know what you're going to do before you're going to shoot your clients.
Yeah.
And you practice on your non-working days. Now, what do you think about having a plan for the shots you're going to get, nailing them, and then having some time after that to experiment during a shoot?
Having a plan of the poses?
What?
Having a plan of the poses?
Yeah, so you know what shots you're going to get. Everything's planned, everything's worked out, but then in addition, you try to go for something extra.
I don't know if I would do that. I don't think you want to go there with specific, and I'm going to go back to my language analogy. You don't want to go there with words, pre-memorized words, which is like the pre-memorized poses. You want to use the grammar that I'm teaching you guys. So when you are in front of the bride and groom, you're like, I feel like this, I'm going to put 777 into it, it's going to come out great. Because it's more spontaneous and it doesn't look like you do this like an assembly line like everybody. You do this with everybody. Trust me, people can read into it. It's very obvious when someone is posing you, and when I'm modeling for people and photographers are posing me, I can feel that this is the 3 lines they use on everybody. I can feel it. You know, so, and I feel like I don't want to react to that. I'm like, first of all, they're posing me, so it's probably a little difficult for them. And I'm saying, you have to come up with something original because I'm not going to react to assembly line sentences, you know?
You do have a guideline, though. I mean, you do have, him behind her, kiss anticipation, so you do have an idea of the type of pose.
These poses that I have in my chart pretty much encompass every kind of pose you can possibly do with a couple. The only one that's not there is anything laying down. Because my brides I don't lay my brides down really.
No.
Too risky, the dress gets dirty, forget it. And I think it's just, I can do the lay down during the shoots when she's getting ready, but not during the actual,
I think that's what he was referring about when he mentioned, right?
Yeah, what I meant was you know what you're going to get.
Right.
You have a fixed plan.
Of certain
Okay,
positions
not
that you
a
want.
fixed,
but
not
I
certain
don't have a
poses.
plan.
But
I
you have
show up at
you
the
have a pre-
location and I'm like, what would work here? I'll do a sit-down pose. And then once my brain says that, then I visualize it, I crop it in my head, and then I'm like, I crop it I visualize the artistic aspect of it, like what lighting am I going to use, how is that going to look? Then I do the mechanics of it first, like put the body in the right place and the elbows and stuff. Then I inject the emotion.
Okay.
Okay? Remember that the artistic side of posing is the lighting and the cropping that you're going to do with it. And that's the most difficult part for people to visualize. They're like, how do I visualize that? Especially when you're on the spot, like you are going to be today. That's why I'm going to ask you to just relax. Everyone in the audience, when they're thinking about visualizing the pose, you try visualizing, you'll see how you blank out too. Visualize the pose if you're watching at home, let them visualize it and come up with something. You're going to feel great when you do actually work hard enough to visualize and you actually execute that vision. It's going to be like a wow moment for you. Okay, you're going to love it. Okay, so examples of this, for example, we had a huge room going on, and I told the bride that we need to get ready in that tiny little closet thingy. And she's like, why? I said, because that's just where we're going to go. Like, you want to look good, or you want the location to be featured? Which one do you want? And she's like, no, I want to shine. I was like, well, we're going to go to the little closet. Because the light was coming and it was bouncing, and look at the light he gave me. See what I mean? The reason why I said that is, don't let your clients tell you what to do. Respect their wishes and explain to them why you are saying what you're saying, so you don't seem rude. Okay? I always explain, listen, this is going to be dark. You won't look very good. I can make you look like beautiful if we just go to this part of the closet. Okay?
Because they will choose the fountain no matter
It shows
what.
respect, right? And then you can get stuff like this. When I got that emotion, when I told her to hug her mom, first of all, I put them very close to each other. Then I said to give her mom the biggest hug she's ever given her. And basically, that lighting takes care of all the romance for me. The lighting's already set. Here are some wedding party photos. Just take a look at, first of all, do you notice the pattern in the background? Patterns, repetitions is clean. Look at everybody's pose. What I'm trying to say is, can I borrow 4 of you? All 4 of you just come on up. When you post any kind of group shot, don't post them like this. Don't go here, stand next to him, and then mimic his body position. Now mimic his and mimic hers. You see how that looks very robotic? Like everybody's like in this exact little robotic little pattern. It's like everybody's telling, the photographers tell us what to do and we're just doing it. So now face each other. Come wrap your arms around her. Put your chin here, cheeks, there you go. Come and wrap your arms around there. And come together, he won't bite. Put your heads together, magnetize, 777, remember? Creepy hands come out. So once you do this, the pose starts to become more like, oh, we were just together and now we're just laughing and you happen to get a perfect picture of us. You see what I mean? And everyone looks so happy because you broke the pattern. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, thank you. Do you see how the pattern breaks here? Okay. Let's see. See, here's this is people ask me a lot online. In the posing chart, there is one of the posing elements is called interpretive. So it's called interpretive. And they say, what's interpretive? Interpretive is when you crop the head out of your bride and groom, or just the groom or just the bride, one of them is out, and you tell the story through their bodies. Okay? So that's what that is. Or you only show a piece of the bride, like her hand, and you show the whole groom, or you show a piece of the groom and the whole bride. Anything like that is interpretive. This is going to be a difficult pose for you guys today. You're going to have to be like, what do I do? Here's an example of an interpretive pose that I took during the wedding. Or like, look at this one. This one was taken, I think I have it on my hard drive. Let me see. I'll show you in a second. This photo is facing each other. So when we post the models, Kizzy and Matt, we're gonna have facing each other. Take a look at the noses. Take a look at the arm energy. See how the arms are opposing. Now you're probably thinking there's an armpit, right? That's okay. It's not the emphasis of the photograph. Does that make sense? She has to, in order to lift her veil, you're going to have an armpit unless you're an alien. But I'm not featuring the armpit like it's usually featured when you have them go like this, and it's kind of like a close-up photograph. Okay, so that's kind of the difference. Take a look at the body. You see how her leg is wrapped around his? That wasn't by accident. She didn't just do that. I said, okay, you're going to wrap this, and then lift the veil, and then I said something embarrassing, and then she's laughing, but her eyes were locked and his eyes are locked. Okay? It was very difficult to be silly with this couple because that bride never, ever even talked to me. She's never smiled. The whole time she booked me, I said, I need to call you? And she's like, oh, okay. And she was just like, can you call my coordinator? I was like, okay. And I was like, can you talk? Do you not have a tongue? You know? And then when I had to photograph, I was just like, this is going to be a fun day. You know what I mean? The groom was cool though, and I just went crazy. I was just like, to the bride, I was just like, keep your eyes locked. You know you want me, but you can't have me. And she just like started going at it. Whoa. Awful. But the photo was rocking, which goes back to my 2-second rule. Be silly for 2 seconds for a priceless photograph. Okay. Here's another one. I had to tell him to really get in there, and it was just like, really just get to get. And when she was doing that, you see the hands are higher than the other. They're not, see? Spinal cord is totally straight. I think by now you're starting to see how much of this applies in every single pose, no matter what pose it is. Okay? Let's look, this is the last one I'll show, because I want to get to the, take a look at these fun shots. Do you see a pattern? Do you see how everyone is out in their own little world? It's like pattern breaking marathon here, right? Look at this guy. He's even going like, hey, and everybody's in their own little world, okay? You can see that I'm saying very embarrassing things because otherwise it wouldn't have worked. Here's another one that's fun. And then you have the ladies and everyone, she's the one that's turned. These two are turned. So they're not just all in the same soldier pose, okay? You notice the heads are magnetized towards each other? Yeah.
Back on that groomsmen shot, the first one you showed, do you remember what you said to them to make them all seem
I don't.
carefree?
I mean these?
And, nope, the one.
This one?
No, the first one.
This
yeah,
one?
that one. Uh-huh.
I remember telling them who to look at,
Okay.
but I don't remember what I said. But by the fact that you tell them, okay, I have to look at Nikki the whole time, and this guy's going to tell me what to do, and I just have to look at Nikki, it's already awkward. Okay? By the way, awkwardness removes vulnerability. It like gets to your vulnerability. So when you do that, you open up and you create a romantic smile. If you cannot take down that vulnerability barrier that most groomsmen, especially grooms, have, you won't be able to get that really loving expression out of him. Okay? All right. Matt. Kisia, please come forward. You guys did awesome yesterday. Thank you. Didn't they? Yeah. Fun shots. Did you see your photos already?
Yeah, we watched them.
You watched them? You were back there watching them? Mm-hmm. Freaking cool. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. And then we're going to start practicing before we go out and execute. We're going to practice right now. We're going to perform after lunch. Okay? Remember, perform, not hope. Okay? Okay, come this way so I can kind of see you guys. Traditional photo is the photo where every grandma and uncle and aunt have. It's very important that you do the good, clean, traditional stuff before you try to get crazy and creative with shadows and all that. After all, it is somebody's wedding, right? So there's lots of really... You're taller than me right now. Mm-hmm. That's not cool. And I'm usually tall. Go ahead and put your arm underneath, between, like, hold his arm. Yep. Okay, this happens all the time in traditional pose. The guy's wearing his suit jacket, the bride usually holds his arm, right? What's wrong with this, Pepe? Look at the hands.
The degree angles, his hands are just kind of laying there like...
Look at the colors.
It's a backdrop.
Did you say? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, the contrast.
You gave the hands a perfectly good backdrop for creepy hands. Right?
Yeah.
Now you have hands in a black background. The worst possible choice you can ever do. Now, you can do a piece of the hand. You don't have to put the whole hand. Does that make sense? You want to show where the hand comes from, at least from a bit of a few inches of the wrist or the hand. So, Mallory, can you come up real quick and adjust the hands? You don't have to worry about it. Just move the hands so the pose looks nice. In fact, adjust the whole pose.
The whole pose?
Yeah, including their feet. They're not standing right.
Okay, if you guys could hold hands, let's try that. And then...
That's good.
Put your hand down for a second.
That's good. I mean, her flowers could be in that hand, right?
Yeah, her flowers could be there. Maybe you're like kind of holding it like by your hip here with a little bit. Oh yeah, that looks good. If you could put your hand in your pocket. It's kind of giving her something, except that's kind of,
Actually, that's very good.
I know, but she's more, they're both kind of straight on, so
That's
it
good. So
seems
switch
kind of,
it. Remember, that's part of the 777 to not have the color one.
yeah, so will you put your weight on your left foot and pop your hip back and then kind of angle in towards him, your collarbones? And kind of like nestle up a little bit to him.
Good, you're magnetizing the heads together.
Yeah.
Okay, good job.
magnetize.
Let me do something real quick. This is a good example of the next topic, is holding hands. When you hold hands, you don't want to make it look like she's a hostage in a very, very negative and violent situation in Costa Rica, okay? You see what I'm saying? So the rule of thumb about holding hands is if you can push the groom or the bride, a gentle push, that hands should be able to come apart. Now, if I push them now, this is like gridlock. This is like you're stuck forever. You see what I mean? So if you do hold, let go of the, you can interlock, it's okay. Stop right there. Just relax now, soften the hands, relax and breathe. Separate us a little bit, your body. What you want is to pull apart, and it should just come apart, okay? See how that looks kind of like you're not really trying anything, it just looks natural? But a lot of times, when I see photos at photo competitions and the bride and groom are walking, they're like, like they are locked in, baby. You see what I'm saying? Or I see them like, and it's like, you can see the freaking veins pooping out of the hands. You see what I'm saying? Be careful with the hands. Make sure that they just pop out if you push, okay? There's about 100 ways of doing this photo. As long as you keep those 21 items straight, you should be good, okay? The collarbones are a little bit too straight on. I would definitely turn the groom a little bit. That way you can have that 3-point check, which is part of 777 again, remember that? The collarbones go this way, chin goes this way, eye goes that way, okay? All right, go ahead and drop this pose. Okay, the next one is him behind her. So Pepe, come on up, my friend. So you're gonna pose this, him behind her.
So him behind her?
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, you saw me doing that in the Indian wedding. Remember that? When he was holding her by the grass and stuff like that?
Can we replay that picture? No, okay.
Copy me.
Okay. So, all right. So just stand behind her. And you're going to wrap your arms around her. Okay. And let's see. Can you step a little bit more towards the right?
Ooh, good job. And, you know why he did that, right? To keep the ratios apart. Okay, oh my gosh, Pepe, high five, man.
Okay. I have trouble with that, with the
fingers.
Like
the finger game. It's called the
thing.
finger game.
So,
how many fingers do we have?
Okay. Let's see. Let me step back. Okay. Go ahead and put one hand right here. And
90-degree angles.
Yeah. Let's see. Can you put one? No, that's not. Okay. Let's see.
You got finger game going on.
Finger game. I know. That's what I'm trying to avoid. The whole finger game.
Put her just look, Pepe. You're gonna have this problem when you're home, so I'm gonna help you.
Okay.
Don't worry about solving the whole issue.
Okay.
Ask yourself a couple of questions. What is the problem with the hands? Answer, you have finger game problem.
Yeah.
Which means all the hands are together.
Okay.
Solution, change at least one of the hands.
Okay.
So just move one of the hands. Try it.
Okay.
Why not grab this?
Okay.
You do it.
Okay. Can you touch his...
Oh,
like
smack,
that.
perfect.
Okay. Touch his skin, and can you turn your head a little bit this way? There you go.
Oh my gosh,
you're gonna
right now.
You're gonna be looking
good.
at the basket
So
right
good.
there. Okay. And you're gonna be looking at the, let's see your eyes, at this cup.
Pepe, you're on fire right now, my
Okay.
friend.
So
You're on fire. You're good, man. You're good. Pepe. Pepe. You know what? To be honest, that's the greatest joy for me to feel. To feel like you just rocked that pose, and it's a difficult pose, man. You just totally rocked it. You followed directions, you clear your head of all this stress, and you executed.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so happy right now.
Thank you.
This
Oh,
makes
me too.
everything worth
Trust
it,
me,
so
me
thank
too.
you. Isn't it? Yeah, that's great.
And
Good
so
job,
hard,
man.
so hard to do in front of everybody. It is hard. It adds that extra
You know what?
element of difficulty.
It is hard, and I really admire you guys for doing it. And also, the reason why I may sound like a broken record repeating the same 777 is because I need you to remember it. Okay? I've been teaching for 15 years. Repetition is the key to memory. So, good job.
Thank you.
Her behind him. Her behind him. David, come up, my friend.
Matt, could you come forward a bit? Can I have you just stand like this?
Can you speak? Can you speak nice and loud so we can hear you? I know everyone online can hear you, but
All right.
I want to hear what you're saying.
I just want you to shift your weight to one leg. All right. Can you put your hand through here, further through? I like that hand there, right? And just bring your face forward. Can you have your hand in that pocket? And can you put that hand on top of hers? Slide your hand in further. And then grab her wrist, just gently touch her wrist. Slide your hand down a little bit more, no, this hand. So it's pointing downwards. Yeah, like that. And I'd like you to look at your ring. And I'd like you to look over at the switch on the wall.
Can I stop you for a second?
Okay.
You did something really good
Right.
that I totally noticed, that I don't know if it was an accident or not, but when you had her move her hand down towards this position,
Yeah.
you actually let the hand drop to its natural position,
Right.
which makes the photo look flawless. If you would have said the opposite, like put the hand up, now you're forcing this position. This is not a natural position.
Right.
But when you said drop it, it was like music to my ears, man. Because I saw that hand and I thought it's a little bit constrained,
Right.
contrived. And then 2 seconds later, you're like, drop that hand. So, continue.
So your hand is just hanging loosely, but I'd like you to like kind of caress across his chest like that. And then could you close up these fingers? Yeah, nice. I think I'm done here.
Okay, we have a bit of a problem.
Okay.
That this is taking energy for her
Right.
to strain her hands.
Okay.
Remove all points of energy that
Right.
don't need to be there.
Okay.
The only energy that should be there should be on the spinal cord to keep your posture straight.
Right.
So, loosen up your hand.
Okay.
Okay, just keep it so there's no moments of tension, no spots of tension.
Okay.
Now, where would you? Actually, no. That's good. Thank you so much. I'm gonna pick on. Let's see, Juliana. Maybe Juliana. Come on. Good job, David, man. No, stay in that position. Sorry. It's okay. From what angle and what crop would you use to create 3 variations of this pose?
3. Great.
Sorry.
It's okay. At the same pose, not moving them.
You can move a little bit. You can move things, but keep her behind him. And you're not just going to do 1 pose, you have to do 3. However, you can change the photo by just changing your angle. So don't make things complicated, and they don't have to be. Just change the
Right.
angle. Okay?
I'll go one right here with
Okay.
her looking at me.
Let me look at this real quick. Okay. Well, tell me about the crop you would use.
I'll probably go like here.
Okay. Is this working for you?
No.
Because the shoulder's too high?
Yeah.
Okay, fix it.
So probably like here a little bit. No? Maybe here. Is that good or bad?
It's good. depending on the angle, and you can see a little bit of where the hand comes from.
Right.
This is a variation of the pose.
So that counts as 2, right?
Yes. One more.
One more.
This one has to be radically different.
Okay.
But she has to stay behind him. Look at her body, by the way. She's way too far from him.
Get together. Okay. Let's move the hair out. Could you please touch your chin to his chin a little bit?
I would move that left hand to try to do a variation on that. Change
That
left
completely
hand.
different?
Yeah, just move that left hand out of there.
Oh, yeah. Didn't
We
I
did
tell
that
you?
already.
Move the hand out of
Yeah.
there. Forget about the hand. You can put your hand on his shoulder, on his chest a bit. A little relaxed.
Ooh, nice.
Maybe your pants in your pocket.
Ooh, you're creating the gaps on the
I'll fix
what do you call
this.
this? Like the waist.
Now, let's think about the face
And the crop.
and the crop.
And
Sure.
the angle.
Close your eyes. No, just her. And you look down to his watch. And then you do the breathing
Breathe in, breathe
while
in.
I'm having the camera
Yeah,
on.
breathe in. And you make them react.
Right. And now think
Tell her to smell that skin.
smell his skin,
Say that skin is funnier.
that skin.
Yes.
Smell that
Yeah,
skin
say
and
get a
think
load
of
of that
strawberry
skin.
pie.
Get a real good load of that skin. And then just start to laugh.
Get a really good load of that skin.
Yeah.
And then I'll crop right
You see how
here.
it works? It's so funny.
Crop right here.
Get a good load of that skin. Oh, Juliana, that was funny.
Good?
Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm loving it.
I feel like you're totally like in your like detail-oriented stuff. I'm
Yeah.
so happy right now. You guys are really, really showing improvement, and it's only been 1 day and a half, almost. But I think through the repetition, through the constant drilling, through the photo shoot last night, you know you're not going to take a photo after this where your subjects are not the brightest. You know you're going to look around the whole frame to make sure that there's not distracting bright spots in the background. You're not going to do that anymore. You know you have tools like diffuser, reflector, video lights, or external wireless flashes, or reflector, or whatever, to give it a little kiss of your expertise. And you know you're not going to accept the light just what it is, because that's the easiest thing to do. So I feel like everybody here is just really starting to come up, and I feel really good about it. Let's continue. Nikki, come on up. This is going to be tough,
Awesome.
but who cares?
Right.
This is kiss anticipation.
Okay.
They don't kiss at all. I'm sorry, man. You're like, damn it! You're like, what did I sign up for? You know, this is why I signed up for this. You're like, ooh, wedding workshop? Mm-hmm. They're not going to kiss. And kiss anticipation is that moment before they kiss. Have you seen the movie The Notebook? Yes. You know that poster where they're just all in the rain and then they're like an inch from each other and it's just all like dirty and romantic? You know this one, right? Mm-hmm. You don't know this from fiction? It's like the Notebook movie cover. That's anticipation of kiss. One of the most romantic poses you can do is to not do the cliche kiss, but let the audience want them to kiss, but don't give it to them. So it's like you want it, but you can't have it. You see what I'm saying? So remember 777 stuff.
Okay.
To get the arms, the legs, and the face and all of that. I'm gonna add another element of challenge for you. Can I get my ice light, or is there an ice light somewhere?
Here, come in the middle.
Okay, just give me my ice light. Go ahead and start the pose.
Okay. So we're gonna have you facing each other, but not all the way. So you're gonna bring
It's
this
not in
shoulder
there.
just a little bit this way.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna put this hand just sort of gently at the bottom of his chin, and then your head is gonna be pointed. I promise I won't make you kiss.
Okay.
So-
Don't want a boyfriend fight.
It's
See,
my
man, you're a good
fault
man.
to the boyfriend. Okay. Okay. So we'll have is it okay if I touch your head? Okay, so we're gonna tilt you just a little bit this way. Right. Okay, this hand is gonna go here. You can make sure you have your weight on one foot, okay. Okay, so hands are good.
Let me see the hands.
Noses, okay, so I need to angle your heads a little bit. Yes, like that.
Yes, you can move my hair.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the X Factor, no creepy hands.
Oh, I love it. Music to my ears. Keep going.
Okay, so you're gonna look at her shoulder like it is the sexiest shoulder you've ever seen. Okay, and you're just gonna, Kitia, you're gonna look at his sparkling beard. And then, but don't look away from that. And then, actually, why don't you look down a little bit further? Yeah. And then you're gonna tilt your chin up just a tiny bit. Okay, what else? I'm trying to think what else.
Let me look at the pose.
Can I look at my list? Hands are at different levels.
I'm going to show you something kind of interesting. To create contrast, usually the guy dominates, right? To create contrasts, which is it's a social contrast, we'll have her dominate.
Okay,
So-
so switch heads.
So she's going to control his head while she's an inch away from his lips. So she's in control of that. It's going to make it look really like what you don't expect. And it's
Okay.
going to really bring that extra tension that works, you know?
Okay, so we're gonna switch your heads this way. And then, well, if she's gonna control.
No, the other way. Switch the heads back to where they were.
Okay,
And now work on the chins. Remember, the lips are too far apart right now. They're not even anticipation of kiss right now.
okay. I guess I'm just trying to be respectful too of them.
Don't worry
not
about being
being
respectful at all
Okay.
whatsoever.
Okay, so you're gonna really kind of take his
Make it
face
so
a little
nice.
bit more, but don't cover too much of it. And then we're gonna make your fingers not super aggressive, but a little bit
Good job.
curled.
Good job.
So that it looks like you're about to pull him in.
To
like
be more
that.
aggressive, put both of her hands in his cheeks.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Does that make sense?
But I was
So
trying
both.
not to mirror both hands, is why I didn't do that at the
Just
beginning.
one hand higher than the other.
Okay. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we want to see where this hand is coming from, right there,
Good
and
job.
bring this up a little bit
Higher,
more.
that's it. Good job. Now you lift,
Yeah.
you lift up his face a little bit and you turn your face towards his lips, an inch and a half, 2 inches away. And you have her close her eyes, right?
Right.
It would be really creepy if she was looking at him.
Right.
Can you imagine? It's like,
So they would both close their eyes then. Yeah.
yeah, he can, to make it, give it that extra sexy oomph, you can have him look at her lips, even though it's hard, because he's anticipating the kiss, and she can have her eyes closed because she's about to feel the kiss.
Right. Okay.
Okay? And of course, don't forget to have him breathe in, so to get that whole sense of romance coming in. So let's finish the job.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this for you. I'm gonna give you a little challenge, okay?
Okay.
The light is coming from here, and you want to keep the pose. How do you do subject emphasis to keep this, to work with the light in this position?
I would probably ask them to turn like a lazy Susan.
Amen. Perfect. That's
Like
right.
this?
Just keep rotating like a lazy Susan.
Hopefully they'll know what a lazy Susan is. Yeah, so
Tell
then
him to
the
look at her
lights-
lips and see if he can find a zit.
Yeah.
And then you take the picture right there. See it?
Right.
You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So
for sure.
that embarrassing moment was, oh,
Does she have one?
see, but it's funny, and it makes people
Yeah.
react. But remember, only do that with the camera on hand.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
So the light is here, and by the way, you did exactly what you were supposed to do, is turn them like a lazy Susan. Don't destroy all the work you did,
Yeah.
because the light's here, okay? Now, are you featuring him or are you featuring her?
Right now it's him
Right, so keep going.
because we want to feature her. So we're going to keep.
Kind of like both, really. You want to see his face looking at her, so put them back where they were. Now it's both,
There we go. Okay.
okay? Now, where are you shooting from?
Well, I need a step stool, and then I would probably
Okay,
shoot from here.
Okay, now next question. How much would you crop? What would you include in the frame?
The relevance is the actual kiss part. So
Of
I
course.
would just
So
do.
forget the rest.
Right.
Oh gosh, I'm so happy right now. Thank you. Good job, Nikki.
Thank you.
Roberto, can I just say that NW in the chat room said this should be a party game for photographers?
This should be a what?
A party game for
It should be a
photographers?
party. Ooh, that's a good idea.
Isn't it? That's a really good idea. I love it.
What's the problem? How do you solve it?
Good one, Natalie.
That was good. I'm going harder on you guys, and I think you're handling it just fine now, okay? You said something that I want to say back to repeat it. Repetition is the key to memory. The moment we were creating was happening here. It was that love anticipation, that kiss that the audience wants to see, but you're not going to let them. So why would you show the knees? Why would you show the whole castle? It drives me nuts when I see a really great photo, and then it's like, and then the whole building's in the background. I'm like, why did you just do that? Like, crop it to the little tiny little part where that little moment really was happening, and keep it there. So just be selective in what you're showing in the frame, okay? I think one of the big problems we all have is to let the beauty of the location manipulate us. And you don't let anything manipulate you. Not the fountain, not the plane in the back. You can use parts of the plane in the back to do something cool, but it has to come together with the moment that you're creating. You know, sometimes I see I've seen photos with like a crop plane in the background, and the plane is just flying, and then the girl's just sitting there posing like this, and there's a random plane flying in the background. What is the point of the plane? And why is she standing like this? What is she doing? If you have a girl just standing, is she saying, look at me, I am beautiful, this is my day? Then show it on the photograph. Give it that confidence to her. Don't give her that diva look with the whole wrist, the arms like this. Give her maybe she can pick up her dress, lean her body forward, look up and smile at you. So you connect emotionally. You know, the problem is we focus too much on a physical connection, like, I am good looking, look at me. And there's no heart. You know, there's just no soul in that photo. So, let's see, who have I not picked on yet? Fran, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Fran, come on up. Let's make this really hard for you.
Oh, thank you.
Let's do, this is going to be tough.
Be nice.
You know, by not being nice, you guys are really improving.
I know.
You're going to do, I'm going to make it actually a little tougher. I'm going to do foreground, background.
Oh, come on.
You're going to tell me who you're focusing on,
Okay.
and you're going to create 3 variations of it. And I'm going to give you a light source at the end.
Okay.
So, start. 3 photos. Tell me where you're cropping. Tell me where you are, who you're focusing on.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to be foreground, background, playing with the foreground and the background.
Okay. All right. Well, I was thinking of as if they're walking. Would that be all right? Okay.
Exactly.
So step
That's
up,
one.
step forward.
Well, one has to walk in front of you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you stay right here. I'll get you to tilt this way a wee bit. And then you'll kind of be holding a hand. So you guys hold hands. Put your hand in your pocket.
Oh my gosh, it's looking so good right now, Fran.
And you'll have flowers, so I guess you can just put your hand just a wee bit.
Stop. Look at her body movement. Look how perfect it is.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
And I like that she's got the little arch thing going.
And she's got the little thing it's fun or whatever. It's springtime. Okay.
Yeah, can you straighten your back up for me? I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know when his shoulders go in, would that be considered slouching?
No.
No, it's not,
When
right?
this is kind of more, it's like a model-y pose, right?
Yeah, because her spine's straight, right?
Yeah, it's
So it's
confidence.
okay to do that?
This is slouching. It's when you
Yeah.
go like that.
So
right.
rather than pivoting, got it. And so you look back at her, and she'll be giving you I'll get you your chin down just a wee bit, your head this way slightly. So I'm going to touch your face, excuse me. There we go. And your eyes, can you see him? Or should I get you to move this way a bit more? Yeah, that's better. And kind of that way. So you'll be giving him a cute little grin.
Oh, you should have taken the picture right there. Just go bam for the photo. Okay.
So she'll be the focus in that.
Here's the thing. Make it
yes.
easy, right? You have this is perfect. I could not have done it better. Okay. Now to get a second variation, turn his head opposing what she's doing. So her nose is pointing in this direction. You see the little invisible line in her nose? It's pointing this way. So point his nose opposite of that. So turn the opposite and then turn your head in this direction, my friend. Right there, okay? And then take the picture. So he's completely out of focus.
Yeah.
You're focusing on her. She could be looking at him and laughing and smiling. The photo will look really great.
She looks really cute, yeah.
She looks great.
He's very
Okay?
handsome too.
You see why I had him now? Let's do what I told you not to do. Her nose line is right here, right?
Yeah.
Let's keep it parallel, which looks cheesy, like cheddar cheese, but sharper. Put your nose in this direction. Okay? You just took away kind of dynamic. It looks a little bit too contrived, a little bit. Not much.
Right.
This whole parallel nose thing works. It looks even cheesier when they're together and they're looking into the same direction type of thing.
Right, right.
Unless you execute that right. I'm not saying by any means that's a bad photo. I'm saying it's taken away from that romantic feel, that natural, candid expression. That's not natural. It's not natural, right?
Right, right.
Another one you can do, turn his face and have him look at the pattern in the ground and have her look this way, because now his nose is here and now her nose is opposite.
Right,
Okay?
right, yeah.
And then you take another photo. And now you have 3 funny photos, except one of them you focus on her,
Yeah.
the other one you focus on him, and the third you focus back on her. And in the album it's like boom, boom, boom.
Sweet.
That makes sense?
Yeah, it does.
Good job.
Thanks, man. How you doing?
Are you guys feeling pretty good? I'm feeling really good for you right now.
The internet is feeling really good too.
Are they?
and again, like saying that, I just got a personal message from Bonnie, who was here in our last workshop last week, and she was saying that how valuable it is to see you guys, because they would, if she was here or everybody else would be going through the same thing. So good work, you guys. The energy in the room is.
This is really good.
It's
That's so
good.
much fun.
Yeah.
It's great. I feel like it's really some serious progress going on. Let me explain T-bone pose. This one here, the T-pose. I think I have a photo of it that I'll explain it through that. Maybe let's see. T-bone, let's see, Jessica and Travis. Who has a T-bone pose? Well, before I do that, let me show you this photo real quick. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Because of time, I'm just going to go for it myself. But this is an example of how what I'm teaching has nothing to do with weddings. It has everything to do with just posing human beings. Okay? She's wearing a white dress. Let's consider that a non-wedding dress. She could have been wearing a brown dress and now it's a fashion shoot. She could have had a little piece and sunglasses and now it's a fashion shoot. But the pose wouldn't have changed at all. Okay? But when I saw this, the first thing I noticed is the contrast of light and the seamless single color in the background. Does that make sense? So when you see this in your own weddings next time, contrast of light, one single color in the background. Those are the 2 things I wanted to shine. I want them to come out in the photo. I cropped everything else out. That's what I wanted to show. I curved her back. Do you see the curve in the back? So that 777 little quote was to keep the elbow slightly bent and to keep the lower back slightly bent. If she would have not done that, she would have looked like this. It would have forced her to kind of slouch, and it wouldn't have made her look as skinny or as sexy. See what I'm saying? Take a look at her eyes being locked. Is she the brightest? Definitely. Is she the biggest? Is there anything bigger than her there? No, there's nothing else to compare it to. There's just a wall. And is she in focus? Because the rest is out of focus. Now, do you see the cool negative space? How she's looking in the short side of the photo, not into the photo? That's the element that creates that extra little tension that makes people be like, oh man, I feel like it feels cool to them, but they don't know why. See what I mean? Let's see, the T-bone pose that I want to explain. Is this Photoshop 6.0 or something? I don't even recognize this one. Let me see if I have it here. I'll probably pull it out from this. This is T-bone. Oh, wait. What kind of pose is this? Interpretive. I'm showing a piece of the bride and the whole groom. Is the story still told? Absolutely. Like you feel the love in the air, even though you just see a piece of her arm.
Especially because it's looking at her.
Exactly. You know, and look at his expression in his eyes. It's like so dead on. What if he was looking up with his eyes rolled to the wrong side? This is why you have to control the eyes. You have to pose the eyes. Okay. Okay. This is T-bone pose. Basically the collarbones of one of them. Can I borrow you for a sec?
Yeah.
Come this way. Right there. Come this way. Right there. Step in the middle. Right there. These collarbones are making a T with hers. Does that make sense? Can you rotate like a lazy Susan to show them? Okay. Now, this is the skeleton of it. Actually, that's not the skeleton. That's the skeleton of it. Can you stand straight, totally straight? Just look like monkeys, nothing. That's the skeleton of the pose. Then you start to form the pose using those 21 items. You start to do things like this. Okay, you have the bone structure. Now put the meat on it. Okay? You start shifting the body weight. Go ahead. Fix the arms. Does that make sense? Why did I just do that? I went from this to this. Why?
Her hands were being mirrored. You don't want to mirror.
Not only that, it was starting to play the finger game. Right? The angle is good. It's not 90 degrees, and you're not emphasizing his belly. Does that make sense? Turn towards her.
Would that consider creepy?
Look at the shoulder. And you can just photograph this way, put your hand in your pocket, and keep it right there. And that's a T-bone pose. Remember, guys, when we go do the photo shoot after lunch, please don't show the whole body unless you really want to feature the whole body. Does that make sense? If you want to show the whole outfit, then go ahead. If you're trying to create really artistic photographs, you're going to have to learn how to crop selectively. Okay? You can focus on him and have her go out with an 85 1.2 or the 7200 at 2.8. You can wrap around, come this way and have her look straight at you, just like she is, and focus on her. When she, bring your chin down a bit more. That's better. Okay, to not compete. She's the one that's dominant in this photo, right? So if his chin is up, it's like he's dominant too. So by putting his chin down, it puts him in a more vulnerable position. Watch, bring your chin up, Matt. Now who's the dominant one? It's like you don't even know, right? All right, thank you. Let's go ask questions, and then I think we only have a couple minutes before we go on break, so.
We have so many great questions. Let's see. Let's start with, where should we start?
I'll go one.
Kenna.
From Sharon Ronnie, you did show us a group photo, and she's asking, do you ever have people talk to each other when doing group posing, or do you just get them to lock their eyes and ignite an expression?
The second one.
Okay.
Because talking photos, like, it doesn't work. So, yeah, I don't want them talking, I want them laughing and interacting. So by having them look at a specific person in the group and then saying something silly, even though it makes you feel really stupid, like we all are going to feel in about 30 minutes, you're going to ignite an expression, and you're going to snap the picture that looks like that. See what I mean? So.
Cool. Okay, I'm going to ask you two questions that are related. Fran Zixo asked, when you have a bride or a couple that disagree with everything you ask them to do or pose, would you eventually say, okay, just do whatever you want and I'll just snap? And then the second question is from Robert Lugtu from San Francisco, who says, can Roberto give an example of a difficult time he had with clients and posing and how he worked with them to work through the difficulties to still get the shots? Say if a client was not comfortable doing poses either for an extended period of time or wanted to move from posing to a different approach.
Nice. Everybody has a problem with clients sometimes, time to time. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you have. I am no different. I may be, to my clients, I'm a really good photographer, but that's about as far as it goes. To a lot of them, I'm their friend a little bit, like we become friends, but the higher up you go in their income level, it seems like, not always, but it seems like there's like a disconnect. And that disconnect is that gives you the trouble when they're not being cooperative. One thing I do is, if people try to tell you what to do, which happens all the time, I'm always respectful of my clients first. I don't scream at them. I don't do anything that's going to make them not think that I'm being respectful to them. I put the respect I have for them before I put my photography. See what I mean? If they don't want to be photographed, then I'll tell them, look, give me 5 minutes. Can we handle 5 minutes? And I'll just do some pretty simple poses. We can take a few shots and move on. I don't pose you anymore. Is that a good deal? And then they're like, 5 minutes. I can do 5 minutes. And if you do what we did today, 5 minutes could give you 40 poses. You did 3 variations of that foreground background just by having him move his chin down, left, right, and focusing on different people. That's 3. Juliana did a bunch of stuff with changing the angle. And I mean, Nikki, I changed the light on her. 5 minutes is like an eternity. You'll be like, by the time 3 minutes pass, you're like, you're ready for a Coke. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I find difficult clients all the time. Usually the people that hire me are people who relate with my personality and the people who connect with my work. My work may be great for some, but not great for others. Some people may not connect with my work. Some photographers out there listening think this is the worst photo they've ever seen, and that's okay. This is why photography is great. Everyone can have their own flavor. See what I mean? Okay. What was the other question? I think that was one.
I think you...
I covered it?
I think you pretty much covered it. I think the question was, have you had a specific situation where you were really challenged with the posing situation, or a couple that didn't want to pose, and what did you do? So
yeah.
I think you pretty much answered it.
3 weeks ago, I had a wedding with the groom was like really, I hate to say this because kind of snobby, okay? Just snobby guy. And I showed up and I was just like, I need to go ahead and take your portraits now. And he was just like, he went like that with his nose. He's like, I don't want model shots. Can we just not do any model shots? I was like, they're more groom shots, and it's your portraits for her. I put her involved. I involved the bride. I said, I'm pretty sure, I can't say her name because whatever, but I'm pretty sure she'll really like to have a few photos of you on your wedding day. And he was like, okay.
Good point.
Don't act like you're in charge with them because, you're just, as much as I feel like you have to be kind of modest at your weddings, Like, I'm always modest at my jobs. Like, I am here confident teaching, and I'm very confident in my jobs, but not to the point where I may at any point disrespect them. I'm very modest, and I keep myself very humble the whole time, but I try to kick their butts of what they expect from me. I just work really hard to blow their minds out of the water. When they see their wedding photos, it's just like, oh, what the hell did just happen? And I was just like, that's what I like to do, And then they scream to all their friends, and then you wonder why the economy doesn't affect some people. So, all right. Any more questions?
Yes, we have one more question. This question is from John Ellis, and the question is, can Roberto play a little guitar at some point? He was drinking when I asked that.
Okay. I haven't played my guitar I used to be a professional guitarist, but I haven't played in 7 years. However, after practicing 50 hours a week for 10 years, I can still rip it up. So maybe, maybe I can. I picked up a napkin with my friend in a restaurant. I mean, the sugar packets for coffee. And I used my two middle fingers, these ones, to show how fast you can hit the napkin, the little paper. And it was like a little machine gun, and the fingers are just so cleanly hitting it, but at 100 miles per hour. And then I said, imagine that on guitar strings. And they were just like, dude, that's cool.
That is so great.
So I'll try it maybe.
Okay, well, we're going to take a 45-minute break. Before we do that, Roberto, could you tell us what we're going to do next, right after lunch?
Okay, so this, as I said, was like the little warm-up. And now that we have some practice under our belts, we're going to go out and not just execute everything that we talked about with the posing, but I'm going to have my awesome live audience today do not only each pose, but variations of each pose. I'm going to throw challenges their way with different light scenarios, and I'm going to challenge them by using all the knowledge from yesterday, and they have to implement it in the posing today. It's going to be tough, it's going to be fun, and it's going to be a lot of learning for everyone. So,
great.
Okay?
Okay, I would like everyone to go to the Creative Live Facebook page at break, if you can, and give Roberto a virtual thank you on the Creative Live Facebook page. We love to see that, and it's great because he can go back to our Facebook page and see all the things that you've written. And I know when you drop it in the chat room, it's so nice to read, but it's nice for him to be able to read it as well. So please do that. So Roberto, also people in the chat room were asking more about your Picture Perfect practice video. And I guess I just did not realize that the premiere was yesterday, the world premiere of the video that just came out.
Right.
It's the first time we're seeing that, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And you put 50 hours into this video? That's a lot of hours.
The video took 50 hours to do, but the final is 4 hours long of content. It is the ultimate combination of everything I'm doing now, but actually doing it at a wedding. You see what I mean? I'm not only actually doing it, but I'm in the bottom right corner the whole time, narrating why I did that and what I saw. And I do it not just for the bride and groom, but even for the reception shots and how I light it all up. Techniques, for example, like when people are dancing on the dance floor, when do you take the picture? And I don't take a picture when most of them have their collarbones facing me during their dance. So if they're dancing and they're going at it, and I'm standing where Matt's standing, I wait, so here's the people that are there, I wait till they turn and then I take their picture, because most of them have to be on the side. It makes them look a lot more exciting, and not everyone is this big. Does that make sense? And when you look at a large photos of people dancing off my wedding books, everyone looks like thinner and they're just having a great time. These little details like that, I go over it. I go over multiple light stuff. I go over how to shoot wedding parties, how to get that expression, how to make them react to each other. And I explain how to use locations to its maximum. So that's really fun. So that's Wedding Evolution.
That's so great. So Picture Perfect
right
Practice, Wedding Evolution.
PicturePerfectPractice.com, the name of my book, is the name of the site where you can download it. And it's 5 videos download. So you buy it, and then it's a download. You go straight to your computer.
Great, and that's also available in English and Spanish, which is very cool.
It's going to be available in Spanish, but I haven't recorded it yet.
Oh, okay.
It's only available in English right now.
All right.
Spanish is coming up.
So you can hold him to that, folks.
I will.
All right, cool. Well, Roberto, before we go to lunch, I just wanted to read you a quote. Michelle McDade says, "This is an awesome workshop. I can't believe it's free. I've paid money to experience things far less valuable than this. Awesome content, Roberto, and very entertaining." And so, Michelle and everyone out there, I'm thrilled to hear on behalf of Roberto how valuable this content is. And what's incredible is that this is what Creative Live does. We open our doors to you so that you can do the try before you buy. However, it is those of you who purchase this course, you are the ones that are powering Creative Live. You are the ones that are enabling us to bring you future instructors and to bring those to people who might not be able to purchase a workshop. So when you buy, say when 2 people buy this workshop today, that's enabling maybe 98 other people to see this content for free. And then you are gifting yourself because not only do you own the class, but then you are actually paying for yourself to be able to see future ones for free. So by purchasing Roberto's workshop, you are actually enabling yourself to watch Matthew Jordan Smith, to watch Kevin Kubota, to watch Laura Jade, and all of that for free. So I ask you right now, when we go to lunch, if you are wanting to power Creative Live, if you are in on the concept of what we're doing here, then go ahead and purchase this course now. So we'll see you back. Oh,
can I make one quick comment? I just want to say,
please.
I do feel like the workshop download for this workshop combined, it makes a really powerful combo. So it's really great to get the two things. So
Absolutely, absolutely. So we'll see you back in 45.
Okay.
Hello everyone, I'm Ioana and I'm here to give you an exclusive look into the modeling industry and walk away with legitimate knowledge. At the beginning of my journey, I made a lot of mistakes and I find that very common amongst up-and-coming models. As I progressed in my career, I was able to learn from these mistakes, develop my skills, and work my way to the top. I'm so excited to be partnering up with Creative Live and celebrity photographer Matthew Jordan Smith. Through the course, I'll be giving you pointers to increase your chances of being discovered and possibly signing with an elite agency. Alright, so let me tell you what's going to be happening during this course. On September 11th and the 12th, I will be working single-handedly with each of the models. On the 13th and the 15th, Matthew will be working with young photographers and I'll be using the models who I've taught and trained to put their skills to the test by working in front of the camera with Matthew and his photographers.
Creative Live, how you guys doing? I gotta tell you what's happening in Seattle. I'm coming back to Creative Live, and this time I'm
Welcome back, everyone. We are at our new location here outside, and we're going to get started shooting with Roberto. But before we do that, we have some prizes that we'd like to give away. So the first prize this afternoon is going to be a Nik Color Effects Pro 4.0. That's a $200 value. And the winner of that prize is Tiffany Polivka. Her Twitter handle is Tiffany Polifka, and her quote today is, "It's okay to be silly for 2 seconds to create a photo that lasts a lifetime."
And
I love that one.
That is awesome. And do you want to talk about Nick?
Oh yeah, of course.
Please.
Nick is to me the ultimate filter solution for your photographs. I have been using it for about 6 or 7 years. I love their Color Effects Pro 4.0, and that is pretty much the only filter solution I have for all my wedding albums. Just love their dynamic skin softener. It's really good. Love it all, everything about Nick. Beautiful.
Great. Very cool. Okay. And that was a great quote, so congratulations to Tiffany. And thanks so much to Nick Color Effects. And our next prize is a $250 Graphic Studio gift certificate. The winner of that prize is Kevin Younger, and his Twitter handle is Tomato Jelly. And Kevin's quote today was, "Do not let being a perfectionist cause you to miss a great moment."
I love that.
You have some great quotes, so you guys keep tweeting. We have some more fabulous prizes to give away. And what about Graphic Studio? Do we want to talk about that?
I did, because in fact everybody wins. Graphic Studio is having, which is your album company, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Has an amazing offer for all of you out there who are professional photographers, and go to the Creative Live blog for details. But essentially they are giving you a free starter kit with samples of a number of products, and they're really beautiful, as you talk about.
It's actually, the product is great because you get a variety of album sizes, but the best part is with your own images. So it's not somebody else's images, it's your own. Of course, you have to not have an account with Graphy. That has one of the things it's for new accounts.
Right, thank you.
Somebody that's gonna start a new account with Graphy is eligible for this. If you already have an account, you're already a customer, unfortunately, it doesn't qualify for that, but new ones.
So awesome. So check it out. Check out the details about how you prove that you're a professional. And thank you so much, Graphy. It's really a great offer. So like Susan said, keep tweeting, and back over to you, Roberto.
Okay, guys, so now we're gonna start implementing all the foundation work we did yesterday. It's gonna basically come into practice today. We're gonna start having the awesome live audience who are totally just doing an amazing job today. And we're gonna start doing heavy posing stuff. It's gonna be more of a challenge based. Students that are not being challenged are gonna be photographing with their own cameras, and then I'll have a student who will have a challenge that they're gonna have to overcome, okay? Every student's gonna have a pretty difficult challenge. This is not easy for them, it's not easy for anybody. So try to put yourself in their shoes and try to imagine what you would do if you were here instead of watching on your computer screen, or iPhone, iPad, or any kind of device. We're gonna be not only looking at posing, but now we're gonna be implementing locations on top of posing, and then we're gonna be finessing the whole pose, putting injection of expression, and totally finishing the complete look. So that's what's coming up. The first half, we're gonna do half of the posing chart, and on the last segment today, we're gonna finish the posing chart, and we're gonna finish up the whole chart today. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started. All right, so where are our beautiful models?
Aaron's getting them right now.
Got it. All right, let's see. I'm feeling David should go first. What do you think?
I'm good.
You're on fire, David?
I'm good.
Okay. We're gonna do this, man. We're gonna start out in that area.
Right.
And I want you to not only choose the location,
right,
but mentally go through the mental dynamics, the mental gymnastics of explaining yourself why, saying it on the microphone so people can hear you across the world.
Right.
Because we want to basically grab your thought process as well, based on the stuff you already know.
And it's got to be in this area here.
We're gonna stick to this area first.
Okay.
So you are like the ninja master of that area right there.
Okay.
But we cannot go anywhere else. You're gonna have to choose it there. Don't be limited by the obvious. You can do any kind of sit-down pose, anything like that.
Okay.
We're actually, I'm gonna ask you to only stick to the first half of the posing chart.
Okay.
We're gonna do the second half at the last part. Okay.
Right.
So you can do any of these, all up until say interpretive.
Okay.
So interpretive is the last one you can do. So any of these up until interpretive.
Okay.
So traditional, him behind her behind him, walking, kissing, playful action movement, holding hands, sitting down, together side by side,
Right.
interpretive.
Okay.
Those are the options. Okay. Of course, I will be coaching you through it if I feel like we need to get in there.
Yeah.
And that way people can see what I would do as well, which is what they want.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
All right.
Okay.
No dress on, so she'll be out in like 5 minutes.
No problem. We can start with him. That's not an issue at all.
Runaway brides.
All right.
Runaway brides.
Runaway
It's like what's
brides.
new, you know?
So I'm thinking we're going to use that wall there,
Okay. I want.
and we're going to use the red tree as a background. So I'd like to get you standing against that wall. Yeah, right there. So I want to get you standing kind of like this, and then looking this way. And I'm going to shoot this way and get, and that's going to be a blur. I'm going to shoot with a wide aperture. I'm just going to get a little bit of the texture from the wall.
Okay.
And then we got some nice sunlight coming through the roof, so you got a nice light on your face. Hey, Roberto, did you get that?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna shoot this way. I'm looking at the red in the trees, and I'm thinking it's gonna be a nice blur if I shoot with a large aperture.
I agree with you.
And I'm gonna shoot this way and just catch a bit of the texture on the wall he's leaning on.
Okay.
And I like the light coming through the transparent roof.
He looks
on
good.
his face, yeah.
The patterns of the fence are great. I have one thing I wanted to just mention. Look how the sun is hitting part of that fence, and that's changing the luminance in the background.
Right.
If you can somehow not show that, you'll have a total attention on him.
Yeah.
Because right now, if you did it, I think it would be pretty darn good. But those little sunspots on the fence, see them? Could be a distraction. And it's not really that's a distraction, it's the mental gymnastics of thinking that's a brighter spot than, you know.
I'm thinking about using him to block those things.
Okay. I love it. And did you pose him already? Or is he posing?
Yeah, I've given him a basic pose, but I'll continue to direct him as I shoot.
Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and start. We need to get my camera. Can I get my camera, please? What?
That's as far as it goes.
Is it long enough?
You guys can just have that one cover it.
Why don't you shoot with it? We're gonna get another 50-foot extension on it right now, so you can shoot with it and discuss the photos for the time being. We won't have you tethered.
Okay, like that? Okay.
Yeah.
Here you go. You know how to use it, right?
Yeah, this
It's
is
Canon Mark III.
Yeah, this is what's it on now?
Right now, the ISO is at 320, so we can leave it at that.
Okay.
Right now, your aperture is at 2.8.
Right.
And your shutter speed, which is controlled here, is at 1500.
Are we in aperture priority or manual?
You're in manual, so you can just change the shutter speed.
Okay.
Okay. Now do me a favor.
Yeah.
Go through the three things. What are the structural dynamics you're going to use for his body? What is the artistic? Well, how do you want to enhance the lighting artistically? And how do you want to crop, which is the two items for artistic?
Yeah.
And then at the end, you have to inject the expression, right? So give me the body. Let's do the body dynamics first.
Okay, body dynamics. I like the way his shoulders are uneven. So his collarbone is slanted away from the camera position.
I agree. A little too much weight falling into that wall. So if he separates, it's a little nicer. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I'd also like him to do is to bend the left arm, elbow a bit, so I have a little bit of space there. Right. And then we've gotten rid of all the vertical lines, no vertical and horizontal lines on him.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, perfect. All right.
And then
how are you going to enhance the light? Because right now the lighting is nice, but can we enhance it?
yeah, we could bring in a reflector and uplight him a bit.
Reflector, please.
And get some of the shadows out of his eyelid, out of his brow.
Okay. Also, you notice he's squinting?
Yes.
So when you do pose him, tell him to close his eyes, and when you're ready to shoot, he can open them, and he can keep his eyes open for that split second,
Exactly.
then take the photograph.
Okay.
If you're having people squint, you're gonna have a hard time keeping them with their eyes open the whole time.
Right.
Okay.
Is there white on the other side of that reflector? Is there a white side? Yeah. Oh, no,
It's a gold and silver.
All right, we'll use the silver side then. And not too much on his face to make him uncomfortable, please.
Now, unless you're not shooting the legs, right?
No, I'm
Because
not.
the legs are looking kind of awkward.
Yes, they are.
But
I'm
you
not
can
shooting
focus on
legs.
that section.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just going to get this out of the way.
Good. Yeah. Kill him, man.
All right. How does this... Okay.
It's ready.
Oh, it's on?
It's ready. You focus with this too.
Right.
Push it halfway and it will focus. Get it right on the eyeball, the focus point, and then recompose.
Oh. Let's go.
Yeah, tell him go ahead and...
Close your eyes. Reach out with your chin. Reach forward with your chin and lower your chin a bit.
Oh, that's excellent.
All right. Open your eyes. Excellent.
Oh.
Tilt your head towards the wall a little bit. Just not so much. Yeah. Close your eyes. Open your eyes. Nice.
Nice.
Let me see. Yeah.
Try a different pose.
So let me get you turning with your back towards the wall like that. Yeah. Excellent.
Good job. Be careful with your head in the back there.
Yeah. And you still have light on his face, eyes closed.
It's a little spot on his nose. Do you see it?
On his nose?
On the inside of his nose by the fence.
Right.
Move his cheek. See that little spot?
Yeah. Could you
lean forward
lean forward a little bit?
Now it's on his forehead. There you go. Better. Clean.
Yeah, good.
Oh, forehead.
Forehead, okay. Lean forward like that. Nice.
There you go. Good. Dead on.
Eyes open. Excellent. I'm going to catch a little bit more of him.
Want to do something cool?
Yeah.
Turn the camera black and white to show you what the lighting looks like. Turn the camera black and white and now take the photo and you're going to be able to really see what the lighting looks like now. So it's already done. So just take your picture. And it's going to look black and white. It's a little overexposed.
Yeah, it's overexposed.
So
Where's the
just
shutter?
shutter speed is at 1500. That was at 3000. Go ahead.
Good. All right. Eyes open.
For the audience listening, why are we having him close his eyes and then open them?
He's closing his eyes because the sun's very bright and he's squinting.
Right.
So to take the stress off him, having him keep his eyes closed and open them only when I'm going to take the shot.
Because the iris can handle about half a second of harsh sunlight before it closes.
Yeah.
So it's a great way when you have harsh light to have them just close, open, and it takes about half a second for the eye to react. But by that time, you already took the picture.
Right.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
So
just keep your eyes closed.
Did you already take the picture?
Yeah, I did take one. Lean towards me a little. Just tip your head towards me. Yeah.
And then Matt, when he takes a shot, don't move, okay? I'm gonna explain something.
All right, open your eyes.
Okay, good job. I'm gonna explain something real quick. When you are posing, when you're photographing him from that angle,
right?
Actually, his jacket, you see how his jacket has like a hole right there, it's opening?
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Those little details make a difference in the picture sometimes. So this is a little bit crazy anal, right? But if you unbutton his jacket, that goes away.
Right.
Okay,
Thanks.
Try another picture.
Okay.
And this is good for the live audience just to see how detail oriented you really have to be.
Right.
So when you put your eye through that camera, look at everything, look at the pieces, like this is obviously separated, it looks good. Look at all the pieces, and once you're satisfied, take the shot.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to go a little, slightly different angle to get the leading lines of the pattern that I have on the wall here. And go a little bit lower. Eyes closed. All right, I'm going to try. All right. Open the eyes. Sorry, it's not firing.
What happened?
It just wouldn't fire.
Oh, it's because it's tethering. You have to take one shot at a time.
No, it didn't go down at all.
Okay, now you can do it. It doesn't say busy anymore, so go ahead.
Okay.
Take one shot at a time.
Eyes open.
Let me see what you get. Oh man, you're killing it. Oh my goodness, that's so good. That's such a good photo, man.
Yeah,
That's
love
it.
that.
Stop right there, man. That's
Okay.
it. You just killed it right there. So guys,
Well done.
God, fire right now. He used that little in between double pole action as the frame. That's so good, man. Seriously. The background, clean, because it's the same, bless you, it's the same pattern of stripes. There's no distraction whatsoever. We opened up his jacket. His elbows were bent to make him look a little more firm and sexy and all this. Bring sexy back, right? You had him lean forward towards the camera to get that invisible plane to hit the eyes first, not the whole body. Man, that is gold. Thank you. That was great.
Thanks.
Good job.
Thank you.
So, going out.
It's just firing, I'm sorry.
Take a look at this photo, guys. It's incredible. Not the first one that shows up because that's the wrong shot. Let me see. You tell me. You tell me.
Money, David.
You tell me. Huh?
That looks fabulous.
Look at that, man. Can you?
Good job, David.
Look at that.
Good on you, mate.
Make me look good, man.
And it's
not
tough,
how it is,
man. It's tough. Guys, this photo right here that we just did is the quintessential example of him. He had a perfect structure for the body dynamics. Then we talked about the artistic dynamics. He added a reflector that she was holding.
Yeah.
And then third, we closed the eyes. The expression was stern. It was a sexy shot. The expression's right on with it. So when it's your turn, body dynamics, artistic interpretation, which is lighting and cropping, and then injection of expression to match the mood that you visualized. Please try to visualize the whole pose, including the artistic stuff, the crop, before you actually try to execute a pose. Because if you don't, we're back to guessing. Okay? And that's kind of a shame. So, fire. Fire, man. That's good. Dude, you're killing it. I would buy that picture. It's not even me. All right, let's get Juliana to do it.
Do we have to use the building?
We're gonna stick with the building because I want you guys to be limited and force yourself to look at the gifts this occasion is giving you. Now, photograph only Matt. Actually, she's not even here yet, so it doesn't even matter. Photograph only Matt.
Yeah.
You can use, I'm not gonna tell you anything. I want you to see for yourself and create something drastically different than what David did in the same location. Good luck. Oh, let me get that tether cable to not come out. Remember to photograph. Actually, I'm going to change it to one photo at a time because it's going, you don't want to be firing too many times. So, here we go. Radically, I want it to be totally different in the same location, but you can use any side of the building.
Can you hold this for a second? Just want to look at
Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Can I go behind here?
As long as as Matt
cable.
is on somewhere in the
Yeah.
building area.
I was going to put him here
You can do that. Here,
with the diffuser on top.
we have the tether's long enough, so go ahead.
With the diffuser on top.
Diffuser on top.
Yeah,
we need
away
diffuser.
from the window. I don't know if it's going to work, but
Gosh, did you see that photo he took?
I think it's going to be hard to go around. I don't think I can go around.
No, dude, that was
Roberto.
sick. No, seriously sick.
I don't think I can go
You
around.
visualize that frame.
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Can
fire,
I go
man.
in front of this? And actually go to the side. Can I have the...
Diffuser's coming up.
I thought maybe having this in front would that
It's a
work?
great choice because it's a frame and it's gonna be out of focus because it's so far
Right.
from him.
Can you hold this?
Yeah, I can hold it. There's a spider web.
spider web,
But
too.
I'll hold it for you.
I wonder if the spider web would.
Just want to let you know how much I most love you because I'm arachnophobic.
Really?
Yes. Where do you want the diffuser at?
On top of his head so it's not spotty.
Oh my gosh, there's a spider on the diffuser.
Oh yeah, I don't like it.
Hold on, there's a spider on the diffuser. Let me knock it out. Let me knock it out.
So it doesn't fall on the head.
That makes it really dark, huh?
Be careful with the luminance change in the background.
Yeah, it's still very...
So you either even it out with the diffuser or you take advantage of the shadows.
Okay.
Okay?
I think I need the diffuser.
All right, go ahead. So there you go. It's all soft. Crop only to the part where it shows the diffuse part. Don't forget body dynamics.
Can you look towards the I don't think I'm going to be using that.
Okay, good, because there was a beak going on.
Do you want me leaning against the wall?
Jonah, tell us about the body dynamics. What's the vision? And then tell us,
Yeah,
explain
you can
us.
lean on the wall. Yeah, like relax your body a little. Can look right into the camera.
So Fran, while she's doing that, it looks good. What can we do to enhance the light instead of just diffused? Could we add
reflector?
directional light from somewhere?
Yeah.
Sure, we can add ice light.
Yeah, it's really tough.
Because
huh?
the light's diffused, if you do put the ice light, it will give it a kick of light. And that's the kick that I was talking about so much, that you do something that makes you ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, because, yeah, you're right.
So can we get an ice light here?
Yeah.
Somewhere?
Where's the
Ice light. Oh, okay. And my 2 flashes, the 600 flashes, please.
Oh,
I wish that every wedding was like this, but I could just talk and things would just happen.
It's not nothing exceptional.
No, that's cool. It's really cool. Let's
I
use
like this.
the trees to give it a bit of a frame. So you can try harder by going back and use this as the frame, position him somehow, and then you have multiple levels.
So you bring that down because it's really on
Yeah,
top
sure.
of his
Just
face.
I don't want to be on the picture, so I don't know how to do it. Let me see. Use this to add a different dimension, okay?
Okay, one is 2600. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look good?
No.
If you frame this, use that as a frame, like blur it, like put.
Can you lift up a bit?
It will look good if you use it, trust me.
No, I don't care for it.
No, that's not working. So you want this to be pointing at him. You don't want it to be, no, keep it, don't turn it because they're tethering.
I'm sorry.
You want this to be pointing at him. You don't want this to be, don't do it, don't put it
Like
on
an
him.
arrow?
Kind of like an arrow pointing at him. So here's the photo should go kind of like this. You have him, and then this is like a little arrow. See how it's pointing? So have me hold this in a way that's kind of just pointing at him. You see that? And then take the shot. You might want to get rid of that branch first though. Okay. So this is going to give your photo depth. So tell me where you want it so it's pointing at him.
Yeah, closer to the left. There. Better?
Yeah, it's better. I mean, I can keep going, but
Yeah.
you're adding depth. So, okay. So guys, the photo looks quite good. Take a look at what she did here. How do we do this? Okay, see it? This little guy just adds a little depth to the photo.
Yeah.
We could have gone without, but Juliana decided to use the leaves as a bit of a frame. And it's a little more, it gives it a little touch.
Yeah.
Not to mention, it adds depth to the photographs. It's not just person wall.
And it balances it too.
Yeah, I mean, it has something here and something here. So we're using framing, we're using out of focus framing, we're using balance. Okay, this is all incredible. Can you imagine, like yesterday you guys were not, like this is like leaps and bounds.
Exactly.
So that's really good. Okay, I'm feeling Fran.
Here. Like you don't even look my direction. I'm just like, dang it.
You know what's great is like I don't even have to take over the camera. You guys are like doing exactly what it should be.
Oh God.
Wow, bright.
Crikey, she looks amazing.
Okay, now Fran, we already used this side. We already used this. What other elements do you see in this building that you can use? Like there's that red thing going on. It's all part of the same color, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the tree.
That red tree thing. You can use that. You can have her use your walk around, walk there, look to see what you want to do. You have some trees, you have leaves where to use them. You have crazy shadow stuff going on. Yeah. Juliana could have used them. She decided to go for the soft look and then use the framing. You can go for the harsh, crazy look, right?
Yeah.
And as long as the eyes are on sunspots, I think it's gonna look sharp. Okay. Obviously, it's on purpose that it's a dirty lighting situation, but it can be kind of cool. So try. You have a little trunk. Don't forget this little guy just chilling. He's there for you. He's saying, "I am a gift, and you're not using me." You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but how would I like put his foot up?
You can use it exactly. Like you can have Matt be like this, and it changes the whole body dynamics, right? You can have her sit.
On that?
Sure. Look, I'm just giving you examples. There's a black widow there, so you don't want to have her sit there. Wow, you look ready to go.
Thank you.
Nice. Look at you.
Hey, Roberto, you know what? I got to talk it out. What I was thinking is, see how there's like this tunnel of.
Yeah.
I was wanting to do something with that, like have that as a frame of a tunnel, but I don't know if it'll look good.
Well, I think. First of all, that's a good idea.
But he
David already used the tunnel frame, right?
Yeah.
So we have to cancel that idea out.
Okay, that's good. Okay, well that's out.
What we're gonna do is try maybe
Go
going
over there
to the tree and see. Now we have 85 millimeter. You can try that to really get the. See how she has a headpiece.
Yeah.
Try doing something focusing on that headpiece. Be creative with what you can do with your focus points. Huh?
I'm so blank.
No, totally cool. Check it out. Come over here.
All right. Sorry.
Hey, gorgeous. Could you come over here for a second?
Yeah, sure. She looks stunning. Yeah, sure. Is it all right if we take the necklace off? It doesn't matter. She's got such a pretty decolletage.
Can I borrow your necklace?
Yes, you can. Thank you. Just your decolletage is beautiful. You look so gorgeous. Okay. Sorry, guys.
Thanks. Okay, friend. We're not gonna worry about anything. We're gonna take it step by step.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? You have some cool leaves going on. These are all part of the same color palette.
Yeah.
If you use that section right there, it's gonna have a gap.
Yeah.
And it's gonna show through.
On the side.
So you don't want to use that gap.
On the side of the white.
This side right
pole,
here,
yeah.
because it's got fuller leaves. So the pattern's a little more, what do you call it? A little more even.
Meshed, yeah.
Okay.
You know what I know it's like really simple. What's her name? Model?
Oh,
Keisha?
Kisia.
Kisia? Could you come here, friend? So I think you're just putting Kisia in front of this and emphasizing the veil and maybe her eyes looking at me, and then the blur would be, the bokeh would be.
Try the blur in the eyes and focus on the veil.
Okay. Wait, would I need to change my lens?
You don't have to. Well, you can try the 85.
If I don't have to, I don't want to. Come over here.
You might have to.
For the depth of field, eh? Right, honey, I'll get you to stand here. Right here.
You need a diffuser, right?
Yeah, please. And probably a reflector. Or
ice light.
Oh yeah, all right. I'll try the lifesaver. You look so beautiful.
Pepe, can I borrow the ice light?
Yeah, you can't move without the dress being held. Oh, real? Okay, I'll just get you to
You know
move
what?
over here
Let's
a
use
wee
the
bit.
small diffuser.
Yeah, that's fine.
So you don't have to.
Just a bit forward. Sorry, take like two. Sorry, it's so hot. Move this way, honey. I'm so sorry. It's so hot and gross. That's all right. Yeah. Yeah. Nice straight. Beautiful. You look so cool. All right.
For those viewing online, let's explain the body dynamics. Even if you're not going to photograph the body, just explain
Sure.
what the vision is.
Okay, so the emphasis of the photo is mainly going to be a head portrait, so maybe
Perfect.
possibly up to the waistline.
Got it.
Not more than that. So we'll be emphasizing her décolletage because it's so beautiful and she's got such a gorgeous face, and her bone structure is phenomenal. I really want to focus honing on that.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. So I'll get you to, sorry, hon. I'll get you to tilt this way for me. And you'll be looking at me this way, yeah. And so your hand will be there. So we'll do the hand placement, and your shoulder kind of forward, almost like cutesy. And you're looking at me. Is that tether thing? Yeah. Sorry, honey. That's all right.
See this?
Yeah. And I guess then
so-
we'll need to fill her face.
So this is going to go here, right? Let me see.
Thank you,
Okay.
Roberto.
There you go. And then you want this
Yeah.
or not?
I think just to give her a pop, because right now
Where do you
she's
want the
just-
pop? The pop is already happening here. So do you want to even it out, or do you want to do light and then go into a smooth shadow on the other side to give it depth? You have to think about all these things.
Oh my gosh. Well, if this is going to be the focus, then it's okay if there's a shadow there. So this I want to be highlighted, and there's already light there. So do you think we should emphasize?
You're going to focus on the veil.
Yeah.
So you probably want this side to be lit.
Okay.
Right?
Well, yeah.
So-
So it evens it. Crikey. This is so much more involved when you got to talk it out.
You got to talk it out.
Yeah, it's
terrible.
so good though, eh? Crikey, them heaps close.
Can I get the reflector? That small reflector that's there?
Thank you so much, Roberto. Really. Yes, mate. Sorry.
Just got to switch this out.
No, you're right. Thanks heaps, Roberto.
What?
Thank you for helping.
No,
I
you're
can't
doing it.
materialize the thoughts.
You will soon.
I'm trying to use everything you taught us, you know.
You will soon.
No, 90 degrees. No, oh, hand down. Sorry, honey. There we go. And so your shoulder just a wee bit forward. Yeah, that looks lovely. But spine straight. Sorry, honey. There we go.
Now you can focus on the eye.
There you go. Yeah, and just.
Sorry, focus on the veil.
Yeah.
But before, you don't want that fold going on. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I think it's inevitable. No.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
So would I just twist her a wee bit more over there and take it from this side? Does it look weird now, though?
We'll take it and see what it looks like. We'll do, hold on, let me see the camera. Right now it's on black and white. We're gonna do faithful. Okay, go ahead.
It's faithful, eh? Whoa.
Get your exposure right.
Is my ISO all right? It's
Your
at
ISO is
320.
good. Just change the ISO. That shutter speed is right here.
Okay, gotcha.
You're already at 2.8. You're good.
Yeah, I thought.
Because you want to make her eye out of focus, you want to be farther than that and zoom in.
Yeah.
Yay, kiss you.
You look
Yay,
awesome.
I should probably stop doing that.
Okay, I'm just gonna give it a shot
Mm-hmm.
and hope for the best. Oh, balls. Oh, sorry. Hey, the tether thing came out. Well, I'll just take it as a test and then look at me. Ready? Give me a smile. Close your lips a bit. There we go. So smile and then close your lips. There we go. And now close. Roberto. Oh wow.
Okay, well the angle's right, right? And see the pattern
Yeah.
is working.
Yes.
So you're good.
Okay.
You just
so
have
now-
to increase the shutter speed. It's way too slow.
Okay.
Try that.
Okay.
I mean, just look at the meter inside
Oh yeah. Sorry.
when you point it at her, okay?
Mhm.
Try that.
Right, honey. You look amazing. All right, ready? So look down and then open your eyes and look at me. And can you give me a smile at the same time? And now close your mouth. And there we
Oh,
go.
nice. Good job.
Okay, I think I got the reflector on the side, but
Oh my God, that was good. That's very nice. That's very nice. Let's try this one photo here. It's very nice.
yeah, mate.
Let me borrow the camera for a sec.
Sure.
When I give you another option to show you a little bit, okay?
Yeah, how can I improve that?
Let's try to improve it right now.
Awesome.
So she's got the, you have the trees in the back, right?
Yeah.
So that's taken care of. We're going to emphasize the beauty of her headpiece. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
So instead of, I'm gonna actually go and make her go in profile a little bit, or I can go a straight on shot with her eyes, with her chin down. You like the straight on shot?
Yeah.
Now her eye is,
It's just because the tattoos were taken away from.
let me see something real
They're
quick.
beautiful.
Can we, oh, that's, somebody has to kind of like, okay. Bring your chin down. Bring your eyes towards me. Chin down, right there. No smile whatsoever. Okay, go ahead.
Do you want me to?
Grab your straighten your spinal cord. Good, like that. Grab your body weight and tilt it more towards this side, just a tad. Right there, stop.
Gotcha.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, just
actually.
changing the spine. Good, good, good. Good. Okay, reflector.
Wait.
Put the reflector on her face. I'm gonna focus right on her left eyeball.
Is that right? The reflector, mate?
Chin down. Close your eyes. And gentle smile in your face. Keep your eyes closed. Okay, now drop the smile slowly. Slowly, slowly, slowly.
It looks sweet.
You see how by dropping the smile slowly, you can choose what level of the smile you want. If you say, can you smile again? Can you say, okay, don't smile? Boom, just dies. Okay?
Yeah, so drop it
So you go
slowly.
like this. Smile, please. Keep smiling. Keep smiling. Keep smiling. Okay, wait, I shouldn't say that.
Silly goose.
Just with your eyes, keep your chin in that position. Look at the camera. Close your eyes. Chin down a bit. And when I say, just open and look at the camera. Ready, go.
Gotcha.
You see how that's cropped
Yeah.
creatively and all of that stuff? Let's try more.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna do more open. So I'm gonna show more of the scene, okay?
Okay.
Now, take a look at that tree right there, the leaves of the tree. Don't smile. Chin down. Chin up. Relax your eyes and your jawline.
Is this spine straight? There we go.
And now, very gentle in the mouth, very gentle smile. Positive, that's it, right there, that's it.
Beautiful.
Look at the camera.
Shoot.
Right there, look at the camera. Wait a second, lighting changed. Give me a sec.
Sorry.
And turn your chin towards the camera. More, that way. More. And now keep your eyes on me. There you go. A little less on the chin. There you go. And close your eyes. When I tell you, open them. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Very nice. Let's drop it.
Gorgeous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where are you going? Oh, thanks, honey.
Where's the guys?
Where do you want to go, Roberto?
We're gonna go to the leaves now.
Okay.
So Pepe, I'll bring you over.
Okay.
Thank you, Roberto.
How'd you feel?
Awesome. I feel a lot better.
Step by step.
Yeah.
Step by step.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Let me go around him. Let me see.
Go back. Wait, it's come off.
Okay, guys, come on over. Now we're gonna start putting both of them together using because now we have both. Using the posing chart, which you have in your hands. Can I borrow that posing chart?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Oh, thank you. How dare you? Just kidding.
Just come closer.
All right, we're gonna have Pepe start us off with the actual couples posing. Because we are going step by step, it takes a little while. I encourage you to try to listen and see how you would handle it when it's your turn. I encourage you guys online to try to see if you see some elbow problem, if you see any of the 21 items that I talked on those 3 slides. I encourage you to maybe on your own house, write them down in a notebook so you can start making mental notes. Okay? Try facing each other.
Facing each other?
Facing each other.
Okay.
Okay?
And
And
choose a spot on the
use
brush?
this.
Okay. Can I use any spot here or just right here?
Pretty much you can walk around. I mean, obviously from here you're already getting the brush pattern, right?
Yeah.
So work it out, Pepe,
Okay.
step by step. I'll help you if you need to, if I did. Work it out until it looks really good. Okay. Remember the background. Be anal about the background, okay? Yeah. Only feature the part that you want, which is the brush repetition, right?
Yeah.
Especially this side on the left. Okay. All right, so let's take a look.
So what I'm thinking about doing is...
Look at that. You can go there.
So
that way you can frame them with this. This is like the foreground and then they're in there.
The background, yeah. That's...
See what I'm saying? Try it. Try your own thing.
Okay. I'm trying to see what angle, if I'm going to do a lower angle.
Right. Don't forget we also have the 85 1.2 if you really want to get that blurred out.
Okay.
If you need to.
Okay. Okay, guys, can I have you on this side? And I think I will use the 85.
Yep.
1.2. I'm gonna have you guys on this other side where it's nice and even. Let's see. Okay. Like, you're gonna be standing right here, and I'm gonna have you guys first of all face each other.
Okay.
Okay. Now step back here a little bit. Okay. So, okay. That's fine. I'm gonna have you on the.
Do you see what's going on here?
That's fine, right there. Actually, I'm gonna just have you here on the side. Go ahead and wrap your arms around her. There you go. And I'm trying to see. I don't want that creeping hand be coming out. So, let's see. Okay. Go ahead and
Look how
put
pretty
your,
this is.
your hand.
This is the photo that we took with Fran.
Like that. And better yet, caress his chin. There you go, much better.
Okay, this is the 3-point check.
Glowing.
This is the 3-point check. The collarbones are in one direction. The chin is in this direction, but her eyes are in this direction. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This is the, you know those 21 steps we're talking about? Those are seriously like important.
You, look
the problem is coming up with all 21
shoulder.
on the spot.
And you're gonna be looking at his lips, like that. There you go. And let's see. Can I have you tilt your head a little bit more the other way, this way?
Oh, that way?
Yeah. No, my way. Tilt it. There you go, like that. There you go. Okay. And drop down your chin a little bit more. Like that. Okay. And let's see. Hands. I can see part of your arm, so that should be fine. Can you? Oh, your left leg. Can you bend it towards him? Like, you know, knee him. There you go, like that. There you go. Just don't knee him, okay? Cause
yeah,
okay.
I would feel really bad if I did.
Okay, so let's see. All right, let me step back a little bit. Okay, so.
Now be careful with her height. You might have to have them kneel down.
Yeah.
See, because that's the whole roof is coming up.
Yeah. So I was thinking about just.
Try it. Try your vision, and then we'll go from there.
This way. Okay, let me try this way, and then
Here, Pepe, there's the camera.
Okay.
You're going through serious problem solving right now, right?
Was that?
You're going to
yes,
solve this
I was,
problem solving. Yeah.
I was talking them out.
Okay, be careful with this cable. I'm gonna try to keep it pushed in because it
Okay.
needs to stay in, okay?
Alrighty.
It's already sort of exposed, right?
Okay.
If you need a diffuser or anything, tell us because these are the tools you have to your disposal, right? Don't forget
Yeah.
the tools.
Okay. Let me see.
First of all, what's the problem that you see?
Right now, the lighting.
So
Let's see the side, the lighting on the side.
So let's fix it.
So, can I get
Diffuser?
the diffuser on my right side, please? Of course.
I can help you if you want.
You know what, Roberto? I think I'm gonna switch to the 2.8.
Here you go.
I'm trying to get a crop it a little bit closer, and I.
No problem. Take that off. Put this on. You're good to go. Go ahead and take it, Pepe. We gotta keep going.
Okay. Can you put up the diffuser a little bit higher? Thank you. All right, you guys are legally married. Okay.
Oh, beautiful. Take a look at this angle she got. Gets rid of the house in the back.
Yeah.
Let me see what you get. Oh, that's interesting too. Now, obviously they're too dark.
Yeah.
So let's expose. So you need to slow down your shutter speed and let's do a reflector, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So.
What's that?
Okay, go ahead.
No, I want
Sorry,
it to be
kiss you.
taller. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Sorry, girlfriend.
I think Matt's loving this.
Let me see. Okay, good job. Let me show them something. Let's put that on the screen real quick if we can, the last photo we took. Okay. First of all, guys, take a look. Hey, guys, stay right there, okay? For just a second, sorry. Stay right there, sorry. Okay, first of all, let's start to see how we can discuss this, okay? They're in the middle, right? Yeah. So let's try to do some composing where they're on the left and the right to give them some negative space. You see what I mean? Another thing is, he was leaning down and they were not leaning towards the side. So what I mean is you want to try, if you do go down below their chin level, they need to match it with you. So lean your bodies from the top and then just lean towards the camera this way. You see that? Now when they're leaning towards the camera, you are closing in on that invisible plane, hitting them in the eye instead of hitting them in the hip. Because now their face is closer to the camera and it won't distort them because the focal plane will be similar. If they're standing and you're like at an angle like this, like you're in an angle like this, and they're standing, those two angles are gonna give you distortion. You didn't notice it because you're using the 70-100. If you would have used any other lens, their heads would have been stretched out.
Okay.
Okay. So, and also I like the reflector looks a lot better, right? It's still too dark though.
Okay.
Try another let's try another one. Let's see. All right, Mallory, let's try it. Use the same leaves.
The same what?
Use the same leaves. You're just gonna keep playing with what he already started.
Okay.
And we're gonna keep that cable connected to the camera, like I just not did. Here, Mallory. Yeah, same.
Same pose?
Sure.
Okay.
We're gonna make it so it's cleaned out. Okay. Oh man, there's like spider webs in my camera. Spider webs. if you're gonna be at that angle, you better lean them too.
Okay, hold on. Just want to see if I want that.
And he's got a bit of a creepy hand coming out.
He even knew how to fix it. He just like reached around for it.
Except now she's strapped. When we discussed that with the hands.
Oh yeah, the two.
Okay.
Too trapped.
Yeah, so lean your heads towards me if you can.
Relax the hand a little bit on the left. Don't wrap all the way around, Matt.
Matt. There you go, Matt.
Put your hand up in her back or something so it's not creepy coming. There you go.
Perfect. That looks great,
A little
you guys.
better, right? Yeah. It's just that it's just coming out. At least now you can see a little bit of the arm.
Right.
That looks really good.
Let's inject some expression now, Mallory. Like, doesn't matter how silly or dumb whatever you say is, they'll just laugh anyway, and it'll be super funny.
Will you look down at that plant and see how happy it is to see you?
Oh, see, that's good, Mallory. That plant's so happy.
That's perfect. It's really happy now.
The plant loves you how you look. That's so good. Now take a look at that cute little black widow on your back. Look how cute that is. Take the picture. Just kidding.
Never mind. Okay, can we do one more? Can we do one more of that, you guys? There's no spider, don't worry.
You see how her eyes went to the side?
Okay.
If you were watching a movie, you were to pause, you would study that surprised, oh my God, it's gonna be to the
All
side.
right, and then relax your
Okay,
face.
so you gotta watch movies with a pause
Breathe
button.
in, Matt.
Mhm.
Close your eyes, Matt. Perfect. I love where your fingers are, Kesia.
Okay, let me see. Be careful with the cable. All right, this is what we got. And they are, let's go through the three. Subject emphasis. A, are they the biggest? Yes.
Yes.
There's no building that's like taking over. Are they the brightest?
Yes.
I think that's brighter.
That's brighter. But
They're focused.
No,
Focus.
they're 2 out of 3. If you wanted to create them to be brighter, how would we fix this?
Add light.
Diffuse the plant.
How would you like to underexpose the scene to get rid of this, and use a use a back flash, and backlight them with a flash and get that rim lighting going on?
Can I just shade the bush?
Because I'm gonna tell you something.
In post?
They're gonna say something. If that luminance level, that bright luminance level, was bright all the way across, I would accept it and we would move on.
Right.
But we're not accepting that anymore. We're gonna do better than that. These sunspots and stuff are starting to be distracting. We're gonna minimize the distraction quickly. We're gonna say, oh, problem, underexposed. There's different luminance levels in the back.
Yeah.
We're going to backlight them. We're gonna underexpose this.
Okay.
Sounds good?
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. I'm gonna underexpose this. I'm gonna go to 2.8. I'm gonna go to, oh, it's gonna be tough because of the lighting situation. Here, let me do this. Let me do highlight tone priority. I'm gonna turn it off. Now I can go to ISO 50. Okay, ISO 100 will do it. And now we'll be able to do it better than that. So we're gonna do high speed sync on the flash because the sync's only up to 250. Okay. All right, and we're gonna keep that aperture. Here you go. What?
I have no idea about the flash.
You need to know this stuff.
Yeah.
If you don't know it, like, yeah.
Okay, could you get back together in your beautiful pose?
Here you go. Go ahead and underexpose the scene.
Master and slave. That's really that. Yeah, it's like who saw that? The master. Doesn't sound as dodgy, but dodgy for the most part.
Here, fire the button.
Okay.
Let me see the camera real quick.
I just changed the shutter speed.
Slave channel 1. Here we go. Let's try this. slave, and turn that on. Menu 2, menu 2. We're gonna do high-speed sync on that. So they're not syncing for some reason. Oh, I see why. Here we go. Okay, now they'll sync.
Okay.
And menu 2, menu 3, menu 3. We're gonna sync to high-speed sync.
Okay.
And you're ready to go. Let me see. Let me see. Go ahead. Look at that. Yep.
Why
okay.
did you
There
do
go.
that? Oh my gosh, I can't see anything. Wow, thanks a lot. I seriously can't even see.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, that looks beautiful. I love your expressions. Looks really good. And close your mouth a little, Kesia. And Matt, close your eyes and breathe in, please. And bring her closer into you.
Take a look
There
at the
you
light
go.
first. Will you take another shot? Take
What?
a look at the picture.
What?
Take a look at the screen. See how the light, is the light reaching them?
Let me see. Yeah.
Looks nice, nicely backlit.
Well, I need to bring my shutter speed down though. Okay. Yeah, pull her in closer just a tiny bit to you. Perfect. And will you relax your shoulder a little bit, Kesia? There you go. Perfect. And pull her in close, Matt.
That's gotta be tiring.
Kesia, will you look at his lips?
I'm telling you, I can see it right there. It's like power, even through that,
I don't think
through
so
that
either.
sweater.
Okay, and Kesia, will you look at me? Just turn your head slightly. Keep your forehead on his, and keep turning your face.
Mallory,
towards
make
me.
him react a little bit more. It's a little bit too stiff.
Okay. All right. Stare at his lip. Just stare at it.
Poor Kesia, she has to deal with all this stuff.
And look at each other real quick. Actually, Kesia, I love what you did right there. Perfect. And turn your face more towards me. Awesome. Beautiful.
It's good. Let's change it. Let's change it. Let's have Nikki try it. Let's do. Let's do.
I have an idea.
For what pose though?
Well, I was going to have them sit on that stump.
Okay, so you want to do a sitting pose. All right, let's do that.
I don't know if I'll include their bodies in it.
Doesn't matter.
Is that stuff
So
that they're
that's
sitting?
sitting interpretive.
Okay.
Let me explain something actually to the people in the audience. Let me explain something to the people in the audience real quick. This chart's the posing chart. If you use one pose like sitting, it doesn't mean you cannot have them sitting and holding hands. That's combining two of the posing in one. Now, doing two in one doesn't make a pose any better. It's just a combination of things. You can have them walking and side by side. And that's side by side and walking. You have the two things going on. So don't worry about, oh, I can only do one. They have to be sitting, but they can't hold hands. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to mix and match. Okay, so that's that. Let me look at the photo that you were able to achieve. So for the people that were watching online, basically we had a problem with the wheatgrass being brighter than they were, right?
Yeah.
So what we did, oh my gosh, did you see that?
Amazing. Yeah.
So what we did, we underexposed the scene, and then we used a back a back flash or a wireless flash to backlight them from the back. We turned off, this became just a trigger, and this became the real light source. And the light wraps around really beautifully. Okay, now guys, let's have a conversation. When we first took that initial photo, we had a problem. And then you see the solution is so much better. So what I'm saying to you and to you is to not give up. You know that was a problem. You can A, be lazy and be like, good enough. Or B, take photos that are recession proof. Or excuseless photos, like I live in a bad part of town, there's nobody here with money that nobody wants to pay me. Okay, or what's the other one I hear? Yeah, there's a lot of competition in my city. It is oversaturated with photographers in my city. I live in Beverly Hills. That is truly the most saturated city in the world for photographers, okay, and models and actresses, okay? You can throw a rock down the window and you'll hit a model, an actor, or a photographer. You know? Now, are we happy with that solution that we came up with?
Mm-hmm.
These are the tools you have to use. You have your flashes, you have your reflector, and you have your diffuser. You have video lights. With those tools, you can pretty much fix anything. So don't give up on it. Now, if you were at home and you didn't have someone, you could have tried to put a teddy bear on top of a light stand and backlight that teddy bear. So you can get familiar with technicalities of your flash. When I said that the sync speed is 250, that should be like, your name is friend. It should be that simple to you, okay? If it's not that simple, then make it that simple by studying it, right? There's YouTube, there's manuals, there's everything, okay? A really good class to take on flashes, of course, you know, it's Bob Davis and Don Davis, they always teach about that kind of stuff. Just do whatever it takes, we'll learn. All right, so Nikki's gonna have you sit on that stump. There is only about 2 or 3 black widows there, so you should be fine.
Totally cool.
Okay? Kiss you, don't worry. I just touched the spider with my own bare hands, taking it out of the diffuser. You're what? You
I'll
don't
touch
touch
them for you,
spiders?
don't worry. We'll be good.
Nikki, are you afraid of spiders? You're like, no way.
Doesn't bother me at all.
You're like, totally not, like, no problem.
Well, I mean, if one's crawling on my face.
Yeah, you don't want that. Like a tarantula,
No.
it's not good.
No. I mean, okay, if they have fangs, different story, but daddy long leg, whatever.
What's that?
Oh, okay. I
Oh,
wish I
okay.
had a step stool. Okay,
That's okay. Let's do another post.
yeah, okay.
Try him behind her.
Okay,
And you can choose the wheat.
okay.
You can choose.
I'd like to backlight them with the sun.
Okay, beautiful. Oh, nice. So you're gonna do the shadow trick.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to, I need to walk around for a second. So I
Okay, be
can see
careful with
where
the camera. When you walk around, put the camera down. Now walk around. Oh, right. Okay. We'll use this side maybe for the next look. Or
We have about 10 minutes.
you got it. Nikki, we only have a few minutes left, so
okay,
let's just post them and get it going.
Okay. I'm just worried about background because the slope goes up and I'm so much shorter and I'm going to be shooting up at them.
Crop tighter then.
Okay.
See, that's another solution, right?
Okay.
Crop tighter. So you crop the light source. We talked about it
Come
today,
with
right?
me.
You want to do a reflection shot?
Okay, so we'll have you, yep, you're good right here. Okay, come on over, Kitia.
So you're using the apex of the shadow trick, Nikki?
Yes. I'm just worried about the background because I'm only going to get the building in. Do you see what I'm saying?
Let me see.
Because I'm so much shorter than them. It's not like I can get up further to get the wheat to be my
You can lower and
repetitive-
get the sky. They just have to lean them. You have to lean them forward again.
Okay.
That wheat won't work here.
Okay.
Be careful with the tether cable. Just cannot keep holding it, like so it doesn't come out.
Okay.
Make sure it's in.
It's in.
And we only have a few minutes left.
And I need the reflector too.
Okay. So if you don't have this diffuser to diffuse people because you only have another assistant
Okay,
or whatever,
so-
I have one of these, by the way. I also have a smaller one,
You're
this
gonna
one.
come
I use this
out
one for most of my
matte
photos
just a
because
little bit.
if I can't, I can always crop tighter. So this can always
This
solve the
way,
issue.
yep.
Okay?
You're gonna
But
reach
if I
your
can't
hand
crop
back.
tighter, then I just use the apex of the shadow trick, and then I don't even need a diffuser. I just shoot away.
Do you use that
Okay.
handheld diffuser?
I have this one. This is mine. I brought this one from LA.
Because I've seen that one with the little handle.
Yeah, whatever. That works too.
Would that be similar to the backlighting with a flash, what she's doing now?
Yeah,
Kind
exactly.
of?
Yeah.
Right.
Except this is if you don't have flash or diffuser.
Yeah, true.
It's like there's an answer to everything.
Yeah, that's exactly
Okay.
what I'm
You can get a
learning.
killer shot in the worst possible place in the world. Sunlight, not sunlight, beach, no beach, dark room, library. You can just keep on going. That's what.
Okay.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Nice.
Man, I need to do another couple shots.
Pardon me?
You notice what she's doing is really good, because she doesn't need the diffuser because the sun is right behind them, right?
Yeah.
She's also using the sun to hit the reflector to hit them back.
Yeah.
Like that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Like it's very, very good.
She's following their
Good job, Nikki. No, I'm just saying good job. Keep going.
Oh.
I mean, I like what you're doing.
Okay.
Oh no, you guys are
Okay,
fine.
so
You guys
we're
are all
gonna
fine.
have
Just stay in the line here. When Roberto comes over to you, you guys aren't blocking him.
Okay.
And then this hand is going to kind of come up on her arm. Yes, I like that better. And then this arm can just kind of gently against your, so there's a little bit of space there. yeah?
Beautiful. Oh my gosh, gold.
Okay.
Back up so you can zoom in and you don't distort them because you are at an angle.
Right. Okay, remember, best friends by the end. Open your eyes.
Oh, good, good.
I still,
see?
like, yeah, I mean,
What's
it's
going
okay,
on?
but there's still just a little bit of the building in
This
the
is
background.
this is not helping you. This is where it's at. So
Okay.
horizontal.
Got
and
it.
crop.
Okay, I know your eyes are on fire, but if you could open them, that would be awesome.
Have them close their eyes and open them right before you shoot.
Okay.
I don't understand. He's looking at the camera in this one. I don't get it. Let's have him
Okay.
look at her lips or do something
Okay.
relating with her.
Okay, so yeah, let me see what it looks like if you're looking at her lips.
Look how much better that is. See?
Yeah,
There's an
that is
energy
better.
there. Now, if you want, let's go ahead and tell me when you're about
Well,
to
okay,
shoot.
so here's the thing. I want to count to 3 to open their eyes, but I also am trying to get them to laugh at the same time. So
Okay,
that's
I'll get
why-
them to laugh. You can do 3.
Okay. Okay, lean in towards me, please. Okay. 1, 2,
Okay, man, stick out your tongue.
3.
Okay, so that's pretty good. We have an issue here.
Right. See, and that's what I don't. I guess I could
then
go down
you have
even
to change,
further, but
then you change the angle or you change where they're at.
right.
See what I mean?
Right.
Let's go in because we have to close this and then we'll go to the
Okay.
next section. We'll continue. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh.
Good?
Yeah.
Go ahead and stand over there.
All right. I think we need to.
I liked how Nick is continuing to push because she keeps seeing problems in the frame and she just kept pushing. Now we ran out of time, but that's good.
That was incredible.
Yeah, it was nice. It was really good. Yeah, keep it there. Just
You want to give us a quick recap of
Yeah,
how you felt about that
absolutely.
shoot?
right now.
Yeah, why not? Yeah,
Okay.
let's.
So guys, we're obviously doing a lot of problem solving. I'm putting the students on the spot. I'm telling them what general area they have to use because I'm trying to limit them from not going to the obvious place. Yes, there is a pretty tree. Yes, there is a pretty little white thing going on. There's a fountain somewhere here in this place, I'm sure. We're not using the fountain. We're not having them just kiss all the time, right? We're having them create different poses and problem solve. With Mallory, we had an issue with the background being brighter than they were. So we decided to underexpose the background to even it out. And then we decided to put a flash behind them and then use the flash as the light source, which gave them a beautiful rim light, which I'm sure that was on the screen. With David, he totally just like ripped it up on that crazy framing patterns and stuff going on. You totally killed it out there, bro. I was like, jeez. Then we had pretty much everybody. Juliana tried a really cool pose. She used a softening technique for the light. And with Fran, we focused on the veil instead of the eyes. These are all techniques that are not the obvious thing. Most people just focus on the eyes. Fran decided let's focus on the veil and let the eyes go out of focus, and we tried out different things. So that was today. We're gonna continue on the last segment with posing on the second half of the chart.
Cool.
Great.
We have a couple questions for you. One from Lucidumas1 from San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
How do you deal, or has this ever happened to you, where clients who are impatient and maybe think you don't know what you're doing when you take time to plan when you approach a scene and you're looking around? So I guess the question is, do you prepare your clients for, hey, here's the way I work, or does that ever come up?
Okay. First of all, I love that question because it comes up all the time. The truth is, when people come to see my work, I don't only show them my best work, I show them contrasts of what the situation was like and what I did with it. So when they're at the initial meeting, I say, people say this wonderful photograph, but I also show them where the photograph really came from, right? And what that does, it gives them the confidence that sometimes difficult situations can turn into really great photos, but by no means I tell them it happens in 2 seconds, right? I say, I need time to problem solve. Sometimes locations are limiting, but if you can just stick to it for a few seconds, sometimes it takes a minute, you're really gonna be able to craft a photograph well and make it into a poem instead of just like a sentence. So yes, that happens. So it's good to prepare at the initial meeting. And then when you're actually shooting, and this is important for you guys too, don't portray weakness or self-doubt in the middle of a shoot. Don't go around apologizing for you waiting. Just apologize as a joke if you need to, but you are confident the entire time. You know, you say, this is not working, I'm not liking it, let's move over here. I don't like this, let's put the diffuser here. Let's just keep fixing this. But people, as long as you have their respect and their confidence, they'll continue to be supportive and they'll continue to deal with whatever problems that you're handling. So that's important, okay?
Great. Okay, there's been quite a few questions that have come up about height. So Lisa W. Photo asked, what do you do when the clients are taller than you? Laura Nita said, what do you do when the groom is taller than the bride? And also John Photo says, without a stepladder, how could a photographer maintain virtual plane focus on subject eyes if he or she is quite short or quite tall? Do you have any tips on that?
Okay, so the first question was...
Sorry to throw those all at you at the same time.
The first question was just how to...
what do you do when the client's taller than you?
Taller than me.
Do you use a stepladder? Do you bring a stepladder?
She is taller than me. It's very easy to fix these problems. Very easy to fix these problems. Over there, when Kisha was by the tree, I had her lean forward a bit. That decreases your height right away, and it levels the field with my angle of view. There's a bunch of little hills here. There's this little, you can use this stuff to your advantage. You can have the couple sit down, and that totally takes away height between the bride and the groom. If the groom is 7 feet tall and the bride is 4 feet tall, just have them sit and do a bunch of those close, tight, cropped photos. I told the live audience, and I told you guys yesterday, to crop any problems out, and if they're sitting down, you don't have to show that they're sitting. Remember that? You don't have to show that they're sitting. You can have them sit and just crop where the action is, and who knows if they're sitting or standing. It doesn't really matter. So there's all these kinds of solutions that you can do. So that answers all three actually, because it's the groom too.
Cool.
So
another question is from Agape in Singapore. Roberto, do you bring the posing chart during your shoots?
yes, it's right here.
After 15 years.
I did develop this, so I'm pretty good at it. The reason why I'm showing it is because I'm teaching. Yep. So I want people to reference the chart because you're not developed, you didn't write all this, so you may not be as familiar with it as I am. But by looking at the chart, this is kind of what I did when I was starting out, trying to work this out. This chart doesn't just give you 24 poses or whatever these poses are. It gives you literally thousands because you're combining them with the location stuff, the location chart, and the 21 tips that I said about how to pose any pose.
Great.
So,
okay, well, I'll ask one more question and then maybe we can see if the students have any questions. One shot asked, how do you deal with the camera autofocusing on a veil instead of the bride's eyes? Does that happen to you very often?
the cover of my book, Picture Perfect Practice, was a situation like that. I put the bride's, she had like a mesh in the bottom of her dress, like a fabric. That fabric wasn't the veil, it was at the bottom of her dress, and I had it in front of her face. And when I focused, it kept focusing on the veil and not on the eyes, or the eyes and not on the veil. It's good to try sometimes to do some basic out of focus exercises, manual focus exercises when you're at your house. That photo, I had to flip the lens from out of focus to manual focus and manually focus the eye and then take the picture. I don't know why most photographers don't even ever touch that manual focus button in their lenses. I use it all the time. I don't manually focus at weddings, but if I'm gonna take a shot that's gonna give my lens a hard time, I manual focus. I also have a Leica M6 camera, which is all manual focus, as you know, and I have taken maybe 100 rolls of film on that camera, and I have gotten pretty good at not depending on autofocus for any situation. So my Leica allows me to, you have no choice. You have to manual focus, and you get pretty good. The Canon cameras are no different. You just have to switch the little switch in the lens.
Great, thank you.
So,
any questions? Do you guys have any questions? Or are you guys all set? They've learned everything they need to know.
Did you see the photos they
Great
pulled
teacher.
out?
No, we haven't seen them yet.
You're gonna die.
We're excited.
Sick.
We're excited.
This
We've got
is
some
so
great
good.
comments.
We're happy.
So speaking of, folks are going to take a 15-minute break. But speaking of, we wanted to read you a quote, David, from Mr. Zorn, Air Zorn, that says, "Wow, the picture David took made me buy the course. Creative Live, you better thank Dave and Roberto." So, awesome job. That's fabulous.
Oh, David, man.
You're
David.
teaching, yeah.
David.
Roberto, your teaching is working instantaneously right now.
So good to hear.
That's awesome.
Maybe Creative Live needs to give David a job, huh?
I know.
Selling
Something.
workshops.
That's
So
good.
I just want to let you guys know we're going to take a 15-minute break. Before we go to break, I wanted to tell you about the workshop that we have coming up next week. We actually have two. Joanna House is coming to Creative Live on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, and this is such an amazing opportunity. This is a workshop for models, how to learn to be a model, how to learn to break in the industry, how to learn to pose, work with photographers. If you photographers out there have any models that you work with on a regular basis, please let them know about this workshop. This will help models take what they do to the next level, which helps you take your work to the next level. So really tell everybody that you know that would have any interest in this to please be a part of this workshop. So that is Tuesday and Wednesday, and then 3 days after that, Matthew Jordan Smith, the following 3 days, Matthew Jordan Smith will be here, and he will be teaching photographers how to work with models. So we're so excited about this next 5 days coming up next week. So please go to the course page and sign up for both of those workshops.
Awesome. We've been talking about this workshop with Matthew essentially since he was here last November. Like, wouldn't it be cool if? And here we are.
Here we are. It's going to happen.
Very exciting. So, folks, this, again, another amazing segment of your ability to truly see how to approach challenges here in the field. That's what's really special about this workshop, Roberto, is that we are here at the Landmark Event Center. And again, shout out to the Landmark Event Center. Go to their Facebook page, give them a like, tell them thank you. We'd love to come back. But truly, the ability to take our worldwide audience here with you outside has just been incredible. So folks, if you want to be able to rewatch that and own this course, now is a great time to go buy it before you forget, and you get your very own posing location posing execution guide to carry around in your pocket. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes.
Hello everyone, I'm Joanna and I'm here to give you an exclusive look into the modeling industry and walk away with legitimate knowledge. At the beginning of my journey, I made a lot of mistakes, and I find that very common amongst up-and-coming models. As I progressed through my career, I was able to learn from these mistakes, develop my skills, and work my way to the top. I'm so excited to be partnering up with Creative Live and celebrity photographer Matthew Jordan Smith.
Welcome back from break, everyone. We are going into our final segment of day 2 here with Roberto Valenzuela. Before we do that, we're going to give away 2 more prizes. And the first one is another Triple Scoop Music gifts, 1 song gift certificate and a White House custom color 20 by 30 metal print.
Cool.
You know I love the metal prints.
Yes, they're beautiful.
I've made some really cool art pieces with those.
You
so
have, and they're
check
gorgeous.
those out. They are gorgeous. The winner is Faith Teasley. Twitter handle is Faith Teasley, and the quote is, "A great pose or image is made of 3 things: mechanics, artistry, and emotion." So thank you so much again, Triple Scoop and White House Custom Color, and congratulations.
Yay.
Okay, and the next prize, the grand prize for today, folks, is going to be a Triple Scoop Music, and it's going to be Roberto's collection.
All right, that's
So
the big
tell
one.
us about that, please.
Well, that's a crazy one because that's the whole collection, not just one song from Triple Scoop Music. It's my own personal choices of the 10,000 songs that they have licensed. I made my collection of 10. They're beautiful and you'll love them, so enjoy those.
Great.
$400.
It is a $400 value, everyone, and the winner of the prize is Claire Graham. And Claire's Twitter handle is CGP Graham, and her quote was, "Everyone can have their own flavor of photography. That's the amazing thing about photography."
Oh, I love it. Man, they're
So
good.
I love that you love your own quotes. That's so cool.
I just don't even, it's just
You
great.
just forget that you say it, and then you're like, oh, that's cool. I love that. That's awesome. All right, take it away.
All right. Segment 2, we're gonna continue on with the photo shoot of the second half of the location of the posing chart. The first part, you saw how I had the students choose a location, or I chose kind of an area, and then they had to eliminate all the parts that were not part of the gifts of the location per se, and then they had to crop the photo to only show the best part of that location that will not be distracting, right? It actually will be enhancing the photo of the subjects. These techniques work for any kind of portrait photo shoot you're doing. We happen to be working with someone dressed as a bride and someone dressed as a groom, Kizzy and Matt, but these techniques can be applied to anybody shooting portraits. These techniques work universally. So we're gonna continue on, and let's get started. Okay guys, this time we're gonna go ahead and stick to this part of the location. So take a close look and start to break it down, because you're gonna be shooting and you need to have a plan. So take a look at the tree, look at it from a different angle, see if you can use it as framing, see if you can use it as a backdrop and put a diffuser over it to get a clean background of leaves, of repetitive leaves. You can also put the bride here and use that as depth. You don't have to put the bride right in front of the leaves, that kills depth. If you put the bride or the groom here, you can create depth. See if you can use the leaves to create layering in the photographs, to create a foreground, a middle ground, and a background. Think in all these ways. As you shoot, you're going to discuss with me the mechanics of the body pose that we talked about so hardcore for the last 2 days. We're going to talk about the artistry choices, which is your lighting enhancements that we always gonna do, and the crop. And third, you're gonna talk to me about what kind of vision you had before you even started the pose for the expression. So all the emotions that come out. Don't be worried about being silly about what you say. They're gonna laugh anyway, right? That's right. And we are hot, so this is like brutal. So all of you in photo shoots in harsh weather, this is like heaven for you, because you're gonna see how we can handle these situations. In the last segment, we had Nikki photograph using the apex of the shadow, so we eliminated the need of a diffuser like we used with Juliana. So if you do not have a diffuser, even a small one, do what Nikki did. Go to the apex of the shadow and shoot away. You'll have no problems. Again, don't worry about what lenses you do have and what lenses you don't have. Don't worry about what equipment you do or don't have. Just get it done. Okay? So we'll go ahead and get started. And I think we had everyone shoot, right? We're gonna start the other poses, except this time I want a little more speed. Okay? Think faster, get it done quicker. Okay? I'm gonna do a lot of photo shoots this time too. I'll take over a little bit more. All right? Let's see. just to let you guys know, we have this little white thing going on. Yes, it is a seat. No, they don't have to sit there because it's a sitting device. There's also squares, can be used as a framing device. So many things you guys can do now, okay? Obviously, Kisha cannot sit down because of the dress, so avoid sitting altogether. And let's get started with... Valerie. We'll start with you. So here's what we have. We have this area, we have this area, we have that area, we have the staircase where Ken is sitting and all of that. We have this tree which has got nice light, and you do have clear cement here, which could be used as a reflector, because that's black cement. This is white cement. This can reflect light. I can see light reflecting on her right now. There's so many things you can do.
Okay.
Think about it and do it quickly, please.
Okay, hold on a second. Excuse me. Just gonna look. Where's your camera?
It's right there. Let me know if you want reflector, diffuser.
Okay.
Let me know if you also want a flash, back flash.
Okay.
Kiss is not hot at all. She's totally like air conditioned.
Can she not lift her dress like
yeah,
far up and then sit and then put it down? That makes sense?
Yeah, let's not have her sit.
Okay.
At all.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you guys could come over here in front of this tree, we might need to move the diffuser out of the way. Actually, come over here. Yeah. If you could stand just right here. Yeah, perfect, right there. You scoot over more to your left. Okay. Let's see. Let's do the T pose.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah, good.
And then, what's it called? Lazy Susan, a little toward the building.
Yep, good job. Good
Perfect.
Job.
I'm gonna need probably, let's see, maybe an ice light.
It won't reach. Try
It won't
a
reach.
reflector.
Okay, reflector.
Yeah, reflector. Now this is important, so let me stop you for a quick sec. To hold a reflector in a situation like this, you cannot reflect shade, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're actually gonna have to find the nearest sunspot, which is right here. And you're gonna have to bounce the light this way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we'll go here, because this is gonna be more under face. And right there.
Okay. Let's see.
You know, because the light's coming from that reflector,
Mm-hmm.
because the light's coming from that reflector in this direction, you might want to have change the
have her
pose,
turn a little
Lazy
bit more.
Susan,
Oh, that's good.
towards the light.
That's perfect.
Now you can see how much better that
And
looks.
then, yeah, can you get the veil out of the front of Matt's face? Perfect. Let's move it all.
That veil really likes Matt. So, you know, Matt, you're popular today, man.
Okay, ready. All right, you guys. Actually, Matt, will you put your forehead into her cheekbone, please? Oh, face her. There you go. Actually, what?
Right there, when she started smiling, looking at the grass, that looked pretty good. You know, this might help you. I don't know if this helps you, but turn stable.
Okay. Just trying to find the perfect little hole to shoot through here.
You don't have to feature both, right? You can feature one of them.
What?
So this is T-bone pose, and you can do it. That's fine. Just continue.
Okay.
Are you shooting through the gate to frame?
Yeah, I'm trying to find.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Find what I want to do. Oh, I like this. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and then pull her in close to you. Perfect. And look at me, Kesia.
Oh, right there. But his eyes are
Oh,
open.
jeez. Wow, wasn't even paying attention.
Let me see.
Oh, hold on. It's totally... Where do you change your ISO on this?
What do you want? I'll just put it at 400. Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
So you need to move them up a little bit or move the gate. So what do you want to do? Move the gate?
Okay, right here.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay, and brighten them up. So just slow down your shutter speed. Let me see. No, go back. And then change the aperture instead to 2.8.
Okay, ready? Perfect. Look down, please, Kesia. And now back up at me.
Try breathing in too, that breathing technique.
That was too bright.
Yeah, that's right. Try that. You want me to move the gate?
Yeah. Okay. All right, close your eyes, breathe in. Look at me, Kesia.
Ask Matt why he's so angry. And then take it now.
I don't think he looks angry. I thought he looked serene. Okay. And look down, Kesia. And look at that blade of grass on the ground smiling at you.
Now her teeth are showing. Now do it.
Oh,
Now do it.
that was
Hurry, hurry,
okay.
hurry, 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 hurry.
It's too bright. And look up at me.
It's good.
Yeah, it wasn't going for what I was
Let me
wanting.
see. No, you're getting the frame is fine. You're getting the frame and your background is clean. And the problem is your frame here is too blurry now.
Yeah, I
right?
know.
So you could have tried a different lens that doesn't blur it as much, like a 24-70 would have done it. Or change the aperture. You know how you were saying it was too bright?
Yeah.
So make the aperture 6.3 and then that would have been more in focus.
Okay.
That make sense?
Yeah, I was having a hard time finding the right
Sure, of course. Well, you're concentrating.
setup.
Okay, where is Fran? Come here, Fran.
Yeah.
Remember that thing I told you to do in the inside? Background, foreground?
Yes.
Remember we did 3 different variations? Do it all 3 real now.
Oh, bugger. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. In the same spot, or? Yeah.
You don't have to do it in the same spot. You're now a location master. So, so try to find your spot.
Okay. What about, I was thinking of doing something, you know.
Get beautiful light first so you can do it in the midday, in the mid outside.
Yeah.
You can do the apex of the shadow.
Yeah,
and
that's what I want to do.
Or we can diffuse it with a big diffuser. So you have all these options to really create good light.
I haven't done the shadow one before, the apex of the shadow, so I'd like
Try
to
that.
try that.
Try that. Let's do it.
Hey
Come on.
guys.
Now the shadow's here, so you're gonna have to shoot in this direction, which means you're gonna get buildings.
Yeah, that's what.
So try
maybe
shooting
bad idea. What about in here? Is it too?
too
weird?
spotty.
Yeah.
So try shooting. So the shadow's right there. Let me see.
Nice.
You know what? Let's do this.
Okay.
Let's worry about the pose will not worry about the building right now.
All right.
Okay? We'll worry about you executing the pose because we're so limited here. We'll
Yeah,
just
all right,
forget
mate.
the building. So just take care of the pose properly.
All right, mate.
All right? And
Yeah.
because you're going to be in midday, you're going to have to change the ISO back to 200. And I'm at 2.8, so one of them is going to be really out of focus, okay?
Yeah.
And you're going to pose the whole thing according to the apex of the shadow. Remember?
Yeah, so guys, I'll get you to come over here. Remember the pose we did inside? So Matt, come forward for me. So you guys are holding hands. Let's take a step way back. Yeah, that's awesome right there. Thanks, babe. So one leg forward so we can get like a lot of curvature. In
Nice,
here.
good job.
Yeah, that's beautiful. She could even be holding the flowers in the back, hey? Would that look pretty for a wedding?
It's flowers, but now it's really, really nice. We don't have it, so she
They're
can
over
just
there.
continue.
No?
Oh, we have flowers.
Yeah, we do.
I didn't even know that.
I'll get you to open this. Yeah, I like it. It looks better.
I swear, if there's spiders on me,
No, you're right, love. Yeah, it looks pretty. I like that. Then
Did we just pick those up right now?
I don't know, but good call. There's a freaking
They were here
spider on it.
yesterday.
There's a spider.
What? Where? Please get it. Kill it somewhere.
Oh, that's all right. It's gone. That's all right. All right, Maddie. So I get you to tilt your body this way, huh? Beautiful. Keisha hates me right now. She's like, freaking spider.
Is there?
There was one over by the bush earlier too.
Yeah, I saw it too, babe. I'm sorry.
No.
That's all right. It won't crawl in your dress. It's so tight. All right, Han. So I get you to put the flowers down. Kind of like. Does that look dodgy? No, it looks kind
Turn
of
the flowers
dodgy.
around. Now it looks cute.
Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, do you feel uncomfortable? Okay, so your body, shoulder in, face this way, honey. So you're looking at him? Yeah, and Matt, you were looking back at... No, wait, we did the nose thing. You were that way, weren't you?
Opposing noses.
Yeah.
So if her nose is, turn your face this way a little bit. If her nose is this way,
Yep.
turn his that way.
So your nose is that way, so you're over here, hun.
And
Beautiful. Try your hand in your pocket for me. Wait, with your thumb out. Just your thumb out. Yeah, I like that. It looks better. What do you think?
looks
I really
good.
like
Try it
that.
out. You're gonna have to shoot it from there.
Oh, fuck. Oh, sorry, babe. Oh, sorry, honey. Thank you. Appreciate it for being patient. Thanks, honey.
Just keep your hand on that cable, would you? So it doesn't keep coming out.
Yeah, good call.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, mate.
Do you want me to push that leaf down?
Would you mind? I'd really appreciate that. You know what the thing is? Well, apart from the camera says it's busy, we're going to see the entire building. The only thing I'm thinking of is maybe like paralleling it with the light post so it looks a little
Don't
bit...
let that light post come out of their head. So move them that way or that way a little bit.
So not be in the shot?
The light post?
Yeah.
I wouldn't put that light post. You can put the building.
Because the building's super dodgy, eh?
Zoom in. That would be so out of focus.
Okay.
Remember, focus on her.
Yeah.
Then focus on him. You're gonna try different variations.
I'm going to try. Emphasis on trying.
Get your meter straight so you get the exposure right.
How do I move the focus point? on your-
Don't worry about it. Just
I'll
recompose.
just recompose? All right.
And I would move her head.
Hun, I'll get you to move your head this way.
There you go. Much
there
better.
we go. That's so much better. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to focus in on him first. All right. Let's give this one a shot. Oh, God. It's not very nice, by the way. I'm really struggling with this, Roberto. I'm just going to shoot it and show you.
Go ahead. Take a look.
I'm really struggling with it. Apart from the fact that it's blown.
Here. You did fine. Just go ahead and focus on her instead. Here, hold this down.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do exactly what you were doing.
Yep.
Just gonna focus down. Okay? So that hand, her right hand, you see it?
Yes.
It's kind of looking a little weird. So we're gonna move that hand back
Okay.
that way.
Uh-huh.
So not forward.
Gotcha.
And then drop the hands. And then drop it more closer to the middle of your body. There you go.
Oh,
That
yeah.
way it's not so like
Makes such a difference.
reaching. So you have to look around for all these little things, right?
Thank you.
Just focus right there. And I don't want the pole and I don't want the building, so I'm gonna crop creatively. Okay, let's see. Let me see. Kissy, look at that reflector. Start laughing at it, okay? Matt, look at this one, start laughing at it, there you go.
Don't shake your head though, honey.
Good.
Wait, her eyeballs. You can see too much of the white.
Go ahead and look at Matt.
Yeah.
Find a white hair. Matt, go ahead and look at her. Find a zit.
Oh, that's awesome. Good call.
Okay. Matt, look at her one more time. Find the zit. Matt, look at the ground. Find a spider. Okay. Let's take a look at what we came up with here real quick. As you can see from the location part, we had a building in the background. So the first thing I did, you should have turned the camera to horizontal landscape perspective. By landscape perspective, you fill up more of the frame with their bodies, not enough space for the building to show through.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, you know what I had in my head? Get them from the waist up. That's what I was thinking.
That's good.
Yeah.
But try it. If you keep it this way, you're showing more of the building, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you go this way, I angled myself in a way that their bodies take up 80% of the frame. Very little of that building shows through. That light bulb goes away. Okay. Now look at this real quick.
Please.
If you look at the last photo I took, this is him looking down, and their faces are clear of sun.
Yeah.
Right? This is him looking down for the spider, right? If you look at the picture before this one, he's looking at her, looking for the zit. Right? But it's funny. Look at the way she's laughing.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Okay? Then you have all these options, right? Then he's
that.
looking this way because we have opposing.
Yeah.
So this is the photo where the groom is out of focus and he's looking to his right shoulder, whereas she's looking at him. And she's in focus, right?
Yeah.
So you notice that all of the distractions that were there are really not that distracting anymore.
Yeah.
Had I gone vertically, it would have probably shown more of the stuff we don't want.
Yeah,
Okay, so that looks really nice.
Thank
So, see,
looks awesome,
even
yeah.
tighter, right?
Yeah.
You see how that's done?
Uh-huh.
So
I do.
we have rim lighting going on. Everything looks really, really, really nice. This is a more difficult pose because I want to stay away from everybody just cuddling all the time.
Yeah.
See what I mean? We're gonna try where she's behind him, and you're gonna do some photos that are interpretive. We're gonna try some traditional photos, and we're gonna keep trying. We're gonna try another one of these with somebody else.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's do that. You can also try a photo where you're framing with the squares.
That's what I was thinking.
And because the background is not like fantastic, we're gonna make it fantastic by putting a back flash.
Okay.
Okay. And you're going to make let's see. We can try. Let me see different things here.
Trying to get the flash.
All right, guys. I'm gonna do it this way instead of this way, because this way. Everybody, come this way, please. I'm gonna do it this way because if you look at it from the angle that I'm looking at it now, you basically have nothing but foliage in the background. But whereas if I would have done it this way, I mean, you get this random building with some foliage, and that's distracting because that's not keeping the pattern, right? Remember, we're gonna think of just showing up something constant to not be distracting, okay? Now she's basically gonna. You don't have to have her. We can have her look at the camera through the frame, but that's almost like you're trying too hard. It's like, oh, we have a frame, put her in the middle of the frame, let's have her look at the camera. And it's a little too like the obvious choice when you're trying to be artistic. So how do you change it? David, what's one option to get rid of that super posy feeling? If you're trying to, you have this situation, you're in the middle of your own wedding right now, and you know you don't want to do the obvious cheesy look at the camera because you're framing her. What's one option that you could do?
You can have him look in a different direction, not at you.
Exactly. Have her walk away and just turn her face to the right, and as she's walking, you lock her eyes in something that's not the camera, and you just happen to be there, and you just happen to capture it, and there just happens to be a flash right next to her, and she just looks like an angel. Okay, and that's what we're gonna do. So let's see, Matt, go ahead and step out of this photo. Now let's get the other flash going. I don't know where it is. Put it away, I think. Can we get the other flash, please? Thank you. Okay, so this is gonna be the slave. This is gonna be the master. We're gonna go to +3. Now, look what I'm gonna do. This is gonna be a little complicated. I know I just disconnected it. I'll reconnect it. Can somebody help me with this camera? Just hold this camera here. Okay, right now my flashes are at TTL. TTL is not going to be enough power to be able to really illuminate the back really bright. We're gonna make this flash manual and full manual, like full power, okay? So hold this, right now it's in group A. So with this guy, I'm gonna go to my camera, I'm gonna go to menu, I'm gonna go to external speed light control, I'm gonna go to flash function settings, I'm gonna go to the group, I'm gonna go to group A, okay, and I'm gonna go to manual flash, and then I'm gonna go to full power 1:1, okay? I already know that if I try TTL here, the flash will try to give me good exposure. I don't want good exposure. I want it to blow it all out. That makes sense? If you're thinking like a camera, you will know that the flash won't work at TTL here, okay? So now if I push the button, it's gonna blast really hard, okay? Now all we need to do is have her walk away, so we need to put the flash there, or you can give it to her, she can hold it. Okay, take 10 steps to the left, just like a crab, just walk to the left like that. Keep walking left. Okay, right there is good. Stay like that, keep looking that way. Lift up your dress a little bit. So now she bent her elbows, you see that? Now look that way. Just like that, keep looking that way. More to the left. More to the left. Stop. Straighten your spinal cord. Curve your body, shift your body weight. So drop the height a little bit. Good, bend the elbow on the right hand. And bring your chin slightly to the right. Slightly more. And bring your eyes down to the right. Good, let's try that real quick. Bring your chin to the left a little, before I take it. A little more to the left. A little more to the left. Keep going, down, chin down, chin down. Close your eyes, chin down more. A little to the left on your chin. Take a step forward. Okay, take a step back. Take a step forward. Okay, you're done. Okay, I hope you noticed how many little doodle instructions I had to give out. I wasn't happy, so I wasn't taking the picture, okay? When I told her to straighten her spinal cord was a good move, but then other things came up. So I said, straighten your spinal cord, she did that, and then her face went right over one of the frames because she gained height, okay? So I had to drop height. So by having her take a step forward, can anybody here tell me why, instead of having her just steady, why did I have her walk forward?
Looks more natural.
Good. And you drop height first. Second is to create the artistry, whatever emotions that I was trying to do. How does walking create that feeling?
Changes your attention.
Amen. That's it. If she was just like this, she's focused on modeling and posing. You take a step forward, there's cables all over the place. So she's focused on not dying. You see what I mean? So she goes from this to looking pretty to I'm gonna just take a step forward. I use the white thing and the flash is what makes the picture sing. Let's take this picture without the flash and the picture's ruined. Okay? Now take a look at the photograph. After all the instructions.
Far out. It's awesome.
So pretty.
Ah.
This bird's going crazy. Eh?
Wow, that's so pretty.
Why do I have a hard time? There we go. Okay. Take a look at that. How does that look to you?
It's beautiful. Pretty awesome. Eh?
So, busy. There's this cable is like, you have to keep holding it, okay? So, the flash, you saw what the flash did, and now it makes her the center of attention. This frame and all of this stuff was kind of in the foreground, so we are also layering, okay? That whole thing came from seeing those little squares, not from using this as a bench, as a sitting down device. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, heaps.
Looks good?
Yeah.
So it's still busy, but we will. I think my camera is kind of acting crazy.
Turn it off. It's on now.
Okay. Let's try another moment of photojournalism, but with two people. Complicated. Yeah.
You look like you're gonna ask me.
I thought you were gonna ask me something.
I don't know.
Okay, David, let's put you in charge of this one, man. Okay. You're gonna do a pose maybe away from each other, which is part of the chart. It's called distance apart, but you have to make it look photojournalistic.
Okay.
And the lighting has to be really good. I just did it right now. You can do it too. Okay.
And I can shoot in.
You can shoot here, or by that tree, or by that tree, or by the stairs. Look at that chair right there. You see that chair by the bush?
Yeah.
You see all those things? Now, we cannot sit, but we can use the chair in other ways than sitting. So come up with your pose and everything in 30 seconds or less. And let's look at this, guys. Look how cool. Who's going to not pay you for this?
So pretty. The flash makes such a difference.
The flash does.
Totally.
It really does. This picture without the flash is like, think of your flash as a portable sun. But you can put the sun wherever you want. Okay, we did the sun with Mallory's photo up there. And it made it look like the sun was just behind them. If you change your color white balance to Kelvin and you warm it up to like 6,200, now it looks like warm sunset sun. That's why photography is so much fun. You can just like, I feel like sunset now. It's 1 p.m., but it's sunset time. Yeah, see what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, so
Thanks, man.
let's do it, man. Come on.
All right.
So would you guys call this picture?
Okay. I'm going to pose you over in the tree.
Be careful with the light, too. Be careful with the light. It's like clean. You have clean here.
Yeah. I want to have her under the tree and use a reflector to put light in her face.
Okay.
I'm going to have him just outside the foliage.
Love it. Let's do it.
Looking at her,
Yeah.
but out of focus. She's going to be in focus.
So it looks like
Yeah.
it just happened to be there.
Yeah.
Expressions, you're going to fix it.
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
All right, let's go.
She'll love the tree because there's no bugs there.
There's no bugs.
I keep doing that to her.
Let me see. I want to get you like this.
Nope. Let's not do the tree, man.
Let's not do that.
Let's not do the tree.
What?
Let's get her out of the tree. There's
All right.
there's spiders and stuff. She won't want to do it.
Okay.
Let's move out of the tree. If this was a real bride, she wouldn't want to. If there's a spider, she
Right.
wouldn't want to do it either.
Yeah.
So let's change it up. That's okay.
Okay, so let's use this then.
Okay. There's all this space, and you have the sun. You
Right.
can reflect the light in that direction.
Yeah,
So-
I'm thinking of using this white thing here.
Go ahead.
Can I get you to come over here, please?
Yeah. Even Singapore.
I'd like to get you standing here, like this, looking this way. I'm going to reflect the light into your face. And Matt, can I get you sitting here, please? So you're going to be sitting here. You're going to sit a little bit further forward in the chair. You're going to lean forward. Yeah, like that. Excellent. Can I get the reflector? That's perfect, yeah.
Keep that cable attached to that. Like, keep it really good.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. That's not what I want.
Hey, Matt, remember that 21 items that we talked about? One of the items was, does the position of the bride and groom make sense? I asked, why is he sitting? Why, like, just if it's yes, then keep going.
Okay.
But just remember that one point in
Right.
the lucky seven techniques or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Can I get you to look down at your hand? Matt, look at her shoulder. Does that make sense?
Maybe he's having a drink and he's looking that direction.
Okay, in that direction.
Yeah, because you're crossing the noses, right?
Yeah,
Opposing noses.
right.
That's kind of interesting. See how the opposing is kind of like
Yeah.
more photojournalistic, right?
I'm trying to get more depth, less depth of field to get him out of focus.
Well, you're at 2.8.
Yeah, it's
you're-
not going
that's
to get not getting any wider than that.
Well, you can go to
Any
200
fast-
millimeters, so that's as wide as, or you can switch it to 85 millimeter 1.2 lens.
I think I'd like to do that.
Let's
please.
do it. Here you go.
Thanks.
Now, guys, remember, well, I'll finish up.
Aperture. How do you change aperture again?
Right here. There's 2.0. That would be pretty
Okay.
deep.
Yeah. Right.
Careful with the cable. You're stepping on it.
Oh. Okay. Matt, can I get you to look down at your knee, other knee, left knee, and Keisha, bend your elbow a little bit more. Not so much. Yeah. All right. Same way, the way you had it before, and then
with a 90-degree arm.
yeah.
Drop it. Drop the.
Drop
arm
the
a bit.
fingers. Yeah.
Drop it more.
Drop it more. Right. And now look back at him.
I'll
Matt,
explain
look
something about
up at her.
Just want you to notice position of stuff. You see where her eyes are pointing? But look where the reflector is. Where should her eyes be? What's that?
The light source.
Right, kind of, right? So after you take this, David, have her look at the reflector, right? So did you get that catch light? Remember we talked about that?
Yeah. So the reflector should be over here, right?
All right, look at the reflector.
Close your eyes.
Close your eyes.
And look at the reflector. Close your eyes. So, like, look at it first. Know where you're at. Know where it's at.
You know where it is? Okay, eyes closed.
Okay.
All right, yeah, I like those. I like the way your eyes are. Lower your chin a little bit, Matt, and just look at the hole. Look through this hole that she's making with her arm. Just look through there. Can you see the reflector as well? All right, close your eyes too. Okay, eyes open. Eyes open again. Good.
Try the
Thank
where
you.
he was looking down at his knee. I like that. That would look pretty cool. What I'm trying, if she's looking at the reflector and he's looking at her and he's sitting, there has to be a story behind it. So maybe it looks like it's a little too put together. Yeah. So try to mess it up. And as long as the light's hitting her correctly, you can always adjust the reflector. So let's create movement out of this. Remember how I had her walk and that created the movement that was the right pose? Create movement to not be so static about it. Does that make sense? So try to have her walk straight towards you, keep her eyes on that reflector.
Okay.
He doesn't have to be looking at her, that's too obvious, right?
Yeah.
He can be looking straight that way because the light's coming from here too. Okay. So look, if you look that way, he's got catch lights already.
Right.
If she looks at the reflector, she gets catch lights.
Okay.
If she's walking towards you, you don't even have to get the whole body in the frame.
Right.
You know what? Just forget her altogether and just put her any way you can, even if it's blurry, and focus on his eyes. And maybe make the picture black and white to concentrate on the light. Here. Have her walk towards you. I don't care if her face shows up or not. Let's try to make it show up. And then just focus on his eyes. So we need I wish we had another little reflector. We don't have it. That's okay.
All right, Keisha, you're going to walk towards me. Eyes on the reflector. Keep going. Keep going.
Have her move her chin left and right to create more curves. You see what I mean? If she's just walking straight, there's not a little left and a little right.
All right, come. Yeah, okay.
Left and right. Slowly left and right.
Left and right. Slowly come towards me.
Now left. Good. That's perfect.
Come closer. Keep coming.
Cross your feet when you walk. Cross your feet all the way. Yeah. Yep.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
You don't have to show the whole body. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see what you got. Okay, let's leave that photo there. That photo where you can see part of her entire body. You can see up a little below her waistline.
Yep.
You can see him. The reason why I said another reflectors to put light on him.
Right.
We're gonna continue this. We're gonna make this really good by putting a flash on his face.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Right.
So, guys, come and take a look at this photograph. Here, close this so that when they show up, we'll open it. Okay, so we had him walk. You can see it.
There you go.
Oh, cool.
Really neat, right? Obviously, this stuff is a problem, right? But what's going on here is the major issue. He's too dark.
Yeah.
So let's fix it. We don't have another reflector. What do we use? The flash. So we grab the flash. Thank you.
Cool lightsaber. Ice blade.
Okay, we're gonna grab the flash and we're gonna turn down the power. Good? Hold on a second, I'm gonna test it. Let's see here. Is it fixed?
Yep.
Yep.
I'm getting a reflection in the mirror in the window though, that window. So
Okay, then I'll
maybe-
go like this. Good.
Still getting the reflection. Maybe higher. Higher. Yeah. Yeah. Excellent.
Good.
Yeah. It's there.
Are they both evenly lit?
He's more strongly lit than she is.
Okay. Then we turn down the power. Let me see this real quick. No, that looks cool. No, leave it. I'm just gonna go a little farther away.
Right.
And you know what I'm gonna do for the audience watching this? I'm not gonna leave the flash at 24 millimeters because we don't wanna light her up. She's already lit by the reflector, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab the flash, the head of the flash here, and I'm going to zoom it in. So it's at 24, I'm gonna zoom it all the way to 200 millimeters so that the beam of light will be very narrow now. So it only hits him, not her, okay? All right, my friend, hit it.
Okay. All right, Keisha, come towards me. Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. Nice. So we got him and the flowers and a hint of her.
Let's leave that the second to last picture I took. I'm saying that for the video.
Okay.
Okay. Hey guys, go ahead and check out this photo, how we fixed the issue, because hopefully okay, this photo here has movement on the arms of the bride. You have movement all over the place. Her waist is moving, her head is turned this way. So that's actually creating an automatic 3-point check. Her collarbones, her chin, and her eyes are in 3 different directions, right? Next, the guy's face is now lit like there's another piece of sun in the other side. And it looks fan-freaking-tastic, right? And it creates movement and stuff. But you notice how much you have to use, how much you have to know your equipment.
Yeah.
Like, had I not zoomed that flash to 200, the light would have spilled all over the place.
Right.
Makes sense?
Yes.
This is why I say, think about what you need, like think about the photo and fix it. And don't just fix it by chance. How do you really fix it? When this photo showed up, that's not gonna get you through your recession. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's like a photographer took a good photo, but it's not mind blowing. It's not like, oh my God, like he's totally dark. But when you fix it, there's no contest. That's a photographer at work. That's a real photographer at work. You see the difference between the two?
Yeah.
This one, he's lit by the flash perfectly. This one, pretty close to the same pose, has no issue. A normal person would say that's good enough, we move on. Now, if I was shooting this photo would have been done the same way. I would have zoomed into 200 right away because I knew that was not going to work. I asked for a second reflector, we didn't have it, we fixed it anyway. There's a solution to everything.
Great.
Remember? All right, good job. Let's put this down. Good job. It was beautiful, man.
Awesome.
Good job, especially in the fact that we had her walk towards you to create that photojournalistic feel.
Yeah.
When she was sitting there, just posy, it's exactly that. Okay? Who wants to try? Pepe, you want to give it a shot?
Sure.
All right.
Thanks.
Let me see, Pepe. I'm going to give you another task here.
Should we start charging?
Oh, we can have her sit. Okay. All right, give me a second here. Okay, come over here. You see that gap right there?
Yeah.
See that little gap? Let's see. She cannot sit, right? So
No.
that's a challenge we have. But maybe use this gap so she's in the other side to use framing and to photograph both of them.
Okay.
Now that location is ugly in the back, so you need to fix it somehow. Use the flash.
Okay.
Okay?
Wow. Okay. So, can I have you guys stand right over here? You're gonna be standing about right here. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna backlight him with the speed light.
Oh, wait, Pepe, come over this way.
Yeah.
This way, you don't have the building, you have more foliage.
Okay.
You see it?
Yeah.
So
This way?
maybe go in that direction.
Okay.
See it?
Yeah.
Don't put her inside the tree because she won't like you.
Okay.
So just put her where she's safe from any kind of
No spiders?
eight-legged.
Okay. So let's go ahead and move over here.
So kiss him taking care of you. Huh? No spiders for you. In some countries, they eat them.
Okay. Go ahead and stand right. No, go ahead, Matt. Come over here. I can come closer. Okay, right there. Those patches of light, we might have to.
We're gonna try a different pose.
Okay. Come on.
But you're using
over
framing
here.
with that thing.
Okay.
You wanna choose one?
Yeah, okay.
How about on the T-pose? Does that work?
He's gonna do it.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Okay. So we're
Facing each other? I could do because
Roberto.
that one, so can we maybe facing each other?
Just have him do that one. I like that.
Can I borrow that? Or am I?
You're gonna do
Can I
this
look
one.
at that? Oh, okay.
French kiss. Just kidding.
Okay.
Kiss anticipation.
Okay.
Kiss anticipation.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Okay, so you're gonna get close together. Okay, and make sure I got my little. Okay, good.
Remember the hands and stuff.
Yeah.
The face.
Yeah. See, I don't know if I'm gonna get the reflector to reflect light this way, so maybe a speed light.
Reflector.
See if can we get
There you go.
working? Oh, there we go.
Wait.
Oh yeah, much better. And
There you go.
okay, I might need a the diffuser because I see patches of some light here. That's maybe a
Depends how you pose him. Because if you
Okay.
have his forehead down, you can fix that.
yeah. Okay, let's see. All right, so
So yeah, let's put the diffuser, man.
yeah,
Yeah, I can see it still.
yeah. It's a lot of little patches come through.
Yep.
And
So she'll diffuse.
okay, good. Let's see if I have enough.
So Pepe,
Okay.
adjust the
Yes.
pose quickly and let's take the shot.
Okay. Let's go ahead and put your put this hand here. Okay. And just a little bit lower, right there, like right there, and then this one a little bit higher, right there. Okay. And you're gonna be looking at her. Well, she's taller, so you're gonna be looking at. Sorry.
It's true.
You're gonna be actually just being looking at her chin, like that, and tilt your head a little bit down. Matt, tilt it down a little bit. Okay. Now turn your head a little bit like that. Okay. And you're gonna be looking at his lips. Okay. Here you go.
That's not anticipation of kiss. They're too far away.
Okay. Well.
Like literally get their chins up so their lips are an inch from each other or about.
Okay. Nice. Matt's gonna have fun. Okay. So tilt your head. Turn your head that way. Okay. Get your face closer. Okay. Right there. Tilt your head a little bit down. Your chin. There you go. Matt, put your head a little bit back, more towards the back. There we go. Okay. Hands.
Let me see,
Yes,
Pepe.
finger.
I can see it.
All right.
She's not gonna kiss him. She's just like sitting there. So
Yeah.
try this.
Okay.
Try this.
That
Hold
was an
for me.
anticipation.
Try this. This is way too contrived.
Okay.
Grab the face. Bring his chin up. Separate her a little bit. And you're gonna turn her face just ever so slightly this way, and you're gonna turn the other way. turn your face this way. No, tilted, there you go. Chins up, both of you. More, higher. Okay, right there, and then separate the noses a little bit. Chin up a little bit more, right there. Okay? Separate the noses just a tad. That's what you need. See that nose separation?
Yeah.
Don't let it overlap.
Don't let it overlap. Okay.
She will diffuse. If that's not working, I'm gonna put a flash behind.
Okay.
And it's gonna wrap around, and you're gonna use that frame.
Okay.
Okay? Go ahead and take care of it.
Okay. I'm gonna need a.
All right, this is ready to go.
Yeah.
Shoot through the frame. You're at 2.0. You might want to go to 2.8 on that.
A 2.8.
Because they're pretty far from that branch, so.
I think I'm gonna need a telephoto because it's getting the whole.
It's right there by the bag.
Okay.
The bag right there.
Thanks.
Making my sister very jealous right now. And she's gonna kill me for saying that.
Oh yeah.
You ready, Pepe?
Yeah. Can I have the diffuse a little bit higher because I can catching all the. All right. A little bit lower. Thank you, Roberto.
Lift his chin up a little more.
All right.
Take control of the face. There you go. Chin up a little more. Not for you, for him. There you go. Turn your nose just a tad.
Roberto.
You got it? Okay. Stay right there for a second.
On the first one, I tried to do a silhouette.
Okay, that's sick. So let's take a look at this photo because that's gorgeous. Okay, let's take a look at this. Turn it off. When everyone comes around, we'll push play, okay? Now go ahead.
Wow. That looks incredible. Wow.
How many really beautiful photos have we done from this location in the middle of the day?
Can't even count.
Like, that looks like it's like dusk and it's like sunset. It's going, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you just like totally ripped it up, man.
Oh, thanks.
Like it's ripped with W, I mean R, I. Yeah,
Perfect.
I think there's an X and a C somewhere in there. High five, man.
Thanks.
Thanks for killing it. Now, you think you're off the handle, but you're not, my friend.
Off the hook?
Okay, off the hook.
I have busy background.
You're off the handle too.
Okay.
That was off the handle.
Okay.
But you're not off the hook.
Okay, good.
Now we're gonna turn this into color, and we're gonna make you do. You're gonna not do a silhouette. Now you're actually gonna do a normal photo.
Okay.
Okay, and expose for them.
Okay.
So slow down the shutter. Use this as the sun, and change the white balance to Kelvin temperature. Actually, I'm just gonna turn it to. I'm gonna turn it to Kelvin temperature because I want you to make it look like it's sunset to create yet another look. Because if you're limited, you're gonna be creating 10 looks in one shot, okay? This time we're gonna create a different look by changing just the white balance. So we're gonna go to 65. 65, baby.
Okay.
Shoot away. Expose for them, so you're gonna have to.
Okay.
Okay?
So does it matter if the background is overblown?
No, I'm gonna blow it out.
Okay, good.
Yeah. You're killing it, Pepe. You're killing it.
Let's see if I can.
Raise his chin. Take control. turn his head a little bit. Stare at her lips.
Oh, hold on.
Chin up. His chin up. Smile. Pepe, make her smile. Only her, not
Okay.
him.
Can I have a deflector, diffuser a little bit back? There we go. Hey guys, are you guys getting paid for this?
Good job not laughing, man. Raise his chin more and laugh again. Ready, Pepe? Make her laugh, just her. You know, my sister was
Hey, how's
free.
Matt bread smell?
Take it. Yeah. Oh, God. Turn that off. Let's gather around. Okay. We went from a totally different dusk romantic look using black and white and silhouette. And the silhouette works well because this is in the background, kind of giving it a halo. Okay? When people ask me how much do you use your flash, now you know. That's a lot of times. Okay, go ahead.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Gorgeous.
Very beautiful, man. Very, very beautiful. Pepe, you are becoming the ninja master of terrible lighting locations. Because you're turning a bad situation into works of art people are willing to pay big money for. And I'm sorry, but that's what it's all about. Creating beautiful memories for them and getting paid and paying the bills. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
People will pay for that. It's probably one of the best wedding photos taken in this location.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It is.
I mean, and look at look at the other photo you took. I mean, this one right there. I'm sorry, man.
That's incredible.
That's just wrong, right?
That's wrong.
Okay? I'm fired because, you know, you guys right here, you and David are like, you're just kidding. It's in the blood. It's in the blood. It's like, all right? You want to try it, Juliana? You haven't tried today? Right? You haven't tried. Let's try another one. And okay, you know what? I want you to do it in like 2 minutes. I want you to try another one, and you to try in less than 10 minutes. Huh?
Can I do another one? I only went once.
Let's
Oh,
go.
so
Let's. How many have you done?
I don't remember, but she can go ahead. and-
Go.
You can go. I just want to try one.
No. We'll do both. Okay. Go. Let's do this pose. Where's my chart?
Is there like a specific thing? I was
Oh.
playing with this tree, like with that background, but you already did the going through thing.
Oh. Did you notice? Did you see those stairs?
Yeah, I was looking at that stairs.
Well, let's take a look at this real quick. Come over here.
I was looking at the other side, but there's a cool pattern in here.
Look, guys, come over here, please. We have limited time, so hurry up. Juliana pointed us in this direction, right? This is yet another location we haven't taken advantage of. This is really cool because it has a slope. Does that make sense? If the bride is walking up, running up, and you're shooting it from there, it looks like she's just running up. Again, you put the sun behind her and it's like, whoa! You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. You could either have them, like if you want to do like a somewhat cheesy photo of them going at it together, like, right? But let's just do the bride. Bride running up, the veil illuminates from the back, full power. Let's try it real quick,
Okay,
shall we?
let's try.
Let's do it.
Where's Roberto's camera?
It's right there.
On the floor, I mean on the grass, sorry.
Thank you.
Where's Pepe? Pepe, man, on fire, bro. On fire. So you're gonna block the 20 with that number that you can see there. So you're gonna actually remember that when she's walking, move the chin left and right so it creates that natural movement. Make sure her feet are crossing each other to change the hip movement as well. If you don't do those two things, she's just walking like a robot. like this, and it looks really like not right.
Can you go a little bit back? Be careful.
You're gonna have to lower your angle.
I look pretty like this.
Juliana, wait. Because the lighting is complicated, let's change that to black and white again.
Okay.
So, keep the eyes on, just change the shutters, people try out. This should be more like a blown out photo.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, come on.
Okay, stop, Juliana, bring her back.
Go back.
Juliana, I want you to give the direction of how to move.
Okay.
Okay?
Be careful. Turn around when you go.
Keep going, keep going. Just hold on to me, it's fine. Hold on.
No, smile.
Okay, guys, when she walks, you give her the direction, she looks down, she looks left and right, she walks slowly.
Okay.
But don't have her move her arms. Keep them open and that's it.
Okay.
Just you give the direction, okay?
Okay.
Imagine the photo.
Okay, make sure when you're walking, you move slowly and you keep your arms here in a little bit of an angle. Try to keep one arm a little bit higher than the other. And you can look down when you walk, look it up. Come.
One picture at a time, go ahead.
Look it up.
Okay, stop.
Thank you.
How does it look? That's pretty cool. Go ahead and show it to them.
Oh, yeah.
You see that feeling is quite different?
Yeah.
Now we have a line going across her face. And I mean, at this point, it's like, who cares? It's so out of focus. It's one of those things. Like, you're not gonna not take this picture because there's a little line, you know? We've taken lots of really cool ones. This is where perfectionism can take a bit of a back seat and just take the shot because the shot overwhelms the little line. Okay? Let me see, Juliana, what you got.
The other ones, you wanna see that?
Look how cool that looks. That gives her a really cool size and everything, okay? All right, Nikki, let's do the last shot
Be careful.
for today. So, which one do you want to try?
The maybe kiss anticipation, you said?
We already tried that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, that was
Facing-
that was
okay,
Pepe's.
T.
T-pose?
T-pose.
Okay, with the whole hand and everything? Okay, good. Let's try it, and let's try it really fast, because we gotta go.
Okay.
So,
What about over here?
and use a diffuser.
No. I was gonna backlight. 'Cause I
Okay.
didn't get to finish last time.
Well, we can't go that. We have
Oh,
to
we
stay in
can't.
this direction.
Okay.
So cross over. Watch out. I'm gonna move right there. Yep.
Or could we use the doorway since it's dark coming into light, or light going into dark? Or is it not dark enough this way?
You can do it here. You can do it with this little bush as the background. That little fence is quite cute,
Okay.
right? And you can kind of do it there. The problem is you have to get the sun to
Right.
go from there with the reflector all the way out here.
Okay, so that won't work.
It
Unless
will
we use a
work if this
flash.
is the sun.
If we use a
Yeah,
flash.
you go like this, look. Where do you want the sun to be? Probably
Behind
here.
them?
Probably, let's not go behind them this time.
Okay.
Probably here, right?
Okay.
So let's get the reflector. Could you give me that reflector, somebody? Now I'm gonna zoom the head out to 24 millimeters so the light spreads, okay? Now this is gonna be your sun, and this is gonna be where you're gonna reflect the sun from. So you hold it there, and you point this at it. And
Okay.
then the flash will hit, and then it will hit them indirectly. It looks like the sun.
Okay.
Okay? Let's try it. Go ahead. Be careful. Thanks, man. You're like multitasking.
So come down on the ground. You
She
know
cannot
what to
sit,
do.
okay?
Yep. Okay, so you're gonna move back, Kitia. kind of leaning against the fence with your bum. Like that, yep, but we're gonna leave a little bit of space, so curve your back just a little bit. We're gonna leave a little bit of space between. And then you're gonna come up this way. Kitia, move this towards me just about 5 inches. Okay, perfect. And then you're gonna come up behind. Yep. Okay, so this hand.
That's still T-bone, that's good.
We'll put this hand, no, that's not good. You're gonna go here, this is gonna come here. But square your shoulders to me a little bit, tiny bit more.
Exactly, good job.
Yep.
Otherwise it's not T-bone anymore. Good
Right,
job.
okay, so these are creepy fingers, so we're going to...
Yep, oh, good job. Put it over in the back of his head.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Add a little
That's
bit.
good, that's good. Over the ear. You don't want to be blocking the ear. There you go.
Okay.
You know why that's okay? You
Why?
can still see the arm.
Oh, right.
That's the origin.
Okay.
If this was by itself, he's like, creepy.
Okay, so you're gonna
Okay.
lift your chin up just a little bit.
Maybe
Yep,
kiss
and
his
turn
forehead.
towards me. Kiss his forehead, you said?
Yeah, because when you raise your chin, it needs to be for something, right?
Right.
So try that. Kiss his forehead real quick. See that? See how that looks really cute?
Yeah.
And it's still in T-pose because he's still squared to you.
Right.
Okay, so try that.
Okay.
All right. This is salty. Hold on, hold on. Tell me when you're ready, okay?
Okay. Oh, sweet. Sorry, I
Let me see
didn't
what
tell you I
that
was
looks like
ready.
real quick. Okay, so let me lower the power, okay? Let me see
Okay.
this camera. Just hold it for me. External speed light control, flash function settings, group A. Watch
I'm
this.
not loving the way it looks with her kissing his forehead.
Then change it. Let me see, try that and that. Go ahead.
Okay, so bring your chin back towards me, turn your face towards me just a little bit, Kitia, and then bring your forehead in. But you're gonna rest the side of your head, yeah. Yeah, like that. Okay, you're gonna be looking at her shoulder, Matt. And Kitia, you're gonna be looking down at the reflector. Okay.
Good, to get the catch light, excellent.
Okay.
Good job.
Okay, get me happy.
Good job. Let me see.
It
Oh
still
my
looks-
gosh, it looks great.
You think it's good?
Yeah, it does. Looks great. Guys, go ahead and come up real quick. Let's take a look at this next option and then we'll close it for today. First of all, the first thing we want to discuss is direct flash when it's in such shade would have been a mistake. Does that make sense? A lot of times people in workshops, they have this shade and they do direct and it's like, okay. You need to keep it natural looking. So how did I do that? I pointed the flash at the reflector. I spread the light to 24 millimeters. See, this is why putting the teddy bear on the light stand and practicing with it, it's wonderful because you can just continue to do these things. How do you think I know so much about this stuff? I do it all the time. It's not like it's crazy or I'm some sort of talented person. I just did it before. Okay? So I pointed the flash at the reflector and this spread the light and it gave it a little bit of kiss of light to them. That's it, blend the light. If you were outside, I would not do this, I would go direct. Okay, let's try it, look at the photo.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, cool.
That is incredible.
Does that not look sick or what?
Yeah.
Sick. I'm sorry, that's just nuts. You guys are like kicking everybody's butt right now. Like, that's awesome.
It's good. You rocked it good.
Oh my gosh, Nikki.
This is fun.
Cool. Isn't it fun?
It is.
This is why photography never gets boring for me. People are like, do you ever get tired of it? How could you? You can make sunset, nighttime, silhouette, bright, rim lighting. You can do all kinds of beautiful things, all with the power of reflector, camera, diffuser, video light,
Ice light.
flash. Okay? Today was awesome. You guys did leaps and bounds of improvement. Those photos speak for themselves. So congratulations, really. I mean, you guys killed it today. Thank you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well,
Yay.
I was just about to lead into a thank you and applause, but you guys did it for me. So once again, thank you so much, Roberto. We want to thank the Landmark Event Center, who has so graciously hosted us over the past 2 days. And again, if you didn't before, please, please, please go over to the Landmark Event Center Facebook page, give them a like, tell them thank you for us. We would love to be able to come back and do this again here for on-location shoots. So it's gorgeous grounds. Thank you. And thank you for joining us today and for all of your questions. Congratulations to you guys for really putting yourselves out there. Like Roberto said, everyone loved watching you and being able to learn through you learning. So that's been very cool. And just wanted to read out a few quotes. And the first one is Donna Stroud says, "Thank you, Roberto, for sharing your knowledge. Yesterday you mentioned that you keep your bad images to learn from them. I would just look at my bad images, say yuck, and trash them, but not anymore. I now see the importance of keeping them. You have opened my eyes to a whole new world."
Love it.
And Shanna says, "To everyone at CL, I'm loving being able to learn so much, so fast, so conveniently. Thank you for Creative Live. Currently, I wouldn't have had a chance to learn this otherwise. To be able to learn halfway across the world in real time with a sense of community feels amazing. It's near 3 a.m. here."
That's
So
what Creative Life's all about.
thank you, Shana, for joining us.
Awesome.
That's exactly what we're all about. And we're so glad that you could be here with us. I wanted to remind you guys to go afterwards and check out our upcoming courses page. We have just announced a few more workshops and want you to sign up for the ones that you're interested in so you get those reminder emails. It's free to enroll, and then go ahead and let people know about those new classes.
Okay, one more quote. Amy P.S. says, "I love the amount of actual teaching going on. Really astonishing the amount of everything that is being taught."
Oh, wow.
And I would just like to say, this workshop is so incredible. You are teaching people so many different backgrounds, so many different angles, so many different areas in just a small area that we're in.
Right.
All of the different solutions to
Right.
various problems that people come up with in their photography. So this workshop is just a really incredible thing to own for either your photography or your photography business. I highly suggest you purchase the course. And as you're rewatching, you'll see that the timer has come up on the bottom of your screen, and that will give us the exact hours that are left in order to purchase this course at a discounted price. So don't miss out, folks. Purchase the course now. And we will see you guys back here tomorrow morning.